It's a sunny day in Southern California. Los Angeles is alive and well. No traffic to get to the Galen Center because all the action is right here in the building. We are live with the start of what will be a historic day in Apex Legends ALGS history. Match point finals coming up at 4 p.m. PST, but right now we've got something special in the Solos Showdown. My name is Rainy. I'm joined by my good friend Parallax Stella. Stella, what an exciting thing we have for fans watching at home and live in the Galen Center right now.
I know, I'm so excited, and the energy here is off the charts. Also, this is the first time we're going to see, one, a Solo Showdown, and also Alter in action before the launch on Tuesday. Yeah, the crowd loves that.
I mean, listen, are we awake, crowd? Can we make some noise? You guys ready to go? It's electric. That's what the ALGS is. And for those excited for Apex Legends, which is how this whole thing got started, we've got a new season ahead in 21 upheaval. Let's check out some of the new features coming to it.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Season 21, Apex fans. It is here, and it is right around the corner. But in this solo showdown that we're previewing today, what does it all mean? What are we gonna see? Well, creators, your favorite streamers and content creators from around the world have all made it to the stage to vie against each other 1v1 in the new solos mode. But it's not the solos you remember before. You'll be able to heal if you don't take damage for long enough. You'll have kitted weapons when you land in. You'll also be able to tell if a third party is coming by a visual message on your screen if somebody is within 50 meters. I know, changing the game. Also, you'll be able to revive if you have a terrible drop up until the 4th round. All of that means it should be competitive. It should be fun, and you should get excited about playing it. But right now, get excited about watching, and maybe get excited about some of your favorite content creators in the building. Right here, it's the movement god himself. Mr. Fade is in the building. Make some noise for Fade. And we got Tifa Jesse as well right next to him. Fade, he's locked in. He's getting ready to go. He said, I can't do interviews, man. I got to win this thing. But Tifa, how are you feeling being a part of the Solos mode? Are you excited that Solos is back in Apex Legends?
I'm very excited, and it'll be an interesting game.
You seem locked in.
A little.
I mean, it's hard not to get locked in next to this guy, right?
No, very intimidating.
You know, Tifa and Fade are at so many community events for Apex Legends. Last time I saw them was the Esports Awards, but it's awesome having content creators like you in the building. Thank you guys for being here. And we still got some more. Make some love again for Tifa and Fade, everybody. But, you know, somebody told me that you guys like Krabers. I like Krabers. I say give it to me, unless this girl is on the team. Many of you don't know, this girl did an ALGS broadcast, one of the first in the business. She's doubled up with the earphones right now, but we got Lulu Lovely in the house. Can we make some love for Lulu Lovely? Make some noise. Lulu, you know, they call you the Kraber Queen. This is a mode where if you get a Kraber, things could go well. Is that the game plan today?
Oh, I don't know about game 1, but game 2, if I find a Kraber, it's over.
Now, are you excited to just be in this energy, the building? We were talking yesterday, the fans here, it's an electric experience being at the Split 1 playoffs, right?
I mean, I'm nervous. I think this seat has already been filled with sweat, and it's going to be filled with more sweat when I'm done, so.
I don't know who it is. I don't know what pro was sitting here before, but, you know, we got to talk about it because Lulu's seat is messed up. Lulu, always great to see you. Good luck today. Give it up for the Kraber Queen, Lulu Lovely, everybody. All right, now, the question, what's up, Drum? Hey, what's up, Kareem? What's up, hey? How you guys doing? Listen, so many friends, so much family here in the building. The real thing, though, is will talent take the cake here? We got Onset, we got Vicky, we got all these people, but we got the Queen of Apex South here, Lace representing. Make some love for Lace. Lace, you know, you're representing the talent squad. This is a big deal for us. How do you feel you're gonna do against all of these incredible players?
Well, that's why they call us talent. We can do everything.
Wow, Amy, I should have said that. You should be doing my job. In fact, you do my job. You were amazing on the desk as well. Lace, again, what is it like just being in the environment of LA at the Split 1 playoffs?
It's just been absolutely crazy. Like, just to have this long-ass plane flight over here and then be able to experience this, plus Apex, plus a new season, plus all the content creators and the wonderful crowd. It's been absolutely amazing. I've been loving every moment.
Well, you've done so well, and good luck today. I think you might need it. If I was in your chair, I might need it as well. It's going to be a hard lobby. Lace, everybody, show some love. Listen, and I'm not alone. Stella, I know you got some players to talk to as well.
I do, yeah. And Vicky's just putting away her phone now, but hi, we have our own Vicky Kitty participating. Now, I did see that you want everyone to play Alter in the last match.
Yes, I did. We want to showcase some Alter gameplay here. It would be so cool if this entire lobby runs Alter and then I just jump in with Bloodhound. No, okay. I'll play definitely Alter. We have to see. You can't reveal too much for the opposition.
Yeah, do we want to see everyone play Alter in the last match? All right, that seems pretty good. All right, now tell me, do you have any secret stats or anything that you're going to be pulling out for this?
Yes, actually. I did a lot of research. This is actually the answer.
All right, good luck. You're only representing the casters here, no pressure. All right, the boys, hello. Get off your phone, hello. All right, so how are we feeling? Are you guys gonna be screen sniping each other, or?
Yeah, 100%. Dan's really nervous because he thinks that he's just gonna have a nice game, and he's also a little bit like worried I'm gonna drop on him, which is probably gonna happen. So we'll have to, I wouldn't really do that. I won't do that to you, it's fine.
He's literally been threatening me for the last 2 days. Say, I'm going to drop on you, we're going to fist fight. So I said, can I not sit next to Onset? And where have they sat me? Next to Onset.
Yeah, I know. He's just going to take a look over Genome. We saw that. Not to leak the DMs here, but Onset did say he wanted everyone to get into the circle and just be friends. Do you think that's going to happen at all?
We're already friends, so I don't think we need to do it in game as well. I'm going to shoot you.
All right, okay, we need to get screen dividers between all of you. This is a mess. Oh my goodness. All right, now I think, you know what? I think there's a very special someone that I want to talk to. Now, how many girl fans do we have in here? Hello? Hi, how are you? Good, okay, so obviously you're so good in a team environment. We played ranked together too, so I already know you're super skilled, but how do you feel about the first Solo Showdown?
I actually played solos a long time ago in 2019, Twitch Rivals, and I got top 10. So I really like solos. I like playing solos and team.
Yeah, so, okay, so you got a taste of that, but this is a little bit different. Do you think that you're gonna use your respawn token before round 4?
I'm gonna try not to use my respawn token too much. Maybe just to get evos up, but yeah, I'll try and stay alive and win.
Do you have anything you want to say to your opponents here?
I wish everyone the best of luck. Try not to be nervous if this is your first time playing on stage, and have fun.
I love that. You're so positive. We love it. Can we hear for girl? Thank you. Yes, now Rain Day, I believe you have something else you want to talk to us about.
And you know, while we are in Los Angeles and we are doing a solos event, make some noise, guys, and get excited. The truth is that Apex is all about the community. So one last time, everybody in the Galen Center, get loud, get excited, and listen it over to our casters, Spider Tip and Dia.
Let's do this, but I do have to say, I'm kind of jealous that we're over here in the booth and not actually on the stage. I signed up to play.
Trust me, Tiff, this is a better look for us.
It's a better look for you. Those glasses are looking phenomenal.
I'm certainly hoping, however, that from our perspective, where we'll get to observe the gameplay along with all of you here, that we'll get a better look at what the next season is going to be like, since of course I'm going to be playing solos, but I'm definitely looking at how the new legend and the map changes of Broken Moon are going to impact my ranked split.
Your ranked split, I forgot, you're a grinder. But for those of us that are on stage, we have 50 players. We're gonna go ahead and pull up the rules here shortly, because for me, I thought there was no rules. I heard there's potential collusion, a lot of casters that wanna meet up together, potentially all run alters. And well, we'll kind of work on that. But for now, we do have 3 maps. I know Lulu was talking a bit about how she was gonna be testing the waters in map number 1, and then maybe kicking it up a notch in map number 2.
Well, that's all Kraber dependent as well, and that's something that you can actually work with if you are choosing to run Alter, since she's a skirmisher and should have the ability to scan care packages, so you can get the best of both worlds, play the new legend and pick up a red.
Yeah, she was absolutely crazy. We did get to sit in with a brief meeting where we got like a 30-minute overview on what Season 21, which is dropping on May 7th, is going to look like. But for our creators, this may be the first time that they've actually gotten their hands on the new Broken Moon. A lot of changes have impacted that POVs across the map. And one in particular, say goodbye to Promenade.
Honestly, I think a lot of people are going to be quite happy that Promenade is no longer a spot that they've got to rotate through. However, I'm still expecting a lot of fights at the POI that has taken its place, since that's the new thing. It's what you're all about.
Hey guys, there's Sabs. We've seen her on the desk a bit. Natty, she's been here supporting, and I'm very happy to see her compete on the stage as well. I think she's going to throw down. She's absolutely cracked. Let's go ahead and pull up those rules so we can fill in the crowd here. What this is all about: 50 players, 3 matches, and debuting the new Broken Moon.
And all of this is going to match exactly with your experience when you play solos. I mean, I guess outside of the incredibly stacked lobby that we've got here, all the game mechanics are going to be the same. So the modified ring to increase the speed of the rounds, and the, of course, loot pool that was mentioned earlier. I think it was Girl that was talking about it. No, Rain Day mentioned it earlier, about how when you pick up weapons, they do come fully kitted, which I think is really nice. It accelerates the pace of the game and lets you get right right into the fighting.
And also with the loot pool, it's being reworked. You'll have fully kitted out weapons that you'll find across supply bins, and you get natural health generation. You will have to replenish up on those shields, but for the white meds, you should be able to see that regen. All legends get that respawn token. You were talking a bit about that, but the detection of other legends nearby was one of the coolest features that I had witnessed. I believe it was around 50 meters. So if you're entering a new POI, you'll get a UI alert kind of on the left side. It'll just say enemy nearby.
And it should give you a count as well, if I'm recalling correctly. Girl teased something really important about respawn tokens, though, and I want to touch on it before we get into the match, that if you are going to use a respawn token, you do have to use it before it gets too late into the game. There's a certain point, I believe it is around ring 4, as she mentioned. I think Girl might have play tested a little bit. That where respawn tokens do get cut off, you no longer have the chance to re-enter the game. Our players, however, are loading into the lobby, so I expect we'll be jumping in pretty darn soon.
I was trying to get a sneak peek of what our players are locking in. I did see a Wraith, which makes sense, right? You can hit that tactical, get out of dodge. I would imagine the potential of Pathfinder, Mirage, unless people just want to get their hands on Alter. But for now, we just have to wait and see what the stylistic choice of our creators are going to be for match number 1 of the new Broken Moon. I'm so excited. Even the color looks different.
Boy, already, I'm taking off my glasses. I want to see this in full res. You know that I'm a big Rampart fan myself. We've actually got Rampart in the arena, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to have to go say hello to her later. However, with Genome picking up Rampart, not a whole lot has changed about Rampart in the new season. However, she should make good use of the fully kitted out weapons. And fortunately for Genome, seems like he's landing alone.
I was going to say, this is definitely going to be one of the newer POIs. Now, we did say that Promenade is no longer a portion of this, and I was really curious. But for Gaskin on your screen, this is a place that I am familiar with. I typically drop here, and, well, for Alpha Base, a small start. Get that ult Excel. Who are we rocking here? Revenant? I'm not expecting. Oh, Onset, he said he had hands, and he wanted to drop immediately onto him.
And dropping onto Conduit is going to be a real test of skill, having to shed through shields twice, but he does it, taking out Legendary Doll as Zephyr falls as well.
Now, Legendary Doll is absolutely amazing. She is a creator, hosts a lot of tournaments in her own right, and hey, you know, Clara, we're known for playing Lifeline here, but she's locked in the Conduit.
I gotta tell you, Tiff, I'm scared of these support legends. They are incredibly powerful, although they're notably missing a class passive. Clara kicks in the door with the bold Hemlock, should be able to take a fight close range.
Oh, Clara, biding her time. That Radiant transfer is going to be on that cooldown, but she's got high ground, and another player looks to have made their way in. Elsewhere, I just want to point out that Gaskin took down Glitter.
Oh, wow, that's cruel. That's
interesting. That's interesting there.
I like that Clara is sitting here controlling the height, waiting for other folks to pile on in. Now, the battle sense that we talked about earlier, I don't think we can actually see since it'd be on the left side of our screen, and I believe that's obscured by the player portraits. So Confusing Cutie is going to be the one on the red, starting to walk up, should know who's in the area. Well, Joe hits a nice Sentinel shot.
I know, he immediately celebrates, but for Confusing Cuties, you're still working on getting into there.
Doesn't close the door behind her either.
You know what? It's fine. You don't have to. It's Revenant. He's a villain.
We're still working, weirdly, with so many white shields because people just have not rotated anywhere and don't have a team to be collecting kills for them. Lace, she's playing with the talent buff, she said. Trusting that she can do anything. Already on blues as well with the new and buffed up Octane is facing down a full ult rev.
One of my favorite plays is Terra. No! Something potentially. We'll have to check back in with her. But for Vicky, I don't know if you guys want to know this about Vicky. This girl, whenever she walks into her room, immediately pulls out her phone and just starts filtering through all of her ranked play clips. And she's just, oh yeah, but look at this one. Listen, well, now you're live on broadcast and we need to see it.
I was wondering whether she'd play Bloodhound. I know that she tends to favor this legend, but for right now, with where she's at, I think I'd prefer somebody a little bit more mobile. We've got a Sheila getting revved up somewhere. Dunk does hear it. manages to avoid sight for now. We can tell with the highlights. I think Dunk's completely lost the sauce. No. Here comes Sheila behind him, and Dunk gets melted by Kareem Cheese.
Oh, Dunk, I understand, man. Now, granted, he started his own company recently, has been doing a lot of media production work behind the scenes, and has been producing some content that you guys have seen on your screen. But for Kareem, we've got to have Kareem fans in the stands. See, I hear it.
I did notice that I've become a Kareem fan just watching the perks that he's taken. The lower Sheila cooldown, it lets him get right back into the action once again. Nice use of the Spitfire as well. Should net Kareem a kill, but we've got some crazy movement in here.
I'm sorry, anytime I see someone moving like that, I'm like, is that Fade? Is that you? Is that you?
Kareem? Oh. I think he's gonna go down. It was Fade! It was Fade!
It's almost like we kind of know what we're talking about, just a slight bit.
Oh my god. I see that kind of movement in my games, and I'm like, you know what? You win the fight already. I'm lost. The increased ring speed, though, is definitely catching a lot of players off guard, and that definitely includes Fade. Nice shot by Brizzy.
A prize out here with the amped up Sentinel, looking for a hipfire, but this is where you get to see the Alter tactical in play. And a lot of things, we're still figuring out how deep you can actually go with the portal, but see ya, Natty.
That's just cruel. Genome spots this from a distance and actually gets some nice shots. A shield break, in fact, onto the Rev in front of him. Himalayas takes down Kareem Cheese. This should be the end of Kareem's journey in this game, as respawn tokens should have been exhausted. This is audible.
He's just waiting. Just don't come outside. Whoever you are in the building, stay in there. It looks like a caustic to me. You belong inside. This is scary.
If I've learned anything today, it's that the commentators, they play dirty. And Tiff, I gotta say, I'd probably do much the same.
Look how locked in he is, though.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like, come on, I dare you. Open that door.
I like that he's got the mic down on his headset, too. Like, to calm to who? Oh, yes! Locking the doors. This is honestly getting pretty tough, Tiff. And with the ring as it is, the next round closing in soon, you're gonna have no choice but to walk into Genome's Sheila.
Here we go, 1 second left. What will be the fate of the player on the inside?
Genome's gonna have to move too. This is kind of worrying. Drum Bum making their way up. I'm not seeing anybody nearby just yet, but Model Morg's been taken down to the kill feed. Draynilla finding a knock with the Volt.
Okay, Drum. All right, we see you.
I leveled up. Got my upgrade.
Tactical cooldown makes a sense here. Already on 3 eliminations and sets their sights towards the high
Newcastle?
ground. You know what? Maybe they just wanted the bigger hitbox. Fair.
Like,
it makes no sense, but I respect it.
I know that this is not like a comp game, but when I see Newcastle in solos, when I see support legends in solos, I'm just thinking, well, you're missing a whole passive.
Conduit makes sense. Lifeline makes sense. Well, Gaskin takes out Genome, one of their own, and Drum, well, we've got to face off with a few.
Ooh. I don't know who's playing Mirage on the other side of this, but Drum Bum is going to have to respect them. We are seeing the health regen kick in, though, allowing him to get a little bit of a faster reset, jump back into the action even quicker. We are moving down, however, as respawn tokens are being exhausted. Only just above 30 players left as Draynilla keeps collecting kills.
Collecting kills here in Dry Gulch, and we get the audio cue that someone pops up the zip line.
Newcastle.
Immediately shoulder peeking from out of cover.
Who is playing Newcastle? I think, is that Case? Case actually might be the one playing Newcastle, just based off the audio so far. We got a lot of players in this area, though.
Baby Nikki finding some action there in the kill feed. I've always been a fan of her. She's a great content creator, phenomenal player, super skilled, and well, that Mirage, he's just like me for real.
Wait, this Mirage player is actually a fantastic actor. I really cannot wait to see who this is. That's 2 bamboozles now that have caught Drum Bum off guard, and we haven't really seen positive damage outgoing from Drum Bum just yet. Finally, we're getting a bit, though, with the shield crack early.
Oh, Lulu, she said it herself. She said, just wait. Map number 1, we're kind of feeling some things out. Map number 2 is where we take action, but jumping on board with Macro here. The shirt, are you happy? I am happy. I'm happy. But we haven't gotten to see a whole lot of the new areas here. But for now, some changes.
Caustic is a nice pick, but It is, unfortunately, not very mobile, and he's kind of chunky.
Egg on top of us.
At least inside the smoke, he'll be good, but Case was putting the pressure on, and unfortunately has ring priority. I don't even know if that's something she's thinking about. It's not something she has the chance to think about anymore. Nice slide from Macro.
The swing from Macro, a dangerous. Well, Gaskin, I got word that he's one of the last casters alongside Genome still alive here, and up to 2 eliminations.
Oh, Gaskin!
Oh, no. We don't want to curse you. That would be a weird caster curse here.
He doesn't immediately pop Revolt either. Weirdly calm about this whole thing, but with a wingman in hand, yes, that's right, you're seeing this correctly. The wingman is back on the floor next season. Gaskin lands a nice headshot.
Can we get another? Because hear me out. The wingman back on the ground. No digis, cannot be attached. And well, to be frank, digis don't even exist anymore. They're vaulted.
Wow, Noko takes him out. That is some real cold play, and we already know that somebody's right above him, so Noko took a risk for this. Ports up to the roof, but doesn't end up taking it. Instead, fighting things out on the ground floor. Here we go on Alter. Now, it is a long cooldown on Tactical, so he doesn't have that to chase you down just yet. And searching out just one person is so difficult.
There's a lot of really fun things you can do with Alter. If you have a gold helm and you pick all of the perks to reduce the tactical cooldown time, you can essentially chain it because it'll be a 15-second cooldown that goes through while that portal is active. But for Girl, lock it in the Pathfinder, which is an... Oh! Sorry, Jared. Sorry, Jared. We found the Craver. It's in Girl's hands.
That was some real cold patience from Girl, waiting till he sat by to heal. Prize still with the Havoc. Caused some serious havoc earlier, but that was with the Sentinel, and now swapped that out for a Peacekeeper.
I like that if we're gonna have a fully kitted Havoc here, there's no turbocharger on it. A Prize going under fire. Now this is one of the most familiar Broken Moon zones that I am used to, aside from it just actually pulling further into the POI and not ending back into these buildings. But for now,
no
able to
way.
keep Noko.
Just out trading in the open, strafing on Noko. Draenilla from up on top from one of the best positions in the ring. Our kill leader for game number 1 has 7 kills so far.
And he's got the high ground. This is exactly where you want to be. The only thing about it being solos is you have to watch every climb up, every zip. And on Horizon, well, you don't really have anything to fend stuff off, but it makes sense because it's the kill leader. But Prize, he's been getting mixy, looking to unseat Draenilla as the kill leader.
Looks for the nade. Should be able to enter this, no problems. Another decoy goes out, but this one will not save you. Lulu snags the kill, however, leaving a Prize with just another player to hunt down, but ultimately empty-handed. Could still lose this 1v1 as well.
I like how we're kind of trying to force them in a particular direction.
Oh my god, oh my god!
Wow, you didn't have to do Lulu like that.
Instantly getting jumped on. There should be shield swaps around here. Prize isn't going for it, though. Sitting on the door instead. This ring is seriously going to hurt, but he's cool, calm, and collected. Taking the other door, has zipline to get up ahead. And with a grappling hook, now gets to turn around and gatekeep. Another huge pump with the PK. Goes up to the next level, but we've got time to reset, it looks like, on all sides.
But this is why I love Apex Legends. You remember in the Yuka interview when he was saying what separates Apex Legends from other games? It's the movement, the stuff you can do like that, and well, we've got a new kill leader.
She's just gone. Savs just disappears. Another couple PK shots while we're running low on ammunition. He's only got 4 shots left in the PK.
Well, you know, if we hit for more than 9, you only need a couple.
Grabs a few more. Prize is restocked, takes up to the high ground, and this is a nice position to play from.
19.
Does have to out-trade those on the low ground, however, and now is being focused by multiple players.
Oh, spare ammo on the ground. We were able to re-up our numbers, and let's see how we navigate this.
Grabbing
Down to the low ground,
nice.
and I see it, and I'm like 36. The grapple to reposition, take high ground, but man, these people are moving all over.
Honestly, the movement on this Pathfinder has just been ridiculous. That's another kill. 9 kills now from a Prize and has taken the title away from Draenilla on high ground.
Well, at least Baby Nikki made it into the top 5. I think Girl's still alive as well. And again, through the rafters from above. You're not going to be able to stop a Prize at this point.
This guy isn't real. He's
real.
How
He's amazing.
Play Apex Legends like this. The next ring, though, is taking us all outside, and it's wild that I'm going to say this, but a Prize is the one with zone prio.
Well, even if he didn't have Prio, we just grapple around, zip line, use the movement, make their way over there. But Noko peeks out from the door.
Only 4 players left. Noko's one of them.
Oh, we got our sights set on one.
I can't help but wonder what's going through their head in a 1v1 like this, now making it a 1v2. Noko does know there's a player above. Playing this rich could be incredible. Girl up on high with the Craver, wants the win and still has 5 shots. That's more than she should need.
At this point, I don't even know what Girl can't do. She can cast. She's a content creator. She's been a professional player. She's competed. She's amazing at everything that she does. And yeah, well, the prize over here is the kill leader looking for double digits. Oh.
Honestly, being focused out so hard, Prize is going to have a real difficult time, especially when there's somebody with a Kraber up top. I think we saw a really smart move from Noko to take the low ground earlier on. Nobody else is contesting for this. Everybody should have to fight each other. Ziplines can make that a little bit easier. Nice initial break, and actually it's Noko that ends up taking the kill from low ground on Tony.
All right, energized zipline in play. I just want a 720 no scope.
You do take less damage on this, that's 1.
All right.
Doesn't get another use of it. Girl spots somebody inside. Isn't going to turn around to deal with them. Instead, there are heat shields just behind her. Has to look out. Is out of the building. Comes a Prize. Girl takes to the grappling hook. Naked Kraber shot does not land. And Noko from the low ground takes the win in game 1.
Let's go, Noko. Good shot to Claire right there, but that's gotta feel good, right? The new Broken Moon, you rotate through it, you learn a lot, and well, it makes sense.
I have to really appreciate that even in moments like this, in matches like this that are so quickly devolving into chaos, Noko makes a really smart play for the win, taking a position that very few other players would, and gets a stylish win as a result. You can also tell the amount of MNK talent that we've got up here with the Peacekeepers that we're seeing in the lobby. That gun is feeling particularly good next season.
It's been looking good. I just want to see more of the new POVs, maybe a different zone ending, but I'm curious to hear what Noko has to say. We're going to jump into an interview with Stella in Noko here just shortly.
I'm so excited,
and look, he's getting ready.
That was awesome. Thank you. Yeah, oh my God, I'm a little nervous.
Hello, I'm here with Noko. Dude, how are you feeling?
A little nervous, but it was a lot of fun, so it was good. The new legend felt great.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you were one of the few people who picked the new legend. How did she feel with your competitive energy and everything? Are you gonna be using her a lot more?
I'm definitely gonna be using her a lot more. In the end game, it's kind of like a Wraith Q when you take no damage. So I popped the Q and took it so nobody could shoot me so I can get closer to them. And it's like, her kit is endless. It's so fun.
Yeah, how did you feel with the kitted weapons? What weapons did you run with?
Oh, I ran the L-Star. If everybody knows me, like pick up the L-Star, but I couldn't find any ammo. So I ended up switching to the R301 and just finding what I can.
Okay, but can you do this back-to-back? Second game?
Second game, do it back-to-back. Sure, I'll do it. Again, alter. I'll try again.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right, well, let's see who the Rain's got upstairs. I'm sure you made them cry a little bit, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. I'm here with somebody you may know. His name is Soar Drum Bum. Listen, you and the Soar family, you've been representing here. You got some new signings here this weekend as well. Talk to me, man, just, about the vibe in LA, getting the whole crew together.
Oh, of course, man. Nothing better in the world than Apex Legends bringing all the homies together to have a great time. And the fact that we're all here, I think there's 3 or 4 of us up on this stage right now repping Soar, so it's a great time to be here. I love LA, bro. It's been a great time.
You know what? One of the things, Drum, is we've had a chance to hang out at TwitchCon. We had a chance to hang out at these events. It's something special about the Apex community, man. People just so down to earth, so relaxed. But right now, I feel like you don't feel relaxed because this is actually a tense lobby, man. What's going on in your mind playing in this? Everybody's a little nervous.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely got the nerves a little bit, but the first game is done. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Noko can't come away with a back-to-back, so.
You can't let him get that one.
Not at all, not at all. So we're coming in hot. Okay. So it feels good for next game. It's gonna be a great time.
All right, to make sure Noko's confidence stays just a little low enough so we can all hang out with him a little later. Thank you, Soar Drum Bum, everybody. We're gonna go back to the casters, Tiff and Dia, for some more action. Game 2 on the way.
I love the drum bums out here trying to keep Noko humble. We cannot let them. I did see all the Soar guys in the stands. They have a big crew here, Max in the stands cheering on everyone. And it's been really fun to see the community. I know I said it yesterday as a whole, but today, now that all the seats are already starting to fill up and secure their spots to cheer on their same seats, yeah, it's been good. But for now, guys, we do need to check out Noko's winning POV.
I'm really curious to see how this worked out because, like he actually made mention of in the interview, he was focused on using Alter's abilities to the fullest. And really in this case, looking at her tactical, you can see he's got ult on the ground already. But we saw him pick up a kill on Tony real quick here, that with an assist from Girl on high ground actually. But at this point, Noko's just getting to bide his time and actually gets a little bit of scouting done by using the tactical early. Misfires it a bit, but with a climb up, gets to pass on through and get information on where everyone else is set up before committing to the fight. Nice dodge on the Arc Star, and at that point, you're just waiting for everyone else to fight before you eventually come in for a third party on 2 different Pathfinders grappling through the sky.
That was very impressive. Noko locking in 9 eliminations, a prize locking in 9 as well, but you did get a solid display of what Alter can bring to the table. So the way I like to look at the Void Nexus, which is the ultimate, is if you're looking to make a push, you would just throw it on the ground forward, and if I'm not mistaken, it's 200 meters? Is that the duration? We can kind of run away from it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 200 meters. And essentially, if you're a skirmisher legend and you have experience with that, and you look to the sky and it scans the care package to tell you what it is, that is similar to how the interaction with the ult to recall will be. You'll find it on that horizon and you press, well, for me it's E, I'm mouse and keyboard, and that sends me back.
Yeah, whatever you're using to interact, if you change your keybinds, it is what it is. However, I want to make note for people who may be struggling to imagine this, since we didn't see a lot of ults used, and we're not, I think, going to see a lot of ults used in solos. It's just not a very conducive thing to picking up a lot of kills. It's a little bit more defensive, and at least how I've seen it used so far. You do have the opportunity to jump back by using sort of what I'd call like an intentional Rev ultimate, back when Rev had the Death Totem.
Oh God, the Death Totem, those were some horrific days. Think of back in the day when people would Rev-tain. I had nightmares for weeks on that, but we're gonna be filtering through a lot of our creators there. Girl on your screen, and well, you know, my favorite thing about this is how well she did. I fully expect that she'll take a map win here today.
I bet so. She's one of those players still moving around on Pathfinder as well. We've got incredible movement tech clearly on display, and I'm sure we'll get to jump around a few more content creators as well. I want to talk a little bit more in depth about the new season, and so with that, let's talk about the Alter perks that we were mentioning earlier.
Sure.
You were actually the one to point out that yes, she's a skirmisher, and that'll let you scan care packages for a little bit later on, giving you that specific class passive to be able to interact, maybe find things like Kravers. Void Nexus, her ultimate, is the one that lets you take maybe some aggressive pushes, come back, regroup with the team, but her passive gift from the Rift is actually one of the more interesting parts of her kits, because you're able to remotely interact with death boxes from quite a distance. That's something no other legend has ever been able to do.
Yeah, so essentially she's like a Loba, Wraith, Ashe, all in one, and that is her passive. And we did get clarification of, if you're grabbing something from a death box, one single death box, let's say you want to grab 2 bats. If there's 4 death boxes in that vicinity, think of the amount of bats you can claim for yourself just off their passive alone. It's 2, 4, 6, you're just taking it all for the team.
In that way, I do think that she is remarkably built for solos. Everything here gets used in a match, even if you're just by yourself. She's got an incredible amount of survivability, of mobility, and of safety with her ultimate to make plays and know that if you've just got a second to bat, you've certainly got a second to get out.
Did Ian say this on the desk? Because he was talking to us, and I was curious. I don't even want to drop it, right?
Sure.
That's his baby, so I will have to wait. He's got some secrets that he's been cooking up with ways that you can utilize Alter, in particular with other legends, because, you know, she's a Void Breacher. Think of other legends that have, you know, Voids, Wraith. I'm curious how we mix them together.
You also mentioned the perk tree earlier, so I want to jump into that real quick, see how this affects things like the passive, ultimate, tactical, etc. Because already Alter is clearly a character unlike we've ever seen in Apex Legends. When you start thinking about how you could specifically scale with her throughout the mid and late game to make her into your specific play style of Alter, this is where it gets really exciting. You can of course get your ultimates back a little bit faster for your first perk, or you can choose Void Vision. Now, Tiff, tell me a little bit about what Void Vision actually means.
Void Vision is broken in a good way. So essentially, if you're using her tactical and you go into the portal, there's about a 1.5 second point where you'll be in the void. No one can shoot you. But during that moment, you're gonna get a scan of every player that is in that nearby vicinity. And isn't it also their health bars?
It is. So Void Vision does reveal enemy health bars, and I want to make note of this because Zephyr and I tested this extensively.
I'm sure you
little
did.
play test that we had beforehand. This is line of sight limited. So as you exit Void Vision, anybody who's in front of you, sure, you get their health bars revealed. However, if you're hidden by a box or, importantly, a bang smoke, this does not pierce. Void Vision can only see just as far as you as a regular player would be able to see. Now, when we move on to level 3, when you get a little bit more Evo, that's where things get even more interesting, and you can opt again into doubling down on the use of your ultimate and giving you more flexibility with when you're able to come back instead of always being beholden to the limited ultimate duration. Or, I think you were talking about this.
The infinite ult.
Yeah.
It's when you release a legend and you're just like, how cracked do we actually want Alter to be? Well, we're just gonna slap on the infinite ult duration. Now, for those of you that might have a question around it, you can't have two. It can only be one, and the moment you use the ultimate, it'll cancel out the other, or enemies can actually seek it out and destroy it. I'm not sure on what the HB clarification of is trying to destroy it. I haven't been able to test that just yet because I've only seen her in the firing range. But
it should be about Death Totem is what I understand. All right, the other option, of course, when you hit level 3 is going to be the tactical cooldown reduction.
Right, because that's what we were talking about. Stringing it together alongside the gold helmet, you will lock in an infinite tactical portal. The Void Nexus, we were testing some things. You can't throw grenades, you can't throw gas traps through them. So unfortunately, you just don't know what's on the other side. If you want to go up, you hit the tether and you full send it.
You may have seen a few of the amazing creators we've got up here actually using Alter's tactical. And one of the things I want to point out about it, yes, I see that, Nessie, is that you do have to consciously use the tactical. This isn't something that allows you to kidnap other players. It's not something that you can use to grief, really, because you have to interact with the little line coming out of the portal in order to use it. You do have a certain amount of autonomy in whether you get teleported or not.
I see the DSG, Aurora signs. I saw Vicky. Looks like she was kind of trying to challenge Zephyr. But for now, jumping into match number 2 alongside your match 1 winner, Noko. Going back to the scene of the crime.
Imagine picking up a fully kitted car off drop. That is absolutely wild. A pretty nice skin for him to be using as well.
That was the first thing I did. I filtered through all of the high tier skins for Alter. I know exactly which one I'm using. It's got a lot of black in it. It looks really fierce, and it's sick.
I saw you mentioned Vicky earlier. Those eyes she was giving Zephyr, those were scheming eyes, man. She's got something cooking in this next game, and it is really funny to see, despite all the Alter that we're seeing used, despite all the mobility with things like Pathfinder, she's really keeping it tried and true on Bloodhound, just like she always is.
She is locked, and have you ever heard her make her gun noises? Which I just imagine her having that thermite, revving up the rampage, and just saying in her mind what it sounds like.
I can't decide if Vicky went the wrong way, or if she is intentionally avoiding conflict using Bloodhound. Not the way that I typically see Bloodhound used, but Selenio actually got the chance to meet her at Champs. Real down to earth, getting real aggressive at the moment on Entity. Both of them on whites, while Draynilla also on whites takes the fight of their own.
He's only 3 Evo away from blue, and he's got the players setting their sides. Mozambique going through. But, well,
I would also give up in that scenario. Enough damage has been dealt, and at this point, it's much easier to use your respawn token, get back into the game, and try and find somebody to fight that isn't Draynilla.
What is this?
Oh my god, they 1v1!
The betray that she was not going the wrong way on purpose. She was like, you know what, the Meep is a little bit of a 1v1 to see who is better, and at the end of the day, it looks like Zephyr bested Vicky. But for now, let's get the movement showdown on par here with Fade.
I did see a little bit of Wraith. A lot more Pathfinder in our first game, but Fade clearly has practiced pretty darn sweaty in these lobbies, and Wraith is the legend to do it on, has been since the game launched, and I can tell you that with the new season, that at the very least is not changing. Bangling with a longbow tries to open up a shot, but instead is going to rely on the tried and true Havoc Sans Turbocharger to win the 1v1.
Hey, look, we see it every day in the Pro League. You don't need a turbocharger, you just gotta manage the wind-up. Cream Cheese here, locking in Rampart. I thought he was gonna emote and then stun on him.
That must be a keybind issue. I'm sure that he's got another keybind in his regular everyday play. Onset, however, has swapped things up, moving on to Wraith for that additional sweatiness.
It's so crazy because Onset was playing with Hodsick, I guess in a ranked game the other day, and they said they saw me in the lobby and they're like, here's the deal, we never saw you in the end zone, so I think you got torched. And I was like, you really don't have to call me out like that. And he's like, no, we were actively looking for you.
That's rough, that's rough.
It's pretty rude. But for here, Onset, on the mainstream, now this guy's actually pretty cracked at Apex, so we don't want to expose him. I expect him to fully be able to frag here.
Tiff, I mean, honestly, you're playing with fire. As soon as you start talking someone up, I gotta say that typically, historically, things do not go super well for them. Like, was it Papa Jen that was calling you out for that earlier?
No. Papa Jen asked me my predictions, and he was just like, you are not, no, just run away. Just run away. And I was like, I got you, sir. I got you.
That's a nice nade from Onset. Actually disrupts the healing for a moment. Is playing around this rock, which is only temporary cover, but I love that we're getting a look at the new Broken Moon as well. This is a slower fight for him as a nice shot from Entity connects, taking Onset out of the game.
Not like that. Not like that. Let's go over to Entity's POV and see if we can find some nice Sentinel shots. Now, we always talk about how it's like the perfect sniper at the beginning of the game to hit for 156 on the head, and well, there goes Glitter. This time to Sabs, though. It wasn't Gaskin.
More desk-on-desk violence.
We need more. We need more.
This is always something I could use more of. Brizzy sliding on in, actually gets taken down. Girl does not take Pathfinder's disrespecting her like that.
Okay, Caution, let's see what you got. We're looking to break in the door. PK for the fight. I love the Thermite dropping. This is the way to approach that. Grapple to the roof, focus on healing, and pull the PK out to watch the climb up.
It's a really nice door open as well to block the Thermite, redirected instead. Another Peacekeeper. We know how important this has been in the end games. Nade on the floor is going to be no door for either of them, and now Caution's got extra mobility, being able to use Pathfinder Zip and the accelerated movement speed to get from place to place.
I was gonna say, if he hit for like 90 from that distance, I was gonna cry, but it's fine. We're still figuring out how to navigate around this building, and well, to be fair, the last thing you wanna do is take a 1v1 against a Pathfinder that has all the mobility in the world.
I actually would Arc Star this, just to make sure that your cross is safe. It does look like Caution's taking control of the stairs, incredibly hard to push. And Arc Star clears a little bit more space before he fully commits to the fight. That is a big wide swing and two big misses. Caution's got to back away. Has grapple off cooldown in just 5 seconds. Will this door last that amount of time?
I see the arc. I see the plan.
There's no door here.
There you see that passive healing.
This is probably the most cerebral 1v1 I've had the opportunity to watch in recent history. Caution's got most of his health back, does find an initial crack. Finally, the Peacekeeper starts hitting, and finally, Caution's able to take the win against Adam. I believe he'd had a little bit of assistance from afar, as we did see a few more shots starting to come through. Fade, the movement that you talked about, right around to find another fight, is going to be able to get out of dodge, but there's a lot of people around here.
I'm just gonna watch, take notes, and wish I was this good.
This is a way you can learn. Genuinely, watching pro players, watching high-level players, has made me better. It hasn't made me as good, but it's made me better.
It makes me think I can do it because they make it look so easy, which is wild. But they have just thousands, well, I also have thousands of hours in this game, but no, not practicing my movement like that. Back on Lulu, she said game number 2 was the move for her.
No Kraber just yet, but
A 30-30 will do for now.
we did discuss how good Caustic can be, especially around all of these movement legends. His ability to slow you down is really helpful. It does require that people actually breach the area though, and unless we get some really cheeky alters, I don't think anybody's gonna be trying to pick a fight in Lulu's kingdom.
Oh, for the queen of APAC South, Lace on your screen. Went into fight here against Mina. I love that they drop the shield and you can just pick it up and swap, but with that next zone and playing Octane, that's the way you want to move throughout. But for Zephyr, who claims to be good, claims to be the king of EMEA, he just took down Baby Nikki.
Okay, Zephyr said we shouldn't be observing him in these games, but after taking down Baby Nikki like that, I've watched a lot of Baby Nikki stream. That's an impressive feat. Onset in yet another battle, did lose the previous one, but now is finding flesh on Rampart. Cannot overextend with the amount of people in the area. Takes another fight. PK on a running Pathfinder. Will Onset be able to do it? No, he cannot.
Loses out to Jingtong, back onto Caution here, playing Ring Around the Rosie this mountain, but that player just able to get out with a sliver of time.
Using drone to body block a bit of damage. Probably not its intended use, but certainly something you'll see high-level crypto players doing when they need to. Caution is still locked in and has really played well around the buildings. Now has a lot less cover though, a lot less doors to reset behind. A mistake around this rock could easily cost him his life.
Oh, hip fire from afar. PK for the close range.
This is the most aggressive use of Crypto Drone I've ever seen in my life. Hitting for 9s. Finally, Caution connects for a bit more damage. Grapples out to safety, but Crypto rules all.
Sabs, you know her, you love her. You've seen her on the desk. She's competed under Phoenix Legacy. She has been in the ALGS for EMEA. And well, right there, she takes the best player for a brief moment. Back on over to Zephyr with the flatline. But it's Lulu, the Draver Queen, who takes it.
Lulu dies immediately afterwards, finally having to exit that Caustic Kingdom. Baby Nikki's back in the game using a respawn token, and Girl is hunting for the PK. Scans the care package, and Devotion may be good. It ain't what she's looking for.
Oh, that's right. The Devotion back in the care package. I heard that thing got absolutely juiced.
It's nasty. I would not want to fight anyone using a Devotion, but in this game, you won't have a choice. You're gonna see a lot of players melting very quickly. Noko could be one of them, as he's not been able to get out of this building just yet. Joe, with the Ash, finds enough damage.
Enough damage. He's almost at 1,500. He's 7 eliminations. That means we could potentially see a new high kill player over both two maps. I need him to best at least 10.
If you're an Ashe player and watching this as well, I'm gonna give you a small teaser. Ashe did get a very small buff, but more of what I'll call a quality of life uptick for next season. Should be feeling pretty darn good about that. Natty feeling good about the kill. Does not feel great about the disengage. However, there's very little cover in this area, but shielded from both sides. It looks like she's got just enough time. Tony Romero, after making top 4 last game, is gonna go down to the ring. Fade collects the KP.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Fade gets another one. I was curious to see if he'd be putting up some big numbers. We're sitting on 5. Joe, though, still on 7. This is a good spot to be in.
Lots of cover. And Joe, at least with Ashe, can stop and push for a while. Joe's getting hyped from the crowd.
We have the entire Joe fan section next to us.
I don't know if you guys can hear it on broadcast, but we've got a Let's Go Joe going, as Sabs does start to move around the edge of the ring. One of the interesting things about this, we talked about it last game, Sabs this time is the one with ring prio. 10 players left. She could come out on top.
I love seeing her lock in the Bangalore too for the 1v1, because if you think about it, every time we've witnessed her in the ALGS, it's always locking in characters like Watson, looking for information gathering. But for Joe,
Joe's pushing her.
And for Joe's fans, trying to take down, the snare comes through, the 1v1, just a
few more HP, but Joe falls.
You are not trapped in here with Joe. Joe is trapped in here with Sabs. Nice 1v1. Still has ring prowess, still controls everything, and having taken down the kill leader, Sabs has just used Rolling Thunder to keep everyone else at bay. Slides on in, looks for a few kills. 6 players left, 6 more opportunities for KP.
I think she just got Kraber, which means that could be Fade over there, and well, it was. Did he have a Kraber and the Devo? That's toxic.
The
I love
Devo, I can confirm. That was plenty of damage to clean up Sabs. Noko, winner of last game, has made it again into the final 4 players.
So we have Noko, Dunk, Fade. And for now, this right here, we get to see Alter in action, fakes out the tactical. Still has it for a few more seconds to be able to go in and interact with the tether to shoot up towards the high ground.
Doesn't end up using it at all, interestingly. I like the way that Noko does place it, however, at least giving the idea that he could get aggressive, constantly keeping anyone else on their toes. Even with 4 players left, we aren't seeing a lot of other people poke their heads into this 1v1. It's relatively isolated for Noko. Shield swap on the ground. I am seeing a few other people waiting outside. As soon as 1 kill goes down, it is going to be third parties galore. L-Star still in hand. Plenty of ammunition for now, but not a lot of damage being traded back and forth. I love the utilization of the quick shield swap on this corner, moving things up so that he can play a little bit more forward.
So we have Girl still in the lobby, but this ultimate battle between Noko and Fade. Now, he's a big fan of the L-Star. He said it in his interview. I've seen him get crazy and lock in the 3x on it. He just really prefers this weapon. And for now, that door is a saving grace. But this is where the portal could come through. But another player wants to get in on this party. And now Noko, he's the meat.
Never want to be in between 2 players. Really well played from Noko, though. Dunk, as you mentioned, one of the last few remaining with 3 left. Fade is still playing off of the low ground. Dunk controls the height. Another Ashe Enjoyer in the top 3.
But for now, the
it is a Kraber and a Devo.
Yeah, it's a Devo. I know what it feels like to take a body shot with a Kraber. It is not okay.
Okay. Wow, that was fast.
See? Yeah.
Devo should be able to finish this off. Here he goes. Following through with the Fade and movement is going to clean up almost another kill. That is real flesh on the Pathfinder. Ends up finding around the corner, almost loses his shields. Quick shield swap, leaves Fade in the 1v1, but he eats a thermite immediately. Dunk comes in for the third party. Will Dunk be able to do it? Fade takes to the roof, using the Into the Void. And with just a second to reset, I think Fade's got it. Clutches up with the shield that comes on out with the Devo and shoos through Dunk for the win!
We just got textbook Fade live here in the Galen Center.
That was so freaking cool. That was so cool. You can tell. I know that Fade didn't want to do the interview with Rainday. He had to lock in, and at the time I was thinking, come on, it's a solos tournament. Surely you're able to do both. I cannot fault him with plays like that. Great escape from Dunk, who had really excellent timing on the third party. Thermite landed almost immediately after Fade shield swap.
Like, everything that he did, I was just like, yes, this is great. He's gonna lock in. We'll drop a new YouTube video, I'm sure, soon. It's gonna get hundreds of thousands of views, and it's gonna be great because they are so fun. But regardless, think back to using the portal to take to the high ground. You only need about 5 seconds to pop the bat, and he has just that amount of time, constantly shoulder peeking from behind the box to make sure that Dunk hasn't pushed just yet, and it was done in style.
Yeah, this was, of course, a really good look from Fade, and I love that we got a new look at the Devo because, man, in the end game, that thing was really taking players apart so quickly. The very limited rev up time on the Devo, with the Havoc already being one of the favorite weapons of this season, is really on display.
I was very curious. I still haven't seen all the reworking surrounding the Devotion. I just know that from what I was told, it got absolutely juiced in a good way. So we'll have to see what that looks like for our teams. But in the time being, let's go ahead and throw it on over to Stella to see how Dunk feels after getting faded on.
And with this camera. Hello, hello. Okay, so I feel like I saw you shaking. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel, I'm shaking. Unbelievably nervous right now. I knew it was Fade in the end. He super glid over the roof, and from then I just started panicking. Obviously, I'm not built for this, so I was roped in very last minute, but I'm stoked to have got second place.
No, I think a lot of us were cheering for you. I mean, it's one thing to go up against Fade. I mean, when you realized it was him, did you kind of just go, well?
Yeah, I kind of knew cat's out of the bag. Like he's gonna win this. And I think that made me like panic more. But when he took the Wraith portal over the roof, I had no idea where he went, and I was like, he's just doing Fade things on me. You know, this is why he's one of the greatest content creators in the world. So.
Yeah, no, amazing job getting second. Good luck on the third. Hey, Zephyr. I saw you looking at the scores. How did you feel about this? We saw you play. You actually took down Nikki.
I did. I got the chance to at least eclipse her when she came in the zone, but I also took down Vicky as well. We had our little own 1v1 showdown.
He landed on me. It was one-sided. He landed on me. He was screen peeking, by the way.
Oh my, how could you do that to her?
If you can't handle the PK, what can I say?
Okay, but you landed on her. What?
He's throwing. He's throwing.
You came at me.
You landed on me.
Okay, all right, hold on. We'll have like a WWE match for this later. Rainday, what do you got upstairs?
Who do I have? Well, this is an elite booth, guys. Notice there's not a third person here. I don't know what, but these ladies somehow got some special privileged treatment, and that's okay. You know, working with Sabs and Natty before, great to meet you, great to see you. It's so cool to see the representation here in this type of moment in the arena. You've played for Phoenix Legacy. You're one of our only female competitors in the ALGS Pro League. And how has that been, Sabs? Like, yeah, make some noise for that. Sabs, you know, pioneering in esports in that way, and you've also worked on the desk, so talk to me about what it's like to be here and just your experience in Apex.
Okay, so listen, that's totally two different experiences. Casting is so scary for the first time, and I feel like when I'm in the game, I'm like 100% locked in. I just want to go in, win, saying like, you know, I just came here to just shoot my gun and do my job.
How has it been, you know, I know that there's a little bit of an alliance moist thing going on here. How has it been being friends, but also rooting and watching these finals, which are coming up in just a few hours?
I wish I could just sit here and watch the game and not stress, but it's one of those things where it's like, if you see them winning, it's the best feeling in the world. But it's been great. I'm sure you're in the same boat. Like, it's fun though. I'm enjoying it.
And it's been great to have you here as well, a content creator in your own right, Natty. It's awesome to see you showing up. I hope you get a win. It's going to be hard though. It's a tough lobby, right?
Last game,
yeah.
Easy.
Okay, Sabs, you were kind of close. You had a few kills. We're about to send it to game 3. Are you going to take this one? That's the question.
I mean, listen, that'll be my first time on Alter, so we'll see. I will try to show something. Maybe I will get Kraber this time instead of Fade and, you know, show my skill on it.
All I hear are excuses from Sabs, like usual. So, new character getting Kraber. You know, we're going to send it back to Tiff and Dia because that's just classic Sabs. Okay.
Did you really have to do her like that? You just had to go, all I hear are excuses. All I heard was that she's locking in Alter, and people were talking about it. Would we get an all Alter game 3? Dia, do you think that's going to happen?
No, I don't. Okay. Leave alone the fact that Fade is definitely going to pick Wraith. There are also quite a few players that are definitely not going to give up things like Pathfinder and the movement that he provides. Because, well, Alter is a lot of fun, and I think a lot of people will find a new playstyle and experimenting with her. She fills a specific niche and doesn't really replace what any other legend could possibly do. Something about that Dunk interview really spoke to my heart, though.
What, that he was trembling from after that 1v1 with Fade?
I can tell you I've had that experience. I have walked in a fight that I know that I should win, seen a wall bounce and gone, you know what? It's over. I can settle for second.
That happened to me outside of Dry Gulch. It was a super gliding Caustic, and he was wearing the Joker skin, and I was mortified. But let's go ahead and run back that last winning moment so we can see it again. I'm taking notes.
We'll take a look, see if we can
glide.
find exactly the moment, because this was a 3-way engagement. Quick scope from Fade is really the thing that starts off the fight. Otherwise, this could well have gone on for much longer. But the instant reaction time, the very quick movement to be able to find the kill on Girl, leaves Fade with a shield swap quickly, but then immediately into an escape because Dunk does a lot of damage to come in. He takes him down to just 60 HP.
And that is everything about the wind-up time on the tactical and the perk choices here, the cooldown on the Wraith, and this is where everything just all goes, not Dunk's way, but Fade's way. Look at there. He's like, wait, you guys are making me relive this moment in 4K at the Galen Center in front of thousands of people? Why you guys do me like that?
I mean, I think for my part, this was a really well-played game from Dunk. Being able to find second place, and on Ashe, I mean, what are you going to do? You don't have the mobility of something like Wraith. Just like we talked about with Alter, every legend brings something different to the table, and Wraith, from day one, has brought the premier ability to outplay.
I love that about Wraith and the premier ability to outplay. What about producing, right? We talked about Dunk. We saw him get dunked on by Fade, but here's the deal. Something that you guys might not know about Dunk is he is an excellent content producer. He works with a lot of large creators. I believe he's also working with Nicewig, but he made the content piece about the emojis that we displayed here, where a lot of people struggled on the Songjun one.
Yeah, that one actually I got pretty quickly, but I also think a pretty big contributor is the fact that a lot of players, as much as they focus on inter-regional competition, unless they're reading the kill feed in scrims, aren't really nearly as focused on those other squads that come from abroad.
That's true, but it's an international land. It's a global series after all, and maybe we got to get a little more familiar. But I heard Rain Day's in the crowd, and I'm curious to see what he's up to.
Well, I'm not in the crowd, but I'm around it. Los Angeles, make a little bit of noise here. Apex community, we love you. You know, I get to interview and talk to these guys behind the stage all the time, but I rarely get to talk to the people who watch, who are the lifeblood of this community. And also, I think I could see who you're supporting right now. It seems a little obvious. What's your name?
Roxanne.
Roxanne, what's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, Roxanne, Matthew, who are you supporting here today?
Girl?
It's a good question. It's confusing. Obviously, a lot of love for Girl. You guys, if you got a love for Girl, make some noise. One of my good friends and such a great content creator. Talk to me, why do you guys have these signs? What does this mean to you to be in the presence of some people that you watch, that you connect with in the Apex scene right here and being able to interact with them at LAN?
Oh, it's a great hype feeling. Like, I love it. I love this game. I have been here for 4 years, and it's changed my life. Met so many new people.
I'll say this too. What has Apex done for you? She said it's changed your life. What does Apex mean to you as a game?
I don't know. I've been playing since day one. Wow. And I sucked for like several years. But actually watching Girl is what helped me get better.
Wow, so this has really actually improved your KD.
Yeah. And I love being here. It's like the atmosphere is so much different, like being at ALGS.
So I would recommend that you get that same experience. And also to all of your teammates in Ranked, we thank you, Girl, for helping his KD improve as well. Thank you, guys. We're going to get it back to Spider Tiff and Dia. We're ready to run our third game of solos. Let's get it going.
Look, I'm ready. I heard the smack talk is already occurring in the lobby chat, more specifically surrounding Zephyr and Vicky Kitty still.
I actually have some smack talk, and I was told I have to say it on mic because if I don't, then production won't believe me.
Okay.
But Zephyr actually lands on me all the time, and this goes out to everyone in the audience. If I am queuing with you, separate yourself when we're dropping. We will figure it out later. Zephyr, stop attaching to me and taking all of the loot when we're playing together. It is ridiculous and unsportsmanlike.
I can't say that I've ever done that. I have never looted on top of my teammates. I have never watched them open a bin and walked up to it and sucked up everything inside.
You have incredible guilt in your eyes, Tiff.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like we've ever played together.
Oh my God.
It's not like I've ever been your pocket conduit or anything.
Oh my Lord. All right, well, one thing's for sure, we're about to see likely some more folks dropping on each other as we get into our final game. Girl dropping in the new POI, using the new legend, giving us the best look at what next season has to offer.
Maybe everyone did pick Alter? At least we see Girl moving off the Pathfinder, and okay, thanks Entity.
I told you, Wraith is too good. You can't give up Wraith.
I actually have the most kills on Wraith, so I do believe.
I want to say we've all been there. I don't have the most kills on Wraith, but maybe one day I'll get there. Now, on the other end of this, we had a couple Mirage players in the first game. We're seeing an increasing amount of Bangalores, and I do appreciate Sabs was using this. We're seeing it again. The ability to outplay that Bangalore brings, as well as in this particular game mode, the ability to control a lot of space with her ultimate.
I'm also really sad no one locked in Fuse. For the new season, there's some
Zephyr.
Fuse changes. Oh, he locked
Zephyr
it in?
did it, yeah.
Oh, well, let's get it on screen because we gotta see. So I believe one of the perk changes for Fuse is that he can actually scan ring consoles.
Yes, yeah, that is absolutely true. While it may not be particularly useful in this game mode, it is another way to get you Evo, which is nice, and it does open things up meta-wise and competitive for people to run Fuse, play zone as well, and hit blues relatively early. Looty-Loo, actually fully just looting, and Adam picking a fight. There's not nearly as much wordplay or gameplay there. Alter immediately jumps outside, gets beamed so incredibly quickly, and we find out that unfortunately it was Gaskin.
He's like, did that really just happen to me? It did. It did, Gaskin. We know that they are solid at casting, but maybe we gotta work on the 1v1s.
Adam's still playing inside, though. He's just watched what happened outside. Still goes for the peek. And while he does not find the kill, looks like we've got some as Confusing Cutie takes out Gino.
Juliet here on the screen, locking in Alter. I always want to see how people are going to use her tactical to maneuver around other players' shots from the distance.
You've got some pretty wild range on the tactical as well. You don't have to be right next to it in order to take the portal. You can actually be about like 10, 15 meters away and still make it in jumping to the other side of whatever object you decided to portal through. Adam's finally made a move, however, disengaging completely from the fight that we saw earlier, and fortunately finding a couple nice weapons. We saw in the distance there's going to be a care package dropping in. There's a chance that Adam can still loot up and hopefully get off white soon.
Okay, look, it's not a Kraber, but it's a Senti, and we see the ultimate be deployed and immediately start pushing forward. Should we need to reassess and fall back? You can see it on the horizon line. Instead, Nina's going to catch Lulu out of town.
Just from both sides, this was not a situation that Lulu was going to be able to get out of. Glitter Explosion on her last life. No more respawn tokens. Swings and misses as Malin takes her down.
I was so curious. She was really stressed about playing in this too. She was like, oh, I don't know if I can handle the pressure. She's like, I haven't competed since, you know, prior iterations and other titles. But for Joe, everyone knows, everyone loves Joe. We gotta join it. We gotta do it. Ready? 1, 2,
when he comes back on screen. When he comes back on screen,
okay,
we'll be
now,
able to get him with the Let's Go Joe.
It's a baby Nikki moment.
At this point, Draynilla has been really constantly searching for fights. You saw it last game. This game doing exactly the same. Onset really wanted to fight. Has picked up Alter in order to do so. Does have the opportunity to get up onto the high ground using this Legend in her tactical, but it's going to take a chill pill because there are plenty more people in the area.
Someone needs to keep an eye on him. For a second there, he had the bruiser on the PK, and I was a little worried. I was like, is this real Onset? Is this you? But for swinging around the corner, PKs lace a little talent on talent violence.
Does not get to survive through that. I appreciated the way that Lace was playing passive, waiting for other fights to break out, but just didn't see Onset creeping up on her. Alejandro also playing that same style that Lace just was, playing slow, playing quiet. You don't want to attract too much attention to yourself when we've got the level of player in this lobby that we do.
I love that you say that as soon as we filter through Baby Nikki and Model Morg. Model Morg is a really solid content creator. She's got a lot of fans in the audience as well, cheering her on today, looking for her first elimination here in match number 3.
Just a little bit off of blue as well. First perks, super useful. We just got the chance to look at the perk tree, actually. It would be nice to see Morg getting to access some of those later game options. Sorel gets taken down. Not just 40 players, but the pace of game really going to increase later. It's Genome on the Mirage this time. Changing legends, started with the Rampart, and now playing a little bit quieter on Mirage, has a lot of escapability, lots of options in the late game.
Okay, Vicky. Using that portal for good use, getting out. Clara now the new kill leader of the lobby, sitting at 3. I wonder if Zephyr's nearby.
Vicky actually just used the ultimate.
Oh.
That's how she got back here. Didn't use tactical to breach this building. Instead, went on an aggressive push and came back when it went wrong. We haven't seen a lot of players be able to do that, but we've got a few friendly hellos. Himalayas manages to find another friendly compatriot as neither of them have to fight.
Dunk's like, after what I experienced in match number 2, I will take any friend that I can make here. And well, that's exactly the altar skin I was talking about. That is my favorite one that I have seen. A little BTS. Nice try there, Dunk. Dre just got the best of you there.
It's important to note, we talked about the wingman being back on the ground. One of the things that you might not have noticed is that the wingman no longer takes an extended sniper mag. It's now only 6 bullets in that thing. So it was the very last bullet that got DarkZero that kill. Vicky moving in from the ring, eating red for right now. Has the revved up Rampage, one of her favorite weapons.
I'm curious, we got 2 syringes. We should be fine to get into zone. That would be interesting to go out just like that. But for Zephyr, still, I feel like he's got Vicky in his sights and all he wants. But for now, a prize. That passive healing coming through, jumps onto the roof.
There's some pretty nice survivability from up here. Not a lot of angles that can shoot onto the roof. Mina's got high ground, and man, does it look incredible, taking out Zephyr with the last tick of damage being done by the ring. She's got a good spot in zone as well. Difficult to push on high ground. Plenty of options for cover. This is a great play from Mina.
Is it wrong that I smile as Zephyr fell? Because I would be so nervous to play in this, knowing people like a Prize and Fade and Baby Nikki Girl are all in the lobby.
It is wrong, but I don't judge you for it.
I know, I'm like smiling. And as we jump to Fade. Ooh, top down here. Nice shield swap.
Of course, Fade's got a shield swap. Of course
he does
Fade hits the jump off the zip line. Wingman in hand, remember only 6 shots, busts 4 of them, and jumps back for a chance to bat. This could be Fade going down, and I have to wonder whether he's got a respawn token for this. On the other end, Doll takes down a prize.
Still in this massive 1v1 here. And for a moment there, I thought he was showing that he was human, just for a second. Just a second.
You would be forgiven for believing that. The lie is told to you by Big Apex. Fade is not human.
All right, Natty. Good talks to her right before this match. Grabs a kill onto Entity. Big Not Moist fan for her. She's been championing Guild, and I'm so happy to see how they do later on today in our match point finals.
Testing out if we can use tacticals here. As it turns out, we cannot. Mina does a decent amount of damage moving up on the evac tower, however. Should be able to survive, and I say that for both sides of the engagement. Mina has plenty of roots into the ring. Natty does a nice amount of damage with the PK, but needs one more shot to do it. Unfortunately, cannot find it. Looty Loo takes her out.
A Prize back at it again. There's a Kraber in play. We just got to get to the care package to snag it. For now, almost into the top 20 players. Less than half of the lobby gone.
Respawns will be deactivated soon. Couple of Krabers in here, and we're seeing some big value that you can get out of Alter with the ability to remote interact with death boxes. A Kraber certainly would have done Selenio a lot of favors there.
Up, and it comes with a fancy upgrade.
Back on board with Girl after just taking out Lulu.
An upgrade. Now
the tack pull down, locking that one in.
It's definitely, in my opinion, the better choice, especially in a solos mode. Your team can get a lot of value out of Alter's ultimate, but when you're playing on your own, you want the extra mobility, the extra cooldown and initiation that her tactical provides.
Here we go. A lot of our players scanning, getting the extra Evo to level up, but also finding out that someone took the Kraber and Casey Dilla just gets the best.
Roko almost managed to do that. Some nice headshots with the Havoc, still the weapon of choice, but we've got a whole nother fight brewing as Juliet immediately disengages.
Oh, but the Chow comes through, and Dre Nilla hits the swing. Look how he's so ice cold right there. He's like, yeah, I just did that. What do you want? What do you want?
Not even looking troubled. 11 kills, our kill leader in game number 3. Draenilla has been incredibly consistent. And while we don't take Alter's tactical for now, having the option available, having the escape later if you want it, is really nice. Alternator with Disruptor rounds absolutely shreds Casey. Draenilla is left alone in the building to reset and find another fight. That's 12 kills now.
That's absolutely crazy. And into the top 10, we have Doll. I talked about it a little bit early on. She casts a lot of her own community tournaments that she hosts on Twitch and always looking to do what she can for the community. And Noko, L-Star in hand, as expected. Good Arc Star there.
Why are we tanking these Arc Stars? I suppose not a lot of places that look safe to move, but ultimately, Noko's still got a great angle, and again, is showing up in the top couple players. Might not have collected that kill, as I believe it was Baby Nikki on the other side, but no, it was Legendary Doll coming in from this angle. It ended up being the one to get another KP. 5 so far, has a limited amount of time to get into this zone, and there's not a lot of safety here, especially if you've burned Alter's tactical earlier.
Noko, he is just holding out Doll here with the L-Star. Drops
He's
down.
dropping down.
Oh, he's doing it. He's challenging. He's gonna take it. She's holding on. At the end of the day, though, we're into the top 5, and Doll has fallen. And Dre, your current kill leader, Fade, the movement god.
Fade is back, and now that Draenilla's gone, no more respawn tokens. It's that late in the game. We know that we've got a Noko Fade fight brewing. How does he have a Kraber again? We'll see if the scope ends up connecting this time. Quick scope does not work nearly as well. Fade and Noko are really hard committing to the 1v1, even knowing that there's another player.
And here we go. Just gonna focus on healing up for now. I'd imagine we'd reload the Kraber and make sure our weapons are poised for the final fight.
I think you hear the L-Star and you know that it's Noko.
You see the movement, you know it's Fade. You hear the L-Star, you know it's Noko. And Sabs is completing the trio here.
No excuses, Sabs. Locks it in, waits for the final. It could be that Alter is just the legend she's been waiting for. Fade trades a Kraber shot, but doesn't actually find the damage. Noko finally gets his shield broken and has to reset, but Fade's got high ground. High ground!
Dude just starts climbing. This is... It's not the situation you want to be. If Fade, it has the high ground on you, I'm chilling. But there you see the ultimate come through.
A really visible disengage as well. This is something Fade knows has happened, knows exactly where Noko went, and we know he's chasing. Sabs still should have the opportunity third party. The fight is really going hard. Sabs has to get to high ground. Fade barely escapes, but I think Noko should be chasing this down. Sabs is just coming up to re-engage. Noko wants the kill, threatens the Void Breach, and finally swings around looking for Fade, but unable to find him.
This is the most scary thing I have ever seen. The show comes through, but at the end of the day, Noko takes it. Sabs moves in with the beacon, but Noko! Oh, we gotta run it back from Noko's side.
In the end, those were some incredible shots from Noko, and you have to admire the gumption. Always looking for the fight, even knowing there were 3 players. He hard committed to the engagement with Fade.
This is his second win.
Yeah.
He won map 1, then we go to Fade, and then we go back to Noko. Noko's gonna be like, clock it in the tweet. I'm back to competitive, guys. I'm ready.
Passion restored. Ready, looking for team for Split 2. Honestly, after this, I'd pick him up. I'd love to see Noko actually play through Challenger Circuit and likely make it to a stage like this.
Oh, I mean, he could, 100%. He's still very skilled. He's been doing a lot of really cool content lately that's been a joy to see, and he even switches some things up, but at the end of the day, taking 2 of our 3 matches here at the Solo Showdown, it's very impressive.
And it certainly looks like this could be his season. As much as we saw him in these matches, he was really frequently using Alter and playing some awesome mind games with her tactical.
Here for the Apex girlies, I love the sides because there are a lot of female competitors on the stage. Natty and Sabs, their Sabs was just in the final 3 there. Now they gotta go get ready to cheer on their boys.
That was a really excellent match. And again, really well done to Sabs. I think she took the trash talk from Rain Day to heart, had a good performance, pulled out a 2nd place, and can certainly be proud of how she played in the solos match.
Speaking of playing in the solos match, we got to go ahead and run back the winning moment.
Yeah, looking at this from Noko's perspective was really confusing because we were stuck on it for a little while, and when we clocked the disengage, it was the following ring around the Rosie with Fade that really caught me off guard. We jumped between the two, but from Noko's perspective, he's already got a clean disengage, and the fact that Fade pushes this is wild. It's even crazier that Noko almost takes him down.
I was so worried because in the same situation, think back to the dunk engagement, as soon as he was able to roll away, we lose complete sight of Fade. And
Now,
then you spot him.
Yes, so seeing this back, there's a moment where like Wraith's leg clips through Noko as they both emerge from the void. But the Prowler shots were just incredible. And that's a level of cool, calm, and collected that you only get after a lot of time in Apex.
That is true. That is 100% true because he was definitely poised. At the end of the day, not shaking. Dunk was just like, I am not used to this. I create content. That is what I do. And well, Noko is proving to be not just a content creator, but also still skilled professionally.
Yeah, this is something that, of course, if you've been around since the early days of ALGS, you've seen. I made a comment about the Challenger Circuit earlier. We've absolutely seen Noko around the Challenger Circuit and is no stranger to competition at the highest level. It was interesting watching solos as well, simply because you have such a different Apex Legends experience when you're playing solos. At its core, Apex Legends is a team game, and while I'm certainly going to be playing solos, to see the way that the game shifts when you don't have teammates that are able to watch your back, I do love the way that we've compensated for that a little bit in the new season, giving players a heads up when there are other people in their area, since you don't normally have the ability to do all that yourself, and you do rely on your team.
That's true. I play a lot of Wraith, right? So depending on if I'm grinding ranked or if I'm playing pubs, I'll change my perk upgrades. And the one where it warns you when teams are nearby, it's also very scary because I'm just like, guys, the voices in my head are telling me that there's a team nearby. Just so you know, I don't know exactly where they are, so I'm going to need my recon characters to figure it out, but it also works.
Yeah, Wraith is one of those legends that really does immerse you in the fantasy as well. Feeling like you can pull anything off, having the confidence that Wraith clearly has in choosing the right path. One of the things that we didn't get as good of a look at because we were jumping through so many perspectives, but that I'm really excited for in the new season is getting to follow and play Alter and really understand how she immerses you in her own story.
I 100% am, because we needed another villain. We needed another villain in Apex. Think of how long it's been since Revenant launched into the Apex Legends scene, so Alter is going to fit right in, and I imagine she's going to be a staple when it comes to teams assembling their ranked Legend composition, but I'm curious to see if some of our pro players will get creative and start testing her out for Split too.
There's a lot of potential. I mean, if you think about it, she's our first Breach legend. We do have Bangalore, which I think some people will use as an entry fragger. I think Maggie has attempted to perform some similar functions by brute forcing into a fortified encampment, but when you think about the way that Alter circumvents a lot of cover, a lot of defensive positions, there's just no other legend that offers what she does.
That is very true. And also, we really didn't get a good look at what the quarantine zone is like on Broken Moon, right? It completely imploded the center of the map when they took out Promenade. Now, I don't know about you guys in the stands here. A lot of us don't really agree with Promenade. And it seems like every time you have to rotate through the center of Broken Moon, you either fight 7+ teams or you find no one. There's no in between.
Well, I will say, whether you like Promenade or not, it is gone. So
it's true.
you're not going to have to deal with it anymore. One of the other things that is important to note, though, is that it's not just like Promenade was uprooted, completely removed from the game, and that's everything is normal. The rest of Broken Moon has really shifted.
Yes.
We saw that a little bit environmentally with the trees that were being fumigated, and the way that Quarantine Zone actually has this whole bubble around it. That's completely reshaped a lot of the other choke points and trouble issues that teams were running into around the map. You should be able to explore with a lot of new zip rails that'll allow you to get around the map and explore Broken Moon, and hopefully give you a very different gameplay experience as well as map feel.
Well, here's the deal, guys. That was an awesome solo showdown. I'm so glad we could bring you guys a look at the new updated Broken Moon. Friendly reminder, the Season 21 is going to drop on May 7th, but we got some people that we want to talk to. I'd love to hear what Rain Day and Stella are doing down on the floor.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Dia. Let's give it up one more time for our inaugural winners here of our solos show match mode. What a time. What a showcase. Noko, I got to start with you, man. Yes. You've been a long-time content creator in the scene, people look up to you. People have watched your gameplay. They've seen your beginning in Poland, playing with Wig in the ALGS, or what was before that. Talk about your journey, man, and what it means to be on the stage right now and in LA.
Oh man, it means the world to me. You know, being on this stage has always been a dream of mine, and I continue to push for that. But to play in front of like all the fans of Apex for all the years I've been playing the game, it is unbelievable. And I'm so thankful for everyone that watches. Seriously, you guys are the best community that I have ever seen in esports, so thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you, brother. We actually have a small token of our appreciation coming to you right now, but it's being delivered by a very special guest. Can we bring him in? Can we bring him in over here? It is the Mirage coming in. Uh-oh, we got Mirage in the house with the Nessie.
So sweet.
Congratulations, man. Thanks on the win as well. And you know, we got more people here. We got more people here. Dunk, he did well.
I know, yeah. Speaking of the community, I think y'all might like this. We decided to make the I Got Faded award, which Dunk is winning today. So how do you feel to be the first winner of the I Got Faded award?
Honestly, I've spent my entire life wanting to be this person and achieve this award. You know, I set off from England like 2 months ago, swam here, and it was just my achievement. All I wanted to do was achieve the Faded Award, and I'm going to come away with there as that champion. So I want to shout out my mom, my dad, my dog, and everyone who supports me. Thanks for that.
Yeah, lovely. Now, we do have a special token of appreciation for you as well for being the first I Got Faded award winner, and here it is from Loba.
From Loba. Any Loba fans?
She used her ultimate to get you that, so just hope you know. Yeah.
That was Black Market Boutique, dog.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Sabs, you might be wondering why we have you up here. But I don't think anybody else is. We love having you on stage. We miss you on the desk. We miss you playing. So we had to give you, because of your interview, the Best Vibes Award, okay, Sabs? So we had to do it. But Stella, you can use her mic. Sabs, talk a little bit about what it means to be here, a part of this community, and especially on a big day like this, Match Point Finals.
So listen, it's my first time in America, and I was thinking like, if it's gonna be the first time, it needs to be Apex Legends LAN. So I was like, it's the occasion, I finally need to be here. I was 3 times in UK, so I'm never giving up any of them. I'm really happy to be here. I love all of you guys. I love all my viewers. They're always coming to my chat and all the community.
Well, all right, give it up one more time for Sabs. We have a very special guest here. Watch out. Watch out now. It's Alter, the newest legend, coming to give you your prize. Don't worry, she's friendly. She's friendly if you don't piss her off.
Yeah,
and she's the reason you won, right? You know, that's actually a good idea. Noko, just a little bit. How was it like playing Alter for the first time?
I continually, game after game, I was learning more about her kit and trying to utilize like every ability possible. And yeah, it was just so much fun. Like, I can't wait to play her in the new season.
It's going to be amazing. Season 21 upheaval. Stella, it's going to be so awesome.
I am so excited. It is going to be amazing. Listen, we all took names on who didn't play Alter in the last match, all right? We had gentleman's rule, but it's all right.
That's right. Well, thank you so much for all of you and your participation. I know it's Sunday, a lot going on. We appreciate you guys. One last round of applause for our creators who showed up, who did their thing. We're gonna send you back. You guys go backstage, enjoy the rest of the LAN. It's been great. You don't gotta stand up here with me anymore. You guys can exit that way. And thank you to our wonderful cosplayers as well. Stella, you know, at the end of the day, I think this is probably the end of the show. You know, I think we probably have to close it out. You know, I feel like we've done everything that we need to do.
Which is unfortunate because I want to spend more time here talking to you, talking about Alter and her kit.
I know. I mean, legends are amazing. You know, I love talking legends. I love talking to legends. I love hearing legends.
But
and
I wish I could be a legend, you know? I wish I could know what that felt.
Don't we all? I mean, it's something that probably we'll never even get close enough to do, to even touch.
I know.
But that's all we have to say. Guys, I think that's good.
Hello, darling.
Hello?
Excuse
me?
What's happening?
Who's that?
Hello there. Did you forget about us? What do I do with it?
What's happening here?
Hi.
Wait a second.
Oh my goodness.
Los Angeles, is this Horizon right here?
Hello, darlings.
Hello. Thank you for joining us here. Wait, how did you get here?
Newty brought me.
And I also drove a Trident, but I drove it off the side of Olympus, so...
It's all right.
So you're like
It's okay.
us then, yeah.
My bad. My bad.
Elle, what a great thing. We saw you at Champs.
Yes.
We're so happy to have you here. It's your hometown too, right? You live here, right? In LA.
Yeah, I'm totally a California girl. Totally.
Hey,
totally.
wait a second. I haven't heard that voice line. But are you alone here?
No, I have some
Wait
of my
a
friends
second.
here.
Hold
so-
on. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got your Apex Legends voice actors here. I would introduce them, but I think you guys want to hear them introduce themselves, huh?
Welcome to the ALGS. It seems we are in a room full of champions.
What's up? You all look like a bunch of cucarachas from here. I love you guys.
I just polished my grapple. And I did it in public. High five. Who's ready to fly on a zip line with me in Los Angeles at ALGS Split 1?
Hey, what's up, Blancas? It's Rampart time. Let's show these fools why their parents never loved them, huh? And if you don't like what you see, put a bag over your head.
I love that you get all of the spicy lines. It's so great.
I mean, it's Rampart. It's spicy. Indian is spicy, so why shouldn't Rampart be?
Absolutely.
You know, this is a rare opportunity to have all of you here. I know everyone is excited to experience this event, but, you know, Elle, we've talked to you a little bit. Johnny, I was talking to you earlier. Talk to me a little bit about what it's like to be in the Apex Legends community as a character, as a voice actor here with such a passionate fan base.
Oh, yes, thank you. Oh my God. Man, it's so exciting. As an actor, to be a part of something so special and to see all you guys here, it's incredible. To see all your guys' passion, to see the pros do their thing, it's truly, truly incredible. Thank you guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, he nailed it. It's like getting the golden ticket in a Wonka bar being a part of this cast, you know? So you guys have made our lives pretty incredible. A lot of us get to travel all over the place nowadays because of Apex, in and out of the country, and the love we receive from everybody in this community is just, it's unlike any other project I've ever worked on, so thank you guys.
Now, I have to ask you all, do you main your characters?
Yes, but not well.
I mean-
I suck at the game.
Yeah, you can't be worse than me.
Yeah.
I can't get past the training module. I'm not afraid to admit it.
If you've seen my stream where I play, it's mainly me rage quitting. And it's usually because you guys kill me in pubs. So, thank you, I guess.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, LA, Galen Center, make some noise for the voices we hear for 6 to 8 hours a day while we're grinding ranks, hopefully gaining RP. Your voice actors, thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of the event. We'll see you around. Say hi to them. They'll be here enjoying Match Point Finals. Stella. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So I tried to close the show. Guys,
I know.
This time we're really gonna close the show, okay? Because that was amazing. We have Match Point Finals. I gotta get dressed. I'm wearing a suit.
Oh,
Sorry.
you are?
Yeah, I mean, you
Do
know.
you want to give us a little sneak peek of what colors you're wearing?
Yeah, it's a big day. So final thoughts, closing thoughts on today?
Oh, it was amazing. The energy was electric. I can only imagine
Yeah.
what Match Point Finals is going to be like. So
Attention.
It's gonna be.
More voice actors incoming.
Excuse me?
Wait a second. We're not playing a game right now, are we? Was that the announcer of Apex Legends?
You are the Apex champion.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I've been waiting my whole life to hear that.
I just got goosebumps.
The announcer of Apex. Again, I cannot do it justice, so please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Zara Fuzzle. I'm the announcer of Apex Legends, and I want you all to know that you all are the Apex champions.
What's going on? This is Gabe Kuna, the voice of Newcastle. I can cook, clean, and defend my teammates. Recharge my Evo Shield, not the one on my back.
Ooh. Do you fear me, pilot? I'm Anna Campbell. I'm the voice of Ash.
Yeah.
Every time. Oh my goodness. Time to rise and shine, ALGS.
I am Frankie Kevich. I am the voice of Conduit. This is being televised, right?
You can call me Catalyst. And you can call us Shooting Stars! Woo! And remember, there's a win in your future. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Love it.
We love it.
Yeah, so how does it feel to see your characters being used at the highest level of competitive play? We can go with Catalyst first because everyone loves
I don't know,
Cat.
there's been so many damn Bangalores, Bloodhounds, and Caustics this weekend. It's incredible. I remember a couple of tournaments ago, like you'd get to that final ring and there'd be like 8 Catalyst walls go up, and it was incredible to watch. I mean, this is the biggest gig I've ever bagged. I feel so lucky to be a part of this insane cast. And you know, lucky doesn't come very often in this industry, and I've felt so welcome to be a part of this. This weekend's been magical. There's what, like 20 teams vying for that title?
Yep.
So I'm gonna be right in there with you, screaming my butt off for whoever the heck manages to take this thing home. So I hope you have a great weekend.
It has been so insane getting to see all of these professionals, especially ones that play Conduit. I mean, you've had, what, 6 months to perfect getting to play with her? And
That's right.
The fact that she's able to actually help you guys get some wins out, it's been so crazy. I have loved being part of this. It's very intimidating to join such a legendary cast and such a huge game. But I've received nothing but love from the community, and I'm so, so grateful for all of you. And I'm cheering for every single one of you guys up here. You work so hard.
Look, I mean, how lucky are we? How lucky are we to be in this community? As actors, we get up here and we go, hey, we'd like to express something that you might not get to feel all day, every day. And you get to play with a character that we get to bring to life. And each one of us gets to give a little piece of ourselves to a little piece of you. And I think whether you're playing me in the finals or not, we're all in this together. And I think that's amazing.
All right, y'all. I need y'all to pick me more. I just got a buff. Newcastle just got a buff, baby, so we're in there, and I'm glad about it.
What can I say? I've been so lucky to be part of this world since Titanfall 2.
Wow.
And just to see, Titanfall 2.
Yeah.
To see how this community has grown, this community of artists and this community of all of you with your creativity and passion and warmth, it's just, I can't describe how amazing it feels. Thank you for having us.
Thank you all so much. In many ways, you have been the soundtrack to our lives for the past 5 years. So we hope to continue seeing you in this family to grow. One more time for your Apex Legends voice actors. They will be walking around throughout the venue today as we prepare and engage with our match point finals. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to send you get some rest, and we will see you throughout the convention. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Hell yeah.
And with this, we actually are going to close the show. I promise. Revenant is not going to come on outside after this.
Yes,
but Stella,
okay, we're good.
truly to end, that was such a fun surprise. You know, it's something special. The crew, it's really a family of the Apex Legends voice actors being here.
Yeah, it really is. And not only that, but this community is one of the best communities I've seen in the gaming industry. And I love y'all. The energy is amazing. I'm so excited, Rain Day.
Well, thank you so much to everyone who participated, all of our creators who made this happen, all of the fans in the building right now, coming in early, getting ready, and Stella, my lovely co-host as well, and everybody who made this happen. In just a little bit, we are here for the main prize of the day. It is match point final starting at 4 p.m. PST. So while we take a break, do not go far because the best moment in esports is right around the corner. With that, let's take a look back at what happened with our Solo Showdown, and we'll see you in an hour.
Blame it on the chemtrails. That was embarrassing. And Maggie's back from the Sidman. I'll light a candle for you.
And we are doing a Solos event. Make some noise, guys. Let's go. Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
We got to play Apex Legends roughly a year before it launched, and we knew immediately this game was going to be great. Not only great as a battle royale, but had real esports potential.
What inspired the match point format?
You'd have this reveal of who won that was just really not the get out of your seat and throw your arms up in the air sort of moment that you want the end of a competition to be. That was really the problem, I think, that trying to solve in how to make Battle Royale esports, and especially their finals, really exciting moment that you want at the end.
I think that was one of the greatest competitive tournaments I have ever seen in my life. You know, whoever won that fight was winning the lane.
Yeah.
One of the greatest casting calls I've ever heard. And hell comes down from the heavens. What up, everyone? I am We the People, and I am here with John Nelson, the commissioner of the ALGS and the creator of the match point format. So John, I would love to know a little bit about your gaming history and what got you started in the gaming industry.
Okay. Yeah, I've been playing video games pretty much my whole life. Got a couple up here on the shelf. Some classics you might pick out, maybe favorites of yours as well. Yeah, I just grew up playing video games, and then Halo really started my esports career. I started out competing in Halo Combat Evolved. Was traveling around the U.S. to various LANs, and I met a guy named Dolbex, Gary Williams, at one of those competitions, and we both felt like we could do better than what we'd been competing in ourselves. And that out of that was born the Halo 50K series, where we did an event in Georgia, did another in New Jersey, where players were flying in from all over the country to compete in Halo, and through that I got noticed by Major League Gaming, and became the commissioner of MLG for 12 years.
Wow.
So, and the rest, as they say, is history. But yeah, that sort of started it all. 12 years at Major League Gaming, where we did a lot of awesome events with pretty much everything that was competitive from 2004 until 2016. So across a lot of different genres, FPS, MOBA, RTS, racing, sports, fighting games, and it was a really good time.
That's insane, John. I mean, MLG is the birthplace, really, of competitive gaming. And in your competitive career, any tournament wins, anything like that?
Yeah, that event that I talked about, meeting Gary, was a national Halo competition that was sponsored by Bungie, and it was run by iGames, I think, and some others back in the day. So I won my super regional, or whatever you want to call it, in New Jersey, and then met Gary at the regional event in Georgia. Neither of us won that one, but the winner went on to the national finals, and that's where Darkman became famous for winning that event, and won some local things here and there, but my calling was not to compete.
But that's really cool that we have an actual gamer, who is helping create the game that we all know and love for the last 5 years. So thank you for everything you've given Apex. So what inspired the match point format?
So for me, I think it starts in like 2017, 2018, where Fortnite, PUBG were really starting to dominate viewership of competitive video games. And despite that, there was just questions all across the industry of like, yeah, these games are really fun to play and fun to watch your favorite creator, play matchmaking, but they can't be esports. My career at MLG and the things that we were able to do across all of the genres of games that we had tournaments for over the years, it gave me like a confidence of, man, that's a problem that I would like to tackle. Like, I would like to try and prove these people wrong, that Battle Royale can work for esports and be huge and be great. At the time, I didn't have any way of doing that. I didn't know even that Apex Legends was being developed at that time. I was working at EA, but supporting our efforts across Madden and FIFA, and then lucky for me and my team, early in 2018, we got introduced to the Respawn team, and we got to play Apex Legends for the first time, roughly a year before it launched, and we knew immediately that this game was going to be great. It was going to be, not only great as a battle royale, but had real competitive esports potential. So beyond that, I mean, watching esports competitions in battle royale games, it was clear that they were lacking a climactic ending to their competitions. You'd have finals where a certain number of matches would be played over a series, and then as you got close to the end, sometimes you had people who were just so far out in front that it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to win. So the last match or matches were pretty uninspiring. Or you had the matches conclude, and the casters would say, the admins are in the back tabulating the scores. And then you'd have this reveal of who won that was just really not the get out of your seat and throw your arms up in the air sort of moment that you want the end of a competition to be. So that was really the problem, I think, that I was trying to solve in how to make Battle Royale esports, and especially their finals, the sort of a really exciting moment that you want at the end.
Well, I mean, match point format really does keep us on the edge of our seats. I remember in Birmingham for the champs last year, Optic was the first team on match point, and NRG ended up killing them at Northpad. And I was in the back talent room, and I could feel the stadium shake from people jumping and screaming.
Yeah.
Oz, you guys absolutely delivered on that, stand up on your feet moment and just absolutely lose it.
That phenomena that you're talking about, it never gets old, and it's really a part of the match point format that we've created that we really didn't expect coming into it. Like when we solved that problem, like having teams that are on the verge of winning, and then having 19 teams worth of fans either in the room or around the world, all now becoming fans of a specific team that they might have not come in supporting, but they just don't want the tournament to end. They either don't want that team to win, or they want the tournament to keep going so that maybe their team can win. And you have, again, just 95% of the arena cheering for one team in particular. And as you said, Optic was about to send all of us home a lot earlier than we thought we were going to that Sunday, and NRG won the match, and and you know, everyone but Optic fans in the room erupted, cheering for, you know, one more game, or however more it would end up being.
We can't seem to get enough of it, you know, and I think that was one of the greatest competitive tournaments I have ever seen in my life. I mean, a storybook ending, you know, for TSM at least. So they were in 16th, 17th place, ended up winning 3 games in a row to win the championship, you know, and that's all thanks to match point format. But there's also a lot of other instances for the playoffs where you had Aurora versus TSM by Lightning Rod, by the Rocks. And, you know, whoever won that fight was winning the lane.
Yeah.
And so that was another moment. And I think Onset had one of the greatest casting calls I've ever heard in my career, where he said, "And Hal comes down from the heavens." And I mean, the place just exploded, you know? So amazing job by you guys to come up with this. So what were some of the problems, other than, you know, really trying to give the audience a distinct moment in excitement? What other problems were you guys trying to solve with the match point format?
I mean, that was pretty much it. Like, we knew with the game, we had great competition. So from a player side, the game felt great for finding a champion, and it was really that entertainment side of things where we needed to solve for fans really being able to lean into the competition and be excited about how it ends. So that was what we were trying to solve, to come up with a way to make it more entertaining without jeopardizing what we had already from a competition standpoint. And that's I think a really hard thing to balance. I don't know that perfection is really achievable in that vein. When you look at traditional sports and you think about, like, what are the most exciting competitions out there, some of the ones I think of is like the NFL playoffs, the Super Bowl, the NCAA basketball tournaments that just concluded. And what some of what makes them so exciting is the fact that they are single elimination. And obviously the Super Bowl is a pretty successful event over these last 60 years, and how many people are invested in that and watching it. But, you know, is it the best way to determine who the best football team is, or who the best basketball team is? Probably not. And so it's difficult to find that right balance between finding a deserving champion while also creating a competition that is really exciting for fans to consume.
So who was involved in the creation, along yourself, for the match point format?
I mean, in terms of the ideation, it was, I think it was really only me. Maybe there were other people on my team who were spending time noodling on the problem in their spare time, but you know, it was as far as I know, it was just me who recognized that we had this problem that we would need to solve if we really wanted to see Apex Legends esports reach the heights that we knew the game itself would allow it to. So, you know, I was spending my free time whenever I could sort of be alone with my thoughts and really think through all the possibilities of what we could do. So it was a lot of, like, honestly, in the shower, like, just thinking about we could do there. Because I mean, these days, honestly, there's not a lot of places where you can be alone with your thoughts. And so the shower's a great shower's where I get a lot of my my best inspirations and thoughts. So just thinking through those sorts of things. And one day in the shower, it came to me that we could install this format where you'd have to reach a points threshold. And then after which, if you won a match, then you would win the tournament. And, it felt right, to me. And that was sort of reinforced with each person who I told, who knew I was trying to figure it out. And they were equally like, I think you got it. Like my wife was the first person that I told. We had a daughter who wasn't even a year old at the time, so we'd be taking her on stroller walks every once in a while, and so on one of those stroller walks shortly after the shower, I told her, I've been thinking about this. I think I figured it out, and she was like, I think that could work. Shortly after that, I told my team, sort of like, went into one of our offices, closed the door, and I like drew it on the whiteboard, and they were like, I think this is going to be great. So, it's a really exciting time.
I mean, I think it's like a moment where you basically invented fire, right? You just found it out. And now, is your wife, does she have any gaming background?
Oh, yeah.
Is she, what?
Oh, yeah.
What does she like to game?
Yeah, so, I mean, we actually met at a Halo tournament. Early in my MLG days of running events. We went to Seattle, which is where she's from, and she was signed up to compete in the Halo tournament that I was running. So we met there, had a lot of fun over the years playing competitive video games together, whether it was Halo or League of Legends or something like that. And she's, I'm still playing Apex pretty much every night, but she's transitioned to more of a RPG player now. So
RPG. All right. So you say you play Apex. Who's your main?
Bangalore has always been. Even in those early days of playtesting the game before it launched, Bangalore was my main, and I've always stuck with her. I play pretty aggressive, and Bangalore has always been good for kind of getting me out of situations where I've been maybe a little bit more aggressive than I should. I can just smoke and run away and reset.
Yeah.
But definitely this recent patch has made me wonder if it's time perhaps to take someone else on. But for now, still Bangalore main.
So John, I want you to know I used to be the #1 Bangalore in the world for consoles when the game first came out. #1 Pred right now, only on Bangalore. So I share that love with you, but I need you to do me a favor and all the other Bangalore mains a favor. Can you please talk to them to stop nerfing? Pretty soon I'm going to be out of a career if she gets nerfed a little more, man. It's tough.
I hear you. The perks though are solid. I like being able to use that skill tree to bring things back to a place, I guess, of a little bit more comfort of the old days of Bangalore. But yeah, I hear you. It's what it is. Just an evolving game, and you evolve with it, or maybe perform a little bit less well than you did before.
Yeah, and now, as a gamer, are you M&K, mouse and keyboard, or are you a controller player?
Controller, yeah. So I mean, like I said, my esports start was with Halo. Was obviously playing that on controller. That's what feels right. I've dabbled in some mouse and keyboard FPS, but I am trash, and I don't have the will to push through however long it would take to be not terrible with mouse and keyboard.
It's tough. It's tough, you know. So as a controller player, can I get a little bit on your thoughts on aim assist?
Sure. I'll try to not. I mean, everybody's going to have their bias, right? If they're a controller player or a mouse and keyboard player that they bring into this sort of conversation. But I guess what I'll say that feels somewhat neutral is just that Apex is such a cool game for the fact that you have people on different sets of peripherals who can compete with each other. It's fairly unique in video games. It's especially unique in esports that we have teams that are full mouse and keyboard, teams that are full controller, teams that are a mix of both. You have ALGS champions who've played on controller, ALGS champions who've played on mouse and keyboard. You know, is one stronger than the other? Has one historically been stronger than the other? Has that sort of shifted over time? Of course, and I know that the development team is always looking closely at how to keep those things in relative balance, but just the fact that, you know, we're on the eve of the Split 1 playoffs, and you've got tens of players on mouse and keyboard, tens of players on controller. They're all going to be competing together and with each other is just such a cool thing for video games and esports.
I 100% agree. I mean, we have, you know, 40 teams, 120 of the greatest players from around the world, you know, all playing Apex. It's definitely something that any Apex fan out there needs to experience at least once in their life is an Apex LAN. So I know they're gonna love it. All right, everyone. Thank you, John, for spending some time here. The ALGS commissioner and the creator of the match point format. I need everybody to write your favorite match point moment down in the comments and follow us on socials for more content. And we'll see you guys in LA May 2nd for the Split 1 playoffs. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
This Trident was possibly the deciding factor that cost Optic $500,000 in the Apex Year 3 Championship. How, you may ask? Well, it's Championship Sunday, and Optic is putting up one of the best finals performances we've ever seen, winning 2 of the first 3 games.
First team to pass that match point threshold. If they win this next game, it is all over.
But Energy had something to do about that. First, I have to give you a brief breakdown of how the early game in Apex works. A team's strategy is built around repetition and patterns. They have the same drop spots each game. Each player has specific looting paths, and they have similar rotations depending on where the circle goes on the map. And it's very important for teams to be aware of each other's patterns.
Well, at least every NA team in this lobby should know where they play.
DarkZero is known as one of the most successful teams in Apex, and on Storm Point, they land at Mill, a POI known as one of the strongest on this map because of its high tier loot quality and map position for rotations. It also has access to this Trident, which DarkZero grabs at the beginning of each game to move as quick as possible to zone. However, in an unsuspected turn of events, DarkZero didn't qualify for finals, and as such, Mill was free for the taking. Kansas City Pioneers and Dreamfire saw this as an opportunity to claim the POI and give themselves a better shot of winning everything. So they found themselves in a contest to fight for the spot, and surrounding teams found ways to take advantage of this. Specifically Energy, who drops at checkpoint, the POI right next to Mill. In game 3, we see them ping and talk about taking the Mill Trident, since the 2 teams there would be preoccupied in a contest.
We have balloon rotates, we easily get storm points. Nothing would kill the vibe more here than you guys have to play duo.
Now in this game, they opt to leave it because the dropship path was suboptimal. In game 4 though, the dropship was flying right over the Trident.
Should I go for the car? It's up to you. Me? Go for it.
So Sweet decides to jump for it.
I'm actually like a little sketched on how Optic just landed. We have his own. Oh my gosh.
Now Optic land at Downed Beast, and the lobby is absolutely shocked when they see the zone pull to North Pad.
And for Optic Gaming, oh, they have fantastic priority to this zone.
Downed Beast has beacon. Wait, Optic wins this. Wait, Optic won.
Oh my god, what? It is!
Wait, Optic wins.
Oh my god, that's just an offside zone.
Yeah, no patch.
That's actually scripted for Optic better.
Hard North Pad, bro. Hard North Pad. Oh my god. This Optic can win.
That's a good job for them.
They have beacon too. Alright, well, if they win, we need to just get as many points as possible this game. Are we gonna? Wow. Alright, let's get some points so we can get like second. Help Optic win, I can't lie.
Yeah,
it's the play.
Close on North Pad. Go boys, we're looting fast as fuck. Do not fucking craft or anything.
They have high priority to the best spots to win the game, and specifically they want to hold this dock as it's a spot they've played many times and won from in this type of zone.
Like in towards the rock, we just take the back finger and we win the fucking tournament.
NRG knows this.
Okay, we want to be literally out here in the water. Yeah, behind us. Like, we might need to actually like evac from the like over here. But down beast, dude, Optic might go there with no loot and win the whole land. So we might need to go there with nothing and just win the game.
And Optic recognizes they stole the mill car.
I'm pretty sure NRG took the mill car.
So it becomes a race to the god spot.
Okay, well let's get ready to get out here soon. Like really soon. I want to get that spot.
Yeah, Optic might try to race us for the spot out there.
Okay. Drive us around north, like through the north fucking choke area.
Do you think the car might just be faster with like one boost?
Looking out towards the finger, I don't see shit.
That's the North Pad car.
They're out here in the car, out here in the car.
All these side very quickly now. NRG, Optic, they're all racing.
There's a race going down.
Are they fighting for
it? They're in front of us somewhat. Getting out. I don't know. Go to the fucking Go to the rock.
And NRG wins the race. Sweet almost called for an evac tower jump at this ping, so I hopped in game to see which was faster, and while it's not a perfect one-to-one without teammates, they surely would have been slower. So their timing and decision making had little room for error, and they played it perfect.
Fucking L game to get the car.
I'm 6-1.
Actually, no, we wouldn't have had it without the car.
Now Optic has to take time to think of what they want to hold, and decide to rotate underground and start off by holding the center dock. Considering no one knows Optic is here, this spot is not that bad. However, they are at a higher risk of being pinched from the left and right docks and the catwalk on height. Soon Optic will rotate into the red room, but they won't be able to get visual information about what other teams are doing, and rotating out of the room becomes harder. The left leg for NRG is stronger as the surrounding open terrain makes it difficult to push. You can see everything happening in the game, and it makes rotating to zone pulls much easier. With 18 other teams in the lobby though, there's a lot that can still happen. Dojo, who lands at North Pad, take the catwalk for high ground. TSM from Wall are also able to rotate quick and take the far right dock. And the rest of the lobby starts to rotate their way into zone.
I'm coming out to your side.
The car. Oh, the car's stolen. Evac, don't get it, don't get. Oh, no, run at them. We can take their evac, run at them. Run at them.
Okay, we get to here and then we look to go from there, okay?
Okay.
We can hit somebody else's evac, we do that.
With little loot, Optic and NRG are forced to play safe and carefully choose their opportunities to poke for evo damage and level up their shields.
I just got a bat and cells, so low-key kind of worth, and more Arc Stars.
But also being the only team on match point, Optic wants to play small, not push for too many kills, and blend in so that teams can't find them out.
But everyone else in the lobby is going to be keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, hoping that Optic Gaming fall, because otherwise you might find yourself in a 3v3, 2 teams remaining, and you are the only team that can keep this thing alive.
And since NRG knows they have the best spot, they have to do the same, feeling responsible to keep the tournament going.
If we didn't do this, we just made this play for the future of the tournament, by the way. I'm pretty sure Optic would have won for free back here if we didn't just do this, so.
Bro, NRG only beats us because they fucking stole the mill car.
Let's make sure we win for free. Take advantage of our native zone.
Should you take my... Bro, this might be good though, bro. People might think we're the team on the left leg.
Yes. It's also paying her as a cat.
Yeah.
So for majority of the game, these two teams just sit and wait, which is very different from what most other teams are experiencing.
I'm going.
Oh my god.
Cat one. Okay. I'm just.
Zones like this are quite difficult for outer teams to win. The distance some teams have to cover is quite vast, and options for rotating in are becoming limited by the second. The focus for these teams will be kill points rather than winning the game. Add in the flat terrain and the narrow trenches of North Pad, this will soon result in chaos. As Optic expected, Dojo assumed Energy was Optic due to their patterns in past games and not expecting Energy would have a car. And TSM were about to make the same conclusion.
Optic should play down a dog. Like, we might have to int them, okay? So we can keep playing.
Until Verhulst noticed this.
Bang. It's an MK Bangler player, bro. It could definitely be Optic.
Going to it, bro.
They're running. Where are they going? They're going to red room. They just left middle dock, went to red room. There's a team on the far dock already, too. So it's two teams over there.
Phoenix either, dude?
No. I'll pop an Optic so. This is one shot to...
Okay. And there was two MK players. It was a Horizon Bang MK team. Okay. In the red room. That could definitely be Optic.
So they are aware that the red room team could also be Optic. A few teams are eliminated going into zone 2.
Throwing an 150, dead.
Nice. White armor.
On your left. Yeah, I have to go back down. Fine. One is healing.
Les bajé a uno, no puedo lento y para que back out please.
Yeah,
heal now. I need a rest. Yeah, nice.
Back with the Dojo, they are still fixated on Energy, thinking that they are Optic.
Loki, we should have just fucking aped their shit. That guy literally is getting smoked off cooldown by not us, and he is just pre-firing me on the setting. I'm saying we should have just killed Optic. Make him over in the car. You knew they were gonna come? Yeah, we're got spot. Yep. And look at this. This ain't even in back here. That is a big call. Primo.
Yeah, zone shift for chilling.
Alright, well, be safe.
Right? Right on Optic. This game could finish out in 4 games.
No, we know that. We just briefed them. We throw literally everything at them.
And finally, with 17 squads left, Zone 4 pushes everyone to fight.
But now gets spotted. Up into the skies, but does not survive. Dreamfire eliminated. They'll have to wait for match number 5 if it even comes. As NDY white now.
As I say, comes the third party, and who is it? It's Pioneers who are moving in.
Don't get too greedy.
What doing?
Oxygen and Alliance also scrapping at the same time as Oxygen have been able to get the opener here. Now, Hemlock from the back pocket, 2 teammates still alive, and we will see Alliance fall. 13 squads left, and Oxygen, it was the perfectly timed
I'm not wishing any ammo on non-guaranteed damage.
2 back from the south. No one might flying. I'm playing red room. Yeah. You join, you're alone right now?
Yeah,
I'm team flying south, team flying south. 0. They went up above me, above me. Red room, red room. How many do you want to push that?
As they arrive are going to be taking a lot of damage, but on the other side, Imperial Howl has just fallen as well. It's TSM taking this fight alongside FaZe.
And while all these fights are going down, this is great news for Optic, the team who's on match point, but here comes TSM. FaZe eliminated. Verhulst will stand strong. Oxygen also fall in the meantime.
And in under 2 minutes, we are down to 10 teams left. As they expected, through all the carnage, Energy and Optic have been the only ones safe.
Teams are not going to have any idea who we are, so just don't worry about getting entered.
And the zone continues to pull to the back left dock. So Optic try to move to the center dock, but then almost get eliminated.
We can take this.
Yeah, I'm coming. We have all this. Yeah. We can angle him out here. Blue on one. They took it. Red room. They have double blue.
Actually, no, it's going to be bad. Because the team on height is going to drop down and fight this. We have to go back to our red room.
Alright. I'm bangle thing. I'm nading as well. They got that.
You have to break that for me. I can't.
absolute carnage. Drop just got ripped out of the sky, and it's the Dojo now who have fallen off of that main building, that ultimate high ground.
But they managed to get back to Red Room, and with Energy are the only two teams safe as this 5th circle closes. Instead, the rest of the teams are in full panic, doing whatever they can to get as much kill points and placement points as possible.
Zone is burning, it is singeing. And it's back though, but a few KP here certainly would help. Can't quite connect. The Interforce 36 fall. Pulverex fall.
We're doing this. Right side. Listen one.
Optic Gaming going for the third party. This is not good for the lobby. This is really bad. Optic Gaming finds a way to survive here. There's 5 teams left. It's gonna end.
Yes, I'm eliminated. Optic, if they win this, it's all over. Dojo eliminated.
Optic's still alive. NRG's still alive. 3 squads remain. It's Ascend. It's NRG.
No way. There's 3 squads left. The Dojo eliminated. Blackhand eliminated. It's up to Energy. Can Energy win this? And in the blink of a moment, it's top 2. The way this game started, it was now going to end in a 3v3 fight. Optic versus NRG.
Everyone in the arena has just become an NRG fan as they want this tournament to continue.
Get to my height now.
Get in your height.
I'm starting with you, sweet. I have a I'm swapping. Coming up. I have height. Ryzen here. I'm back up.
Energy on the swing, they have the ultimate height. This is bad for Optic.
This is very bad for Optic.
Knock gets the knock on his sweep. Do we do?
They're behind the wall,
Skills gotta go nuclear.
Dropped on 1 HP. Energy! They fucking win it!
Oh my god.
NRG!
Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall. NRG clutch. And Optic Gaming, who are on the precipice of becoming your champions, will have to wait a little longer. NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
Energy keeps the tournament going and causes the biggest upset in Apex history, and it was all because of this trident. Some people may think Optic choked the final fight, but Energy's position provided several advantages, with high ground, head glitches, and angles to see Optic first. Also, remember both teams had little loot going into the endgame, and the death boxes near Optic all landed outside the zone, so Energy was able to loot up more, and Nathan picked up a DG threat Prowler. He could sit in this smoke and stop Optic from ever climbing on height, so it may have been a 3v3, but it was never a fair fight. What if Optic won the race? Well, despite Dojo and TSM thinking Optic could be on the left dock, neither team did much to push them and take them out. I'm assuming both teams were never confident where Optic was and focused on trying to win to keep the tournament going. Optic's chances of getting to late game would have been very high, unless Energy griefed them. Losing that race would still give Energy 100% certainty of Optic's position, and we'd hopefully expect Sweet to call a play to continue the tournament just as he did early on. But we're looking with hindsight. We'll never know if winning the race wins them the game, but we do know that losing the race and Energy stealing this trident lost them $500,000.
I'm Steve Young, lead level designer.
My name is Eric Canavis. I am the BR Systems lead on Apex.
My name is John Larson. I'm a designer on the Legends team.
My name is Ian Holstead, and I'm the designer on Alter.
My name is Evan Nikolic, and I am the design director for Apex Legends.
I think Apex is the premier competitive battle royale. And so I think it lends itself to just showcasing itself really well in competitive settings like LAN.
As a gameplay designer, when you get a group of the best pros in the world together, all playing in one match, it's the closest we have to a simulation that has very little errors. These players just don't make mistakes.
They show us how great the game can be. They inspire us to make the game better. They inspire our players to get better.
Being able to get involved with the hype and watching them play across these maps that we've spent so much time making has been just awesome.
Seeing Apex being played at this level is just crazy.
It means a lot to me to know that we're reaching out to other nationalities and regions across the world and that they're enjoying the game that we're working on.
I was just in awe of the number of people that had traveled from so many different places to come together to just celebrate and watch this game.
Meeting people who've come all the way from Europe, from Asia, and seeing a really diverse group of people who are just so appreciative of all the work we've done.
It's so fulfilling seeing all of your work sort of come together to this big, huge, exciting event where, you know, all these people are really just so dedicated.
It's humbling to just witness the fact that we're a global game.
I've been working on Apex for a long time, almost 5 years now, and it's very easy to forget the impact that the game has. It makes it all worth it.
It's super inspiring to see so many people embrace and love Apex, and you know, stokes that fire to keep putting in the effort.
Day in, day out, you're just putting in the hours, working on the game. I mean, I love it, I'm passionate about Apex. But then you go to an event like this and you're like, oh, this makes a big impact.
I have really loved meeting all the influencers and fans and getting to hear their feedback and stuff too. It's been really special.
Thank you for engaging with it. Thank you for playing it and talking about it and just being a part of such an amazing community. It's one of the most incredible gaming communities that I've ever really been a part of.
Seeing people excited about your hard work is just so fulfilling. It really means the world, and Apex wouldn't be what it is without our players and without our fans.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. 3 days ago, we started with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world, and now we're down to just 60. Their journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million. So crowd, make some noise, because this is the ALGS. Let's bring out our 20 teams. Alliance from EMEA, long live Alliance. The 2023 World Champions, TSM! Starting their legacy is Legends Gaming! Creating their own legends, KINOTROPE Gaming! The dojo in disguise, it's disguise! They're wet, they're full of sweat, it's not moist esports! They're ready with the next one. From POQs to LAN Grand Finals, it's Cloud9! They're taking off, it's Spacestation Gaming! Another chance at greatness, it's Luminosity! Representing Europe, it's OMiT! They are content, it's 07! With former world champion Sharky, it's Virtus Pro! Viva Mexico! It's Liquid Alienware! The Scrim Griefers, it's 2 rats, 1 controller! The 2022 World Champions, it's DarkZero! From the land down under, it's Serenity! Represent Japan, it's Fnatic! Three of the most dangerous, it's Reject Winnity! The X-Fire Beavers, it's Aurora! Taking it to the next level, it's Elevate Gaming! Now that we have our 20 teams, Let's see what they're fighting for. The ALGS LAN Trophy.
Clear, clear, clear.
And now here comes the trophy. Here it is. Like the Black Eyed Peas in the 2000s. Let's get it started. Crowd, make some noise! Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, Galen Center. Everybody in Los Angeles has been alive and well. You see it in front of you. That trophy, what they've been fighting for, 10 grueling weeks of our ALGS Split 1. All the travel, 40 teams from around the world, vying for $1 million in prizing. But that trophy right there, that might be the best prize here. I am so excited to get this started. We have a live crowd in Los Angeles, and we have an exciting day of Match Point. And you know that when we say Match Point, it is going to be something special. That is what the ALGS brings. And I see you all there watching at home, whether on Twitch, on YouTube. We love you, we appreciate you, and we are so glad that you're joining us on this special Sunday. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by three of my fantastic comrades here, Glitter Explosion, Dia, and of course Spider Tiff. Glitter, this is the moment that everybody works for.
I mean, we've seen an incredible competition here so far, and after all of that, today is going to be absolutely insane. We heard so many people cheering, whether that was for Liquid or for Fnatic. People want to see what's going to happen with the storylines we've been driving for literally half a decade.
And in many ways, Dia, we've been driving these stories, but sometimes these stories have been driving us. We've been trying to talk about certain teams, but other teams have poked their head into the front and made us focus on them. This has truly been a regional event where anybody can win.
And that's been one of the most fantastic things about Split 1 playoffs here in Year 4 is that, and while many have commented on it, we're seeing a really unprecedented level of parity between regions. People have been talking about how they believe, especially since this is a North American land, that North America may be underperforming, but that's simply not true. We're just seeing other regions really be able to bat at the level. Everybody finally being on what seems like an even playing field, and I would dare say, Rain Day, we're likely seeing a different champion as a result.
You know, people tune in and they expect us to talk TSM, to talk DarkZero, to talk these teams that have done it before in the past. But one of the most important things that may go unnoticed, Tiff, is there are going to be a lot of teams we don't talk about today. There will be teams that do not hoist that trophy, and that is part of it. You got to be willing to take it all, but you've also got to risk it and say, this wasn't our day. We just don't know who that's going to be yet.
We really don't, but I think this is where you need to lay your heart on the line. There are thousands of fans surrounding the Galen Center inside here, just waiting to see, will their team, will their favorite honor go towards them? And at the end of the day, like Dia, I believe it's going to go to a different region. Someone asked me just a moment ago, who do you think is truly going to win this and how many maps? And my brain split in 20 different pieces. Anyone can do it, Rain Day.
It's really not possible to follow. I mean, I literally have no idea who is going to take it. Predictions were so hard today. And who are we predicting? Well, let's take a look at the teams who will be participating this afternoon in our Match Point Finals. They've worked so hard through our group stages, through our elimination brackets, our winners brackets to get here. Well, here they are, the 20 teams that will be vying for not only their share of $1 million, but that coveted trophy and the chance to call themselves the champion of the Split 1 playoffs. Aurora, DarkZero, Fnatic, Liquid Alienware, Not Moist, 07. You heard them all introduced there, but just seeing them on paper, the names DSG, Alliance, OMiT, SSG, and of course, TSM. These are just some of our participants that will be on display today. And guess what? I mentioned it before. This is what they're playing for. If you get first place, that's a cool $300,000 this evening. And I'm sure that they will be going out to dinner if they do win that one. We've seen it in Birmingham and London. They get some nice feasts there. But 160K for second place. So even if you don't win match point, but you do find yourself later in the position where you've done well and gotten points, that money's going to be yours.
Absolutely, and that's not an amount, chump change amount, right? People are fighting to essentially be in that top 4 or 5. Obviously, everybody going home with a little bit of something in their pockets, having made it this far in the competition because it was already difficult enough to get here, but everybody wants the glory and the title.
That's right. Sometimes, like I said, I think it might be the most coveted prize, some of the bragging rights and just hoisting that trophy. That is what these players play for. You can't put in this amount of work and only care about the money. But we got to start focusing in on some of these teams that will be participating. You know what? I'm the host. I get to start.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go into what I want to talk about because EMEA has shown up at this LAN in a way that we have not necessarily seen before. When you look at OMiT, 2R1C, we hear a couple of fans in the background getting excited about it. EMEA has had love, 07 as well. I mean, first off, looking at OMiT, Lufka, Last Light, this was a team that struggled, got contested most of the time heading into Split 1, barely made it here, and have had a lot of success at this tournament. We've actually got a tweet from Blast talking about his experience. This still doesn't feel real, none of it. Yesterday, I was just the M&K pro who was stuck in Pro League, missing the mark, and today, I'm the controller player who is in grand finals of the playoffs, making huge clutches. I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone, honestly. And I think that is the sentiment across not only our pros that we're seeing here, but all the teams we're about to highlight today. Gratitude. What a moment. It feels unreal to be here. And I think for a team like OMiT, they've got a strong chance. Another team to focus on, 2R1C. Oh my God, the pop-offs that occurred yesterday. I saw them in the elevator. They were in good spirits heading down to breakfast. Jocko, Hyrka, Mizzy, they're playing Lifeline. They're mixing things up, and I think that's given them a lot of confidence. They're playing their way, and sometimes when you do that and you go a little bit against the grain, you find something special. We've seen it with Aurora, and we're now seeing it with 2R1C. Will they be an underdog? Certainly, to win this all. But if they do it, it might be one of the greatest wins that we will see in ALGS history. Now, speaking of a team that would have a lot of crowd support, a lot of fans behind them, it is, of course, none other than 07. Nasty, Ampy, Nags, you can hear them lighting up. But this moment right here was what got them here. In winners, they needed to get a win in order to move on and guarantee a spot in Sunday. And guess what they did? On your screen right here, clutched it up, and they sent us into an 07 salute to close it out. It was amazing to see. The crowd got hyped, and to me, this is, there it is. They got the 07 salute. I mean, Glitter, you've been watching them as well. Just a touch point. Nasty, he feels like he is on one this trip.
Yeah, the best they've ever looked. Sometimes we watch them struggle and have to really make their way through that Elim bracket 2. Right now, I feel like they've just found a really solid rhythm for the squad.
Well, you know, this is a regional tournament. We call it the Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. I've talked a lot. Lauren, I'm going to let you highlight some teams from North America, another region that is certainly expected to do well today.
And I'm glad you finished with 07 in yours because I'm going to touch on that and the effect it had in just a little bit. But to start things off, we have to talk about our only 2 ever title holders in the entire competitive circuit. Of course, talking about DZ and TSM, but starting off with DZ, they've literally had one of the most insane performances we've ever seen in the early stages of this LAN. They were breaking records, and if you somehow missed that, 248 points in that group stage, where 121 of those were in one series alone. They have also showed us time and time again just how consistently they can close out those wins with the 4 back-to-backs from one day to the next, and that is going to be one of the most important parts that we've also seen them do for the title when it comes to this match point format. And then the other side of that dynasty coin, of course, it is TSM. And we have to talk about them. Yeah, sure, they had a slow start here so far, but they have not missed a single finals yet to date. And they have always been the type of team that's absolutely thrived in those type of pressure situations. So we knew that there was a very high chance they were going to be here in match point finals regardless, but right now it's 3 for TSM, it's 3 for DZ if we're looking at those epic preseason invitational moments, and this would be an opportunity for them to really get a leg up. And we had that epic line from Hodzik yesterday where he said it perfectly. We now know that gods can bleed, but the question is, can they be felled? And one of those teams looking to do that, it's going to be Elevate. This is what I'm talking about with that 07 moment. Elevate have had an insanely strong run here so far. They played strong enough to make it all the way through to the winner's bracket, and it was 07 with the clutch at the end that were able to knock them down into that Elimination 2 bracket, even though they were both tied at 31 points. My favorite thing about Elevate, though, is that I feel like they probably had a lot of doubters coming into this event, and it was on them to prove everybody wrong and why they deserve to be here. Well, Zach, he's been around since the very beginning of this scene, and this time around, we've seen his Mazer moments turn into Mazer magic.
It's an amazing thing to be able, thank you, Glitter, of highlighting those teams, turn a synonym of your last name that was maybe for some funny comical, mistakes into moments that actually matter for your team. So great highlights, DZ, TSM, Elevate, certainly going to be on call. But Dia, APAC South is a region you've been focusing on. Who do you got to watch as we start this one off?
You know, it's funny you say that. At Brain Day, APAC South has given us some of the best teams in the world, some of the best teams even in North America to this day. Virtus Pro very well could be some of the next. Pricey, Way, and Sharky have really been crushing the competition throughout the course of the past couple of days. And Virtus Pro, after coming 5th in APAC South, have very slowly been revving up and actually finding a lot of wins in the course of, say, the group stage. Now, while in winners and the elimination bracket, they managed to cleanly slide through, I'd say without making too much of a splash. The very fact that they found as many wins as they did is something to look out for on match point finals. For a team that you can look out for that we've in fact already seen in match point finals, however, I've got to be talking about Legends Gaming. Going into this LAN, they changed up their roster, unable to take Easy Flash Kid to LAN. It's Draping Flame, it's Koifel, and it's Player K. Koifel, of course, coming out of North America, subbing in for them as a controller player and disrupting what was a triple M and K squad. They've really come together and just in the nick of time, barely squeezing through the elimination bracket and making it here to finals. I would be remiss not to mention one more really special squad coming out of APAC South. I'm, of course, talking about no one other than Serenity. They've got a fantastic look about them, and Serenity have a really unique advantage in this finals lobby as one of the most successful zone teams at LAN. A lot of the other squads that Glitter have talked about so far are really focused on being on the edge, on fragging out, and Serenity, of all of the teams that have made finals, are those that find the most success when they commit to hard zone and are able to play from there. They are making that play style work in a situation where no other squad has yet been able to with the Split 1 playoffs. And I've got to mention as well, this is the first time with Tilted Winnie as their coach that we are seeing a woman on stage succeed in competitive since Poland.
Fantastic shout out, Dia. APAC South is trailblazing, certainly. They're becoming almost the pride of North America. I love how you mentioned that. DZ and Moist having a lot of fun there. But Tiff, there's a region, they go by APAC, but they just have a different letter afterwards that has been dominant, to say the least, and performing so well. We all think they could be winners this time.
You know, I've been a massive fan of APAC North and what they bring to the table, and they had a big initial momentum boost ahead of the Year 4. They had a lot of roster swaps, but one that has stayed true from now after we added Songjun, you have Reject. Obli, Songjun, and Karampu have been phenomenal throughout all of our groups, through the brackets. And when you think back to it, Obli himself had tweeted, he's like, you know, I'm not actually impressed with where I found myself in my level of competitive nature here today. I'm like, at the end of the day, you just need to win one. And that's here today to make sure that you are hoisting the trophy at the end of the day. You think back to the winner's bracket, they came second, but also, more importantly, the regional finals of APAC North. This is the team that decimated it, ending it in 4 games. Now, granted, some other people got to play out for placement, but this team hit the back-to-back-to-back wins, and, well, let's see if they can do it here today. But I want to talk about another squad, and that's going to be KINOTROPE. A lot of fans here in the Galen Center for Mia K, One Tappy, and Arufa. Think back to our elimination rounds that we had witnessed. This squad featured a back-to-back win with a massive Arufa clutch-up. That slide around to win it all. I really love what we're witnessing from this squad. When you think about the journey that they've had, you might notice the names One Tappy and Mia K previously from Riddle Order, but they've kind of all come together to throw down. Now, we got to think about this. What are we going to see? They did lose out in Laika, who went on to play for another team. We'll talk about that in a moment, which was in charge a lot of the fragging power of that original team. And, well, with Deep Learning as their coach who carried forward, I'm excited to see what they bring together. So, here's the deal. There's one squad in particular that our crowd went wild for, and I think it's all time that we know why. Fnatic. I don't know if it's a Yuka supremacy or if it's a Fnatic supremacy. Some fans came up to me today and they were like, here's the deal. Fnatic is taking it. Between Yuka, Satsuki, and Laika, they were mentioning specifically saying this addition to the trio has just cranked them up into a whole other dimension. Looking back at the winner's bracket yesterday, well, we get to see a massive work here on screen, that double Kraber to win it all. That wasn't just the only game they won yesterday in the winner's bracket. Like, come on. They had a third place with 18 eliminations to outscore everyone, then to hit that win with 12 kills, and then back-to-back second places in what quite possibly could have been one of the most stacked lobbies that we had here this week in the Galen Center. Look, they can do it, guys. We're going to see another region potentially hoist that trophy.
This is one for the record books. It already has been, with DarkZero performing the biggest group stage we've ever seen, winning in incredible fashion. APAC North dominating the winner's bracket. Fnatic starting with 10+ points in our match point finals. All of these had led us to our picks for today, the talent picks. And at home, you should be predicting as well. Who do you think is going to win? We've been keeping track of it, and let's talk about it. TSM, I've got to go for them. I'm going down with the ship, and they're either going to sail me to Bora Bora or we're going to crash in the ocean. I don't mind.
Bora Bora sounds nice, right?
It's a beautiful place. I've been. Glitter, you're going to DarkZero, and I think this is a great choice, too. They look like a team that is on a mission of redemption, and they're so close to completing it.
It literally just boiled down to how terrifying they looked throughout the entire competition so far, even into winner's bracket, which we always talk about how that's a preview of what we can expect here in Match Point Finals. I could not pick DZ.
Aurora, Tiff, it makes so much sense. They have dominated Pro League. They've been dominating here. If they do it today, this will be an epic win and the return of the Grim Reaper Hardeki officially.
It will be an epic win solely because they have not won a single match here this week. So if they win the match that is needed, it will be the one that makes them hoist that trophy.
And now, Reject Winnity, last one, Dia, you've got them winning.
Yeah, this team, as Tiff said, has already won match point, has won it the fastest in the world. They've already performed incredibly at LAN, and APAC North is looking good. Reject is looking the best.
Well, competitive Reddit, you also went for DarkZero. We'll see who is right at the end of the day. We can only guess at this point. And you know how it goes in match point finals. You got to get 50 points, and then you got to win, or we go again. Los Angeles, can you make some noise? Because we are about to begin our match point finals. And to kick us off here at the Galen Center, it's two of the best in esports. It's Onset and Gaskin.
The stage is set. And the question that everybody had coming into this week, as we start a new season, was, can anybody dethrone the dynasties? Well, as we head into our match point finals, Dan, the question is still to be answered. TSM, DarkZero, in this lobby, two teams who have claimed every title in the ALGS.
So much history within just those two teams, but so many facts that may go against them when we look at what has happened previously at LANs. Remember, we have never seen a team win from the elimination bracket. Can TSM change that? As we are underway, we are out of the dropship, and we are straight into Stormpoint.
And let me tell you, it is so loud in here. This crowd is hot for our match point finals today. We start on Stormpoint, which is where we've ended most of our tournaments that we've had in the Apex Legends Global Series since its introduction. But today, it's our starting point, and we do have some contests to talk about. Here's our first one of the day. It's E8 versus 07.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Assert some dominance right at the start of this tournament, at the start of this day. And Elevate already getting some high ground here. Whether they can actually try and engage, you can see they are desperate to try and get some sightlines, but 07 just playing together at the moment, playing low and not separating too much.
Interesting to see both teams understanding the POI and the elevation differences that there are, so both teams have picked the horizon to make sure that they can negate that. It looks like the extreme height, like we saw, had been taken from the dropship by E8, but it's 07 who are looting kind of the perimeter of things right now. Nobody wanting to engage down, and this is something we saw yesterday.
Yeah, this is the only POI that is potentially contested as well. Everyone else has found somewhere to call home here on Storm Point. So lacking early fights, you'd have to imagine, and understandable when you look at how stacked this lobby is. But now you can see Nasky trying to get some opening damage to allow Amphi just to push up a little bit. But on white armors, you've always got to be careful because it can just be ripped through instantly.
We're going to see the push come in here from E8 as well. They want to engage, they want to pressure. Now, Mike's going to slow the push down for a second. Pretty good weaponry to work with here for E8, but it's all about that opening knock, that opening damage. If you can get that first knock and get out, it's so vital for you. Head glitch is being used here. You can also see the Evo Harvester is up as well, so an opportunity maybe for someone to try and overextend for that, just to get those Evos up.
Yeah, both teams are going to have eyes on it, but also this is taking a long time. 2R1C and OMiT are close, but that's a good amount of damage round. This is where you need your conduit.
Well, it looks like the push is going to come in, and Nasky will get down first. However, the trade will also be followed up as Nags, with that Havoc, is going to do a good amount of damage. Now, Amphi, Nags, trying to work together at the moment. But Amphi will go down, so now Elevate find themselves eliminated. And it will be 2R1C who come in for the third party. This took far too long, this contest.
That's what I said. 2R1C heard what was happening and they just moved north and said, actually, we will have that KP. It's free. They would have been looking at that drop spots, looking at where teams were going to be potentially fighting, and they will pick up the pieces. So maybe a lesson for both teams there to try and get that fight done a little bit quicker, as we can take a look at the map and where we're going to be heading down towards the areas around Pylon. You can see Not Moist and Cloud9 already found somewhere to call home. Liquid Alienware at the moment are going to be playing on that northern side up towards Jurassic, and DarkZero are moving right down to the southern side.
Yeah, very interesting to look at that contest and just take a second to kind of dissect exactly what happened. I think you've got to give 2R1C a lot of credit, right? They would have known that that fight was going down, like you said. They would have done the preparation to know that if certain timings went their way, there might be an easy third-party opportunity for them. And not only does it clear their rotate, but it also guarantees them some points. DarkZero under a little bit of pressure on the southern side of zone, as you said. Jim Burton down to about 10 HP, but he's got plenty of time here to pop this back.
Yeah, DarkZero wanted that Evo Harvester, but they've been kind of stopped in their tracks by Virtus Pro, and it's going to have to be a plan B here, you imagine. So Zero needs to think about things, and who else to be on the other side here but Sharky and the rest of Virtus Pro saying, actually, DarkZero, we know how to hold the southern side. They should be in a good spot for the remainder of this game, providing DarkZero don't decide just to full send it onto them.
Sharky doing his best Kovacs impression at the moment as he sends all the spiders out, the spider cave. And VP just holding out DarkZero. This is such a strong spot to hold for the long game here. Just cutting off all the rotates down on the southern side. And if you can control that height over Pylon a little bit later on, you give yourself such a good walk into where that zone is going to be if everyone does stack up there. So that's why you're seeing DarkZero take this rotation from the middle towards the south. They want to try and get past them. They want to try and approach this from that hill.
Yeah, I was wondering when they were just going to try something else here. They can go all the way around if they would like. And it seems like Trident is going to be the option, just to reposition for now. Have to be careful every time you hop into that Trident, the later the game gets, because you can just take so much damage and you really will be a focus point. Now we can look at around the rest of the map. We did see Not Moist make their way to Pylon very quickly, as have now LG. Alliance have also found somewhere to call home just behind that extremely large tree. Maybe too large.
Question to be answered by many. Not Moist then, inside of Pylon right now. And this is an interesting thing. We were talking about this before the games got underway today. What pace are these lobbies going to play out, right? Is it going to be a lot of teams who are spending time collecting Evo, trying to force their way in a little bit later and take fights with purple and red armors? Or is it going to be a lobby where everybody is taking the opportunity, if a POI and a zone is near them, to look for those prio spots? Well, I think we're getting our answer at the moment. A lot of teams already in zone down, and that makes working your way in from edge a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions we asked coming into this one. You know, how many matches are we going to get today? That's always the biggest question, and Historically, the most we've ever had on LAN is 11, all the way back at the pre-invitational at Poland as OMiT make their way in. They slam into the center of pylon, and it looks like they've been able to do the job. Lufka almost went down, and had he, then could have been a very different scenario, because there was a lot of teams focused on them.
Well, a lot of support for this team when they walked out today on that main stage. Liquid, Alienware. They're in one of the pyramid buildings just outside of pylon at the moment, kind of overlooking the central structure. And if it does pull this way, which we have seen before, this is a really, really strong position to hold. However, if you lose the doors of this building to a couple of frag grenades, whatever it might be, it becomes increasingly difficult to hold. They don't have the Watson in there as well to eat up any grenades that get thrown in. You can kind of get sucked into a position where you are so vulnerable to any of those explosives.
Yeah, this next zone in 25 seconds is going to be a big one for all these teams that have already heavily committed, but it's 2R1C, again, in Jurassic Park. They moved away from Jurassic earlier to third party against 07, and now they're looking to try and take a fight yet again. Team just backing off ever so slightly here.
Well, you can see they're full of confidence at the moment, and why wouldn't you be? They've already managed to third party once, but this is RC they're going up against. And now it's a situation where it doesn't look quite as strong, and 2R1C will be eliminated, and RC looks strong in that.
Is there any other teams, though? That's the real question. Anyone hearing what just happened? It looks like Aurora actually are very close to this, but the Gold Reds could be massive. Now Reject Winnity can get back on their feet. They can get healthy here, but Aurora are closing in, and we know what Aurora can do when they're in these scenarios. They can surround this team now. And can Reject Winnity go back-to-back holding this place?
Beautiful movement here from 9impulse, looking for the opening pick for his team. He's got to get out of here for just a second though. The armor swap is there, but it's not going to be a full one. They do get the first knock though, as Aurora goes in with that Havoc. So now Reject Winnity find themselves down to a 2. However, with the Watson, they can just slow down this push a little bit more, and they can stick that res as well.
They can stick the res. Serenity are in the area, so Aurora, no, they have to push it. They have to commit. Sangjun goes down yet again, thanks to Hardeki's damage. But Aurora have 2 teams to worry about now. It is not a simple push for them.
The more this gets stalled out, the more likely the RC are to be able to survive. It looks like you can see Serenity are looking at thinking about third party in this, but it's going to be Reject Winnity who go down. And Aurora will win their first fight of the day. They look like they should have time to reset here. 9impulse has got to get that barrier up because here comes the third party Serenity. They want a piece of them.
Yeah, Serenity's so aggressive. They know that Aurora are weak and they are going to go in. They are going to shred. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Serenity have done the initial damage. Can they follow up? There's still a chance. And Aurora, oh, it's so close. Legacy with a slither of HP just survives, and Serenity will get the job done. No other teams in the area so close of surviving there for Aurora. That is heartbreak.
Gold knock is going to be big for getting the teammates up, but wow, that's how close these fights are going to be today. 1 HP, the difference between Aurora living and dying and watching. On the observer screen, that's where the zone is going to be going. You can see that maybe it's going to pull a little bit more south than a lot of these teams initially thought, and that's why you're seeing DarkZero now in a very, very strong position. VP still holding the position we saw from them a little bit earlier as well, but I mean, that fight just sums up what we expect to see today, right down. Every single fight is going to come right down to that wire.
And that's what we're going to see a lot of as well, with edge teams arriving late to POIs. When you do hear a little bit of commotion, if there is that opportunity to third party, you have to take it, because these points could be everything to get yourself towards match point. Remember, you have to get to 50 points. That then puts you match point eligible, and then you win 1 match after that, and you will be the victors here today.
Now, this fight here, or potential engagement, I should say, is completely isolated on the northern side of this zone. It's between Cito and Cascade Falls. It's going to be between Fnatic and Disguised, and I'm pretty sure that Disguised don't want any of this. And yep, there's the answer that we were looking for. Straight in the Trident, straight out there. They want to try and extend this game a little bit more. It's Fnatic who were in fantastic fighting form yesterday. They probably looked at, probably thought, hey, this could well be them on their rotate, and it's just not a fight we want in our first game.
Disguised is going to be one of the last teams to rotate alongside Fnatic. But if they continue heading east, they are going to find it a bit problematic with TSM and Legends already in this area you see now on your screen. And TSM don't need to push Legends. They have the better position. They can literally gatekeep them and force them to come to them via the zone. And they have spotted Legends Gaming now on the cross. And it's whether they can get enough damage to get a knock.
Koiful taking a little bit of zone damage as well, gets that bat off though. However, he's just getting mowed down. And it will be reps and a combination of the zone that takes him down. So now Legends Gaming in all sorts of trouble. TSM looking to get the re-knock here. It looks like the res has come in. They're not wanting to overextend, and understandably why, into that zone. Well, they will think that this is an opportunity for KP here. If they could just get an opportunity to re-knock, to do damage, then the Zonies can do a lot of flesh damage to Legends Gaming, who are trying to rotate at the moment, but a bit of a scary moment on both sides there.
Well, TSM might be the gatekeepers at the moment, but they may become the gate kept, depending on how they plan their rotation. If they move further east, KINOTROPE are going to be waiting for them, and Slayer out of nowhere gets taken down, but it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. It's KINOTROPE on this side.
It looks like Slayer managed to get back inside, but here comes Funk. Oh, what a spray that is from the young man. His first event on the main stage, and showing that maybe Championship Sunday is going to bring the best out of him.
This is perfect though for TSM. I said they might get held out, but now this is the distraction they needed, because they'll hear all of this, they can push up, they can take this POI off them if they would like. But maybe they'll play this one a little bit safe. And all the meanwhile, by the way, TSM has to still consider what could be happening behind them.
Well, one thing that is happening behind them right now is Koiful going down to the ring again. So Legends Gaming, who they were holding out a few moments ago, are struggling just a little bit here to stabilize and get back into the game. Just looking at our minimap, it looks like they will be able to get inside the zone, but it's a long, long way for them to move. Elsewhere on the southern side of the zone, this is DarkZero. And remember, they were trying to work their way in from the west of Storm Point on this southern side for quite some time. They went all the way around now, and they are on the opposite side to VP, who were holding them out a little bit earlier. But speaking of holding out, TSM are going to do a jump here on Disguised.
Yeah, Disguised, they came in late. We saw they were on a big rotation onto the eastern side. TSM can hold them out here and can use the zone to their advantage. But remember, LG are going to be on the other side. Wraith Ball could do something.
Can design for somewhere to find somewhere, excuse me, to put the other end of that portal down to get his teammates safe. Can he out-rotate TSM here and get ahead of them? And it looks like the answer might be yes. Some good damage coming in on both sides. But oh, my spray! How is the last alive? How gets two into 1v1? And oh, it'll be TSM out! And Disguise will win that fight. However, the damage that was exchanged means both teams will fall. As now we look over to the other side of Pylon now. This is Jurassic. And the entrances to where everybody is starting to stack up.
And none of these teams are in the zone, by the way. There's 4 of them outside Jurassic, all kind of fighting. Looks like Legends are going to leave, so it's going to be Serenity and Fnatic just as the last 2 teams to maybe have a little scrap. It could be a straight 3v3, depending on how they take it, but Legends will be watching over it.
A couple of ults are available, though. You can see for Serenity, one that isn't is going to be Beast of the Hunt, but the Caustic Gas certainly is. You can see they're trying to use it here to hold Fnatic out. They don't want to make this comfortable for them. And it looks like UKF is going to be that final player alive. He goes for the Sky Nade. He's hoping it's going to be a banger. It's pretty good, but it might not be enough here.
Trying to find any sort of damage through the smoke, and it's not necessarily working out from right now. All the meanwhile, all these teams who were in Pylon earlier can watch over all of this commotion and try and pick up some KP.
Fnatic will be eliminated. UKF not able to clutch up for his team in the way that you would imagine. Reviving with that goal, knockdown's going to be good, but they can't afford to stick it because another team is now overextending to try and clean these pieces up.
Yeah, it's Legends Gaming. It was the team that left earlier, but OMiT also doing damage from a distance. Serenity down to 2, but Legacy again on maybe just a slither of HP to work with. And Legends really want to be able to thirst this one, get the possibility of an Evo Shield swap, but now they're back up to a full 3, so at least they can calm down for a little bit. Serenity have just got out of dodge there. They didn't want to take that fight, and they leave the body behind.
You got to say Legends Gaming have done a really good job of even getting in towards this zone. We saw them just a few moments ago being held out by TSM. Well, they wrap all the way around, they find a place to play, and then they third party the fight that was going on the northern side of the zone that you can see. But we mentioned how the zone looked like it was going to pull away from Pylon towards the south. That's exactly what's happened. And at the bottom, right near where that zone is going to be pulling, is the 2 teams that we saw just kind of jostling with each other a little bit earlier on, right? VP and DarkZero, both of them in the best spots on the map.
Yeah, DarkZero very intelligently, right at the start of this game, avoiding Virtus Pro, not taking that fight directly because they knew what a power position it could be and that they could share the bottom of this circle. So both of them will be fine for now and are really going to be the ones to watch when we get to that last circle. Cloud9, another team that can be a real threat, but Serenity, Legends, OMiT, SSG, Not Moist, Alliance, they've all got to move now. Circle's coming in.
Luminosity will be eliminated. We're now into our top 10. Half of the lobby has fallen. As Zone 4 starts to close, Serenity trying to go forward, trying to work their way towards zone. Everyone who's on this side of the zone at the moment is probably thinking kills is our way for points. Not Moisty in the kill feed as well, as are SSG and Zyning. He's found himself a wingman. As player K is looking for bodies.
Oh, SSG are doing so much. Serenity will eventually fall. Legend still staying together, still wolfpacking at the moment and surviving. Alliance go down. OMiT the next to fall. 7 squads suddenly, just like that, with a snap of your fingers. Now Strafing Flame, he'll actually take out the remainder of SSG. Just 6 squads here.
6 squads remaining. Everyone who banked on Pylon now has to leave, and you can see what a problem that is. There's only room enough for a certain amount of players at the end. One team who's doing a pretty good job here on this northern side is going to be Not Moist, but here comes Legend Gaming. And remember, just a few moments ago, it looked like this was going to be a horrible game for them. But now, they're in the mix.
In the mix, can they get the final kills? Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9. They hadn't even found a victory until yesterday, and now they find themselves in the final 3 here in the grand final of match 1. Now, DarkZero, Virtus.pro, and Cloud9, your last 3 teams here in match 1. VP on the southwest, DarkZero on the southeast, but Cloud9 are the first team that have to move from the north.
Everybody full, everybody healthy. ALGS is going to be popped here as well. You can see that the utility is going to be a big thing. And from where all of those fights have taken place, you would imagine that every single player on these teams with the ALGS, with the fact that they haven't had to directly engage VP and DarkZero, should have their ultimates available. Like you say quite rightly though, the more treacherous path here is going to be for Cloud9. They have to work their way uphill. But DarkZero might think about being a bit cheeky here on VP.
Wow, DarkZero getting very aggressive on the Virtus.pro, and they might see those blue shields and say, actually, maybe we just take this fight quickly before the 3rd team arrive. It's purples versus blues.
I think it's even more than that. I think they're trying to burn their ults. I think they're trying to almost fake it out here, and you can see that Sharky was forced to back down here and use that Bangalore ultimate, which he now would not have available a little bit later on. DarkZero always thinking one step ahead. Cloud9 might have seen this as the opportunity to push though.
Well, Cloud9 saw that there was action happening, and now they're getting aggressive. They recognized they were in the worst position on that northern side, fighting up the hill, but then backing off. They say, actually, no knocks in the kill feed, a silly push, let's just take our time. Everyone in the moment very hesitant to get engaged, and quite rightly so. You don't want to be the first team to lose someone.
I think this is just every single team showing that they don't want to be the first to engage, right? They want to see if there's an advantage. If there's not, they go straight back. They play it slow, they play it safe. Jen's not going to have his Rolling Thunder available. Pricey's used his ultimate as well. So now you're starting to question, hey, Cloud9, they might be the only team with their ults available, thanks to the fact that VP and DarkZero had that little kind of dance on the top of the hillside here.
Yeah, a Nox grenade can make a big difference, as can an amped up Sentinel. DarkZero need to be well aware of the positions they're taking. They know they're a little bit vulnerable now. There's that small gap between the trees that Pricey's just trying to find the angle to get a shot. And all it takes is one headshot could really make the difference and maybe encourage C9 to push up this hill.
Fascinating, isn't it, that we have Sharky on one side and we have Zero on the other. Long-term APAC South fans would probably think that that was impossible at one point. They were almost joined at the hip when it came to playing together, to sharing success. But now it's opposite sides, opposite colors. And DarkZero, their cover is starting to disappear here. This palm tree is serving them well.
It does seem like Cloud9 and Virtus.pro are both focused on DarkZero right now, and when DarkZero recognize that, they might have to just commit to fighting one of them and try and play for 2nd place. It's such a horrible thing to have to do, but sometimes when you get that realization, you might have to.
Well, DarkZero have got to move first here, and you can see that's why they're trying to do damage. Those shots from Naughty. Well, naughty by name, naughty by nature. It's going to be Sykes who goes down at first here.
May not be an opportunity to get a red as well. You will see now. Bangalore ultimate comes down. Rolling Thunder will do a lot of damage. Sorcerer's going to fall because of it. And actually, it's advantage for
DarkZero swinging this. DarkZero swinging this. They play for 2nd. They think that this is their opportunity. DarkZero will be eliminated though. And it'll be C9 who somehow managed to hold it off. But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals starts with a win.
What a moment that is for Virtus.pro. An excellent day yesterday, and it carries on here today. 15 points on the board just from that match alone. And they can start to maybe think about well, we're in the mix of this one. Taking down the likes of DarkZero, right? It's not like they were gifted a victory. They had to work tooth and nail. They had to work so hard for it. Such a slow final circle as well, with 3 teams all so scared to push one another, hoping someone else would blink first.
For the hardcore fan of Apex Legends, that endgame had everything. Looking to manage those ultimates. What utility do you have available? How does the zone influence who has to move first? What decisions have to be made? Can you burn the other teams? It was just brilliant. And it's VP, who after everything had pretty much been thrown at them, were the team who survived the longest, who managed to hold strongest to let the zone make the plays for them. They make that play at the end, they clean up the damage. Well, what a wonderful bit of endgame navigation, and I think patience as well from them.
Other teams who picked up a lot of points, Cloud9, of course, getting to that late game. SSG were up there because of the amount of kills they were able to get from Pylon. They were having a field day with all of the teams arriving from the northern side. They were just picking everyone off one by one. And those kills could be massive with their chances of getting to match point first. It wasn't the biggest of victories from Virtus.pro. We have seen bigger wins, which means they're not going to be as close to match point as maybe some teams have been historically after finding a victory in match 1. But it certainly has given us an indication of how tight these lobbies are going to be. Very slow and methodical to begin with, and then just having to make those last-minute decisions when the zone forces you into one another.
Yeah, I think it's going to be some incredible end zones today. That's one thing that we can guarantee, right? Everybody is looking to get a prio position, looking to get into zone early. And by doing so, that means that when we get to those end games, it's all about the gray matter, what's going on between the ears, those decisions that you make that decide if you're going to come out as the champions. A fascinating first game of our finals, Dan.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there was just so much different ways you could have played it as well, and it all goes back to the very start when we saw the rotations from Virtus.pro and from DarkZero to ensure that they had that southern side, and it really paid off for both of them in the end. But sadly for DarkZero, they just got focused by both squads in that final 3.
And DarkZero just couldn't hold off the push in the end, tried to play for those kills and almost managed to get it done, but C9 held strong and VP clean up. But it's time for us to jump into a break now. When we get back, map number 2 of our match point finals is coming your way. DarkZero have got to move first here. You can see that's why they're trying to do damage. Those shots from Naughty. DarkZero will be eliminated though. And it'll be C9 who somehow managed to hold it off. But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Shockey's return to the finals.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Split 1 ALGS playoffs. Game 1 is in the books. Everybody, I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm here casting alone because I can't find my partner anywhere. We gotta see where he's at. Let me know if anybody finds Genome, everybody, because he's probably looking for that Split 1 trophy. What a huge game it's been so far. But I think, is that a whisper in my ear? Do I hear Genome? I can't find him. Where are you, Genome?
Wait, you can't see me?
No, okay. Now I understand. Now I get it. But Virtus Pro, everybody's looking at them right now. You are cheering in the back. VP come out on top with game number 1 dub.
It was an awesome effort by the boys, as Onset and Gaskin were mentioning. Getting into the south in that particular pylon zone, just absolutely crucial to them taking out the win. Let's have a look at the match results now and get a sense of where the teams are standing after that first game, as we've still got one more on Storm Point today. It will be that 2-2-2 rotation. VP, as you can see, there's only 3 kills for them in the end. Most of the kills actually going over towards teams like Not Moist and Spacestation Gaming.
It helps when you land over by barometer before you make that southern rotation. C9 coming through with 4 KP. You see Not Moist though lighting up the kill feed with 7 KP, and even Space Station.
Yeah, Serenity also, 8 points for them. We saw them take a couple of clutch fights, putting down juggernauts like Aurora. Only 2 KP for them after that scuffle down in Jurassic. That was a very impressive fight. And I mean, we just have to give it to those boys who, they come out of APAC South. They don't have any experience at LAN, basically. And, it's a middling position in Pro League. And yet here they are slugging it out, taking wins against Aurora, one of, if not the best fighting team in the game.
That's crazy. You also have to consider the starting points for some of these teams as we take a look at the series results, because we know that VP, they started with 2 extra points going into the day. They finished with 17 total points after that first game dub, and then Serenity right behind him with those 16 total points.
Yeah, and that's why our match point finals here at LAN tend to be, maybe 1 game shorter on average, you'd say, because people do start off with some points already from those advanced standings. Obviously, Serenity starting off with 8. Virtus Pro also had a couple, and then you've got teams like Rejected, Fnatic, who just balled out in the winners bracket. Not doing so much in that first game, but that doesn't matter. They've given themselves a chance to stay in the competition by doing so well on day 3.
That's why it's so important when you have teams that finish in the top 3 in that winners bracket that had those 8 starting points. And it's cool to see how teams, even like DZ, coming in with 7 points too. And of course, with some of these players playing out here with their own peripherals, I also want to give a huge shout out and big thanks to our sponsor, Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Swing by the Battle Beaver booth here at the event where you can pick up your own limited edition ALGS Split 1 custom controller, available only this weekend. Battle Beaver is also offering quick repair services for competitors here at this very venue. If your PS4 or PS5 controller is drifting, make sure to stop by and check out their drift calibration test.
I'm sure there's plenty of controller fans in the audience here. As I look around, the Galen Center is more full than it has been all week. So many fans here. Some, I can see, have been here the whole time, every single day. Love the support from the community that we're getting here in LA. The match picks come in now. We start to see our second game shaping up. That initial contest, we saw that from 07 struggling in game 1. They've had plenty of time. That's the thing about contests, Vicky. You lose it, you get a good 20 minutes to just sit there and discuss.
And that also plays a factor into these legend compositions when we see this. I mean, we saw it during our group stages. But game number 2, everybody, LA, are you ready? seeing every seat here filled up in the stadium gives me goosebumps, Genome. You can only imagine what these players are feeling right now. Money on the line, let's go. 50-50 that we were expecting to see. E8 versus 07 commences again.
So Station is the home of our first battle for the second time. This one starts a little bit more in earnest with Shubi and Zap immediately going down to the alternator of Nasky. All right.
Zach Razor taking the zipline though before he slides in and they get eliminated. Nasky with the pop-off. The auditorium just rages. Make some noise for Nasky. 07 getting some revenge.
So much hype. I think the admins actually had to intervene there and say, guys, you need to stay in your seats. Oh, that's got to be a relief for the boys. Taking that first loss. And this is the thing about Sunday and match point, Vicky, is that every game that you go out immediately, you get 0 points. It just starts adding pressure onto you, right? You got to think, oh, we're further and further behind. We're one game off what we should have been. That's how these players think about getting to match point.
Especially when you consider this lobby, kill-hungry teams like Aurora, DarkZero, Disguise, teams that easily clean up that KP, that could find themselves in that 50-point threshold for match points. But it is about that dub, that consistency. As we take a look at the legend picks at the top, Bloodhound, of course, at that 95% threshold here too. Bangalore, Caustic. I mean, this is the legend composition that we've seen basically all throughout the season.
It is. It seems to be even higher than we saw in previous stages of the tournament, though. A couple of fun ones coming through with Wraith. I mean, you know, still a couple of teams picking the lifeline as well. Aurora have stuck without throughout the tournament. I mean, I know a lot of people actually counted that out. They said, yeah, look, lifeline's a bit fun. You can play it during Pro League, but when things come down to it during LAN, you know, they're going to blink. They're going to try something else. Maybe they'll go back to that Bang Blood Caustic like everyone else is in the meta, but Aurora have not. They stomped through some of the competition in group stage, and now they've finally made it into the finals.
Talk about nice timing on a rotation here as we take a look at DarkZero. A team in the distance before DarkZero took that zipline had taken an evac tower. So now with DarkZero being here, they're going to be able to get some more information, not only from the survey beacon, but from the ring console as well. Great utility, but then you could also expect other teams that have been rotating away from Cedo, OMiT, going through the Vault Tunnel. There's also an Evil Harvester on the southwest side. Alliance, another team taking to the skies currently as they try to find where they want to situate themselves with the Caustic. This circle will be pulling by that checkpoint, choke point. And we know that through the trenches, a lot of these teams find themselves funneled outside of checkpoint where we see most of the chaos, whereas teams on that northern side leaving at a north pad will have a little bit of an easier rotation if they want to wrap around by the rocks.
I mean, the first game certainly had us leaning towards teams rotating hard and fast. I mean, you had VP as well as Cloud9 who start very southern. They were straight into Pylon there and managed to really get quite a few placement points from that. So we're now seeing that from our teams on the north as, you know, for once we're getting the zone's moving around a bit, Vicky, which we really are hoping to see today after, you know, a couple of trials in a row, getting a couple of Echo HQ zones in a row. It was very tough for teams on the other side at points throughout the LAN so far.
I mean, what else can you expect when the scriptwriters are waiting for this? As Fnatic on the high ground, beams with the Havoc, drops down, gets a crack originally on that conduit. Who's Trident providing some extra cover. They lose out on Nuka F. They try to get the fall, playing around the knockdown shield, but it's gonna be a 2v1. It looks like the Black Hole coming in. Even the Trident taxing along there to give them some extra cover. Trident getting their back here is Leica now. It's gonna be able to finish off 07. Their lives short-lived for this game number 2.
I think that's the singular most unlucky black hole I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they were reloading when the black hole went in, right? That's actually super crucial because if you've got ammo, these pros are so locked in. You know, they've seen it a billion times now. They will always just crack it straight away, but the Trident actually blocking that off. Nuts.
We saw this fight happen down in the kill feed here too, but Hockey's in a look. He gets deleted to enemies, literally one, and Disguise have moved in. Huge nade from enemy with that Arc Star to finish the job. Now one left here from Alliance.
They're just gonna have to turtle in here for the moment.
But there's so many other teams in the vicinity here. Well, Fnatic Aurora might keep going on. Disguise get the finisher onto Alliance, the last straggler. Even the Wildlife want to get involved in that fight to try the third party, but around this area you still have Legends, Reject, Winnity, LG, DarkZero off to the side here. Disguise are safer right now with these caustic traps. They could reset and get some extra meds if they need with those death boxes.
Yeah, look, the shots are going out, but it's all PvE at the moment. Disguise not too worried. All right, shots fired from Starboard and Aft here as Fnatic are just charging down.
Oh man, they're chasing after 9 impulse. Are you kidding me? He is hasta la vista for real, dipping as the solo.
Yeah, they actually dropped off, so there's the Aurora members completely in different postcodes right now. So you've got Hardeki over there in Cenote Caves, while his teammates still back in Barometer.
Fnatic breaking their necks and trying to find out where those last 2 members of Aurora are. Liquid now popping the Beast of the Hunt here. Yanya having to pop the shield bat though, but with the Beast of the Hunt letting him see right through not only those smokes, but even the caustic gas that was sent out. He was forced to drop down from the high ground, playing a little split up, only leaving him alive. It is OMiT, the team that we were looking at as they made their rotate away from Cascade Falls, now going right through this checkpoint side. And no other team in the vicinity want to try to third party this unless LG on the low ground may want to take that zip line.
Yeah, no one else has really wanted to go through checkpoint. As you say, LG probably going to be trying to gatekeep those teams as they sit above checkpoint. Fnatic do start coming in on the southern side now, as we see just in the distance there. Coming directly underneath OMiT. Sounds like they're in the Trident on that rotate. Okay, OMiT. They got one up on Liquid. Can they do the same on Fnatic? They've completely surprised them.
Oh, but there you have the high ground here too. Even with the lifelike care package over to the side, I mean, they were not expecting them to maybe still be here. Levka's still incredibly low here. They're going to be able to avoid the Bangalore ult as the building is right behind them. While taking this fight though, they can then re-engage while looking at them from the height and get into a better angle.
Okay, so they have survived the initial onslaught, but they're still on the low ground.
And right behind them, by the way, it's going to be Liquid Alienware, who are slowly approaching checkpoint. Fnatic has to end this quickly, or they will be pinched.
Yeah, the solo creeping back in. Maybe he's hoping he can get the banners in all of this chaos. See the bang ults coming out now.
And on the other side of checkpoint, it is also C9 Fnatic. While they keep going with this fight, they jump down from the high ground right through that evac tower. Liquid get eliminated finally. Now another Bloodhound scanning comes in. C9 are right behind them. I mean, all this action from the southern side of the zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just a coincidence. Fnatic wanted to disengage against OMiT, or maybe they caught him on the scan as he was coming in underneath from the Bloodhound, and then just decided to grab the free kill. But in doing so, they have let Cloud9 onto the other side, and OMiT probably aren't going to be super happy about this either, but they've still got time, Vicky. There's still probably another 4 or 5 minutes,
on my marker,
as they can stay in here for the next 2 zones for these teams to sort things out.
And while C9 have moved in, Fnatic say, all right, we're done with this here. They're going to start now rotating on the outskirts of checkpoint before finding themselves on that north side. C9 just waiting here in this building. Fnatic may be wondering, with this reposition, if they could try to go for the third party, trying to get this early KP if they can, as this is that second game. Any little points here count, as they have the biggest lead going into this match point format.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I've heard from players just over and over again this weekend is how they really needed to sort of get that first fight under their belt, that first win, to really start believing in themselves again and just relax a bit, I think, too. And Fnatic, obviously, not a great start to today, and I feel like those expectations almost reset on Sunday on match point finals.
We should inspect that area.
I definitely agree, especially with the pressure and having those 10 extra points. Teams like KINOTROPE, a team that has definitely impressed me with the consistency of winning. Already getting that crack, you see that triple take as they do try to close in the gap. They were trying to contest them on this rotate, knowing that this team was going to start going in from that south side. But do they really want to commit here? 2 rats, 1 controller. With Uchaku having that red Evo though, the Beast of the Hunt activated from him. See if they can get that height.
He's got the hammers, but no Mozam. The grenades go a little bit too long as KINOTROPE here try and get in a little bit closer to 2R1C.
Oh man, the bang ult though, controlling so much space. Missy gonna be able to get 2 knocks. Backing away. Uchaku gets a swing with the hitfire, but 2 get taken down. KINOTROPE get eliminated, but this fight took too long.
They've taken way too long. Spacestation gonna come in and clean this up. Zainu, this man has held a trophy before and he is not scared.
Regardless though, whichever team comes out on top as they try to chase down that straggler, so many other teams are already in that final circle. It's just a matter of time. Spacestation get the crack, but they're gonna have to go a little far to get that one person who's trying to hide between the rods. Nowhere to hide though.
No, the zone's just on the other side of that. It'll be extremely hard for 2R1C to survive a Bloodhound scan, and of course they don't. It's havoc after havoc coming in from SSG to finish that one off. Aurora, let's go that way. The latest addition to Checkpoint.
With 3 KP here too, as we take a look at this map and where it's going to be pulling. LG have been settled here on this north side of Checkpoint, on that low ground that we know, in the crevice here. But we saw them rotate here incredibly early, and that also helps. I mean, they have the replicator right there too. But Legends Gaming looking at them on the inside.
Yeah, so look, you were on the money, Vicky, just north of the choke. That means everyone else from the north has to come in. We also saw Aurora down the bottom on the south side. They actually took out Fnatic. Meanwhile, OMiT and Cloud9 in a staring contest still at Checkpoint.
Oh, you can't miss those. Having to back away, even though he had popped the Beast of the Hunt. Not Moist now. MT getting off angle. And he shot from the other side, but they are getting stuck here by the edge. Let's jump into a listening with Moist to see what their next move is.
Coach gear. Get full armor. I'm breaking barrel. Cracked him. 100 on him. I'm selling. I had to eat that. I had to eat that. Someone hold. I'm nading the front door. I'm nading the front door. I'm healing. We're just in. We can't afford to stay here though. We are just in though. We need to force this then. Yeah. I'm gonna pop an ult cell for Costigal, okay? Yeah, take another one. Take another one. Actually, hold on. Let me put a barrel down on the front. All right, pop an ult cell. There's a car going around. Scan when you can. Scan the Bloodhound. Scan them when you can. Scan them when you can. Scanning. There's one on roof. Look. I'm taking space. I'm slow. I got scan. I'm batting. I'm avoiding scan. All right, back it up then. They're getting on roof.
So as you heard there, Moist coming, we're still in, just in, so they can play a bit of this bunker here. But other teams that have to start trying to make a move. Virtus.pro and DarkZero, they came to blows at the end of game 1. It's going to be a bit of an earlier fight this time.
And playing off that northwest side here, where neither of these teams are in that next circle once they see that and figure it out. But BP playing off the lip of this wall before they can try to see if they can see DarkZero in vision. And even if DarkZero want to fully commit to this, we know that Reject Winnity are right behind them.
Reject Winnity actually in a fantastic spot with where this next zone will pull. Serenity and Moist looks like they're right on top of each other. You can see these two teams just trading barrels back and forth. OMiT were actually looking to swing all the way around the outside here, up behind where we just saw Moist. They then decided against it and went back into Checkpoint. I think a very good choice, actually. It's almost like a 50-50. If they can beat Cloud9 in Checkpoint, they win and they just walk in down the hill.
But even if they do, they still have to go through the Titans, our LG, who took out Spacestation in the feed.
Okay, so we're going for the gas grenade here on top. That's it. They want to try and climb in, but you can see they're just watching it. They were hoping this gas grenade was going to push Serenity off the top. It doesn't. Jesko, the Caustic, is still very much able to watch the climb. While he's doing that, there is no chance Moist can get up.
And that's huge here. That's the Caustic matchup, and he drops down when they least expect it. The beam. Now the follow-up as they have the number advantage. They lose out on Legacy here, but it's going to be the 2-man advantage here for Serenity for climbing up to find out where that other player is. The scan comes in finally.
DarkZero are coming in off the back of this, though. You can see Serenity, sure, they got that first beam. They'll take out Moist. How prepared are they, though, for their countrymen?
As Gen comes in, swings with the kill leader title as well for this match so far. They're going to drop down onto the high ground for right now as Gen gets a shield swap. Seeing that one player on the high ground here for Serenity. Can he make miracles happen? I mean, this is DZ we are talking about. Reject Winnity now moving in for the third party.
DarkZero played this very well though, but as they try and go for the death box, it's not smoked off. They take a big chunk of damage here. Jen, is there a shield swap available? They're just peppering him through the smoke. They know he can only be 1 or 2 bullets more. The zone pushes them towards them, and DarkZero go down to reject.
Huge too. They were seen through the vision thanks to that Beast of the Hunt, and with this circle closing in, Gino, we know that C9 and OMiT are in trouble as they exit out of checkpoint.
This fight has been brewing for the better part of 10 minutes now. They've had so much time to set up for it. But which one is going to come out on top? LG and Legends ahead of them, and Cloud9 will drop.
TSM also eliminating Aurora in your feeds. Let's go having that slight high ground, but it is Legends Gaming that have taken LG's spot, while LG have rotated on the outskirts. You can see the scan coming in. RC have now found Disguise, who have that slight low ground, while maintaining the high ground, though there's still so many teams in the area, but Reject Winnity have the circle.
Reject Winnity playing around that rock. This is such a killer spot for them to be in, especially with the Watson. They can start to set those fences up there, as you can see on the top of your screen. This will be crucial to blocking off a lot of this final zone. A lot of these other teams will probably just pile in through the trenches.
5 squads left here. Hal shooting in the dark through that smoke. 2 of these last 5 remaining squads have the Watson. We know what Disguise is running, with Design being on that Wraith. But they're going to take their time, as the circle is going to be closing in the next 5 seconds here. They get the scan, they send out the arc stars, they can't ignore the team to the left. Oh no, that one Soul player. Behind the bin, they get the crack.
Well, it's only the 27 though, unless they can force him out completely, and the other team's going to do that.
Look at his overhead. Seeing everything from above, obviously. Caustic Barrel over to their left, but this is why it's so important to have this gold RE45 in Rev's hands.
No one really wants to peek their head out because Reject Winnity is just going to bite it off. But Disguise looks like they've set up a portal. If they can find the right spot to take that, the right timing, maybe they can get on top of the APAC North team.
If they can make miracles happen, I mean, Legends. I mean, if it's not the barrels, if it's not the arc stars, they are literally pinned to the circle closing in.
I mean, Reject, they've got their eyes on it. If they're very smart, they might even get time to set up some fences around that portal.
Oh, but look at OMiT's positioning right now with Legends Gaming finally getting eliminated. Our last 4 remaining squads between Reject Winnity, TSM on the low ground, and OMiT on the high ground. Disguise get eliminated. TSM get that KP, and so does RC.
Oh, for the second time in 2 games, we've got a Mexican standoff here. 3 teams taking their time. The ultimates available to these teams right now, incredibly important. How much utility have they used, and how much have they been able to keep for this last fight? Reject with the best position theoretically should have had the most, but you can see the Bang-Ult was already being used by St. June. But I don't see any ultimate accelerants being shuffled around, so it could just be Obley with the Blood of the Hunt. That's the only one left they've got, but perhaps Blasts. Does he have the Nox grenade? That could be massive. It's an open space. TSM still in that corner though.
But even if he had the Nox grenade here too, I mean, Grumpy's on that Watson, so that gen could really come in clutch.
So he's just used it to try and smoke TSM. Can he fumigate them out of this corner? I don't think he's quite managed to.
See if he can suffocate him here too. Still playing on that little lip. And that scan, the circle closing in right behind them for this final round. They also have to look over to their left. Yes, we saw that Moby being called in, but that's for some extra cover for OMiT to work with, while Reject Winnity, the Kings on Pride Walk.
Let's see if it's, which line's gonna come out on top this time. We did see there from Blasts. He didn't opt for the parabolic force, but he might have been hoping for it, because a couple of long-range caustic barrels thrown in against TSM there could have been deadly. That said, they have to stick in that corner to try and heal up a little bit while they weather these Bang-Ults coming down. They lose one along the way.
I mean, they found a crevice for right now. They knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated, and Reject Winnity clean up shop, taking game number 2 on Storm Point.
very solid 9 kills as well. It's a 21-point game there from Reject Winnity. Adding that to a lot of those advanced standing points they have, they are now going to be head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. I mean, brilliantly played, right? From mid-game all the way until the end there, Vicky. They knew exactly the right time to push back against DarkZero. DarkZero obviously did a lot of the dirty work for them, getting rid of Serenity. And then once they'd done that, their back was clear. They only had to worry about the trenches in front of them. And as you saw, all those other teams were just... It's a war of attrition down there, and they were up on the rock, lording above the rest of this lobby.
Really comes into clutch here too, while Reject Winnity going into this finals day have had a total of 4 wins. Make this the 5th one. Keeping that consistency, that would put them right below DZ with their 6 total wins going into this final day.
And you got to remember, you know, these guys didn't come through the elimination bracket, right? They were wins in all of the hardest groups, in the hardest bracket stage, in the winners bracket. None of those were given to them on a platter.
Guess it also helps when you land over by checkpoint and you made that quick rotate and you called it in advance here too, but it was about putting themselves in that position, not as early as we saw other teams like LG, who rotated north side of checkpoint within what, the end of that final circle. I mean, we know this because LG rotates really quickly, but teams like Reject Winnity put themselves on the northern side, the north path side, so then make that rotate in, so that way they could not be involved in a lot of the fighting that really wouldn't allow you to get into cover in that final circle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, trying to highlight where they came from as well is important when you look at the fact that Reject, of course, started in checkpoint. Quick rotate for them nets them 21 points in game 2. OMiT, very much nearby. They come from Cascades and get 16 points. TSM, honestly, the 12 points for them is actually, I would argue, more impressive considering they had to make it all the way over from Lightning Rod. I mean, you know, this POI that they've struggled to keep under their control for a very long time now, but finally here in the finals at LAN, at the Split 1 playoffs, they have it to themselves and they can play their own game. See you later, Red Rams.
Feeling a lot more comfortable here for TSM to breathe. Looking over on the other side, Fnatic, your team coming in with some extra points. Now finishing with 5 KP in that 15th place spot. A little difficult here in that second game, but remember, Gino, this is match point finals. After 2 games, we'll be transitioning into that next map. So, you know, finding that storm point stride and then moving over to World's Edge for that quick adjustment.
I mean, 07 can be happy that they won that contest, but it's a blessing and a curse, right? They don't necessarily get to play a very quick rotate style game, which honestly, when they've had the opportunity to do that, they've looked great. And they have been, you know, one of the most impressive teams in terms of, just their macro and how quickly they can get from A to B.
I actually want to look at a team comparison. Talking about TSM here, I want to look at the Reject v TSM, with TSM best placement here being 3rd place, Reject coming in with those 12 placement points after taking that dub. It's huge here when Reject is also going into this final day with those 9 extra points before getting that dub.
Yeah, exactly. The Reject and Fnatic were both looking so good yesterday, and it's fantastic to see them continue some of that form here. TSM have made a half of themselves, right? Coming from losers in the elimination brackets. They start with 0 points, and they're going to have to claw their way up, but we know they can do it. They've done it before. I don't think they've ever done it with 0 advanced standing points though, right? They really are starting from 0 this time.
I mean, it's the fact that we haven't seen a team win match point finals coming in from that elimination side. So it's so hard. That's why having these advanced points are so strong. As you can see right here, the series results, Reject Winnity now lead the pack with 33 points, with DarkZero right behind them, 22 points. But once again, you know, looking at both these sides with TSM being in that 11th place spot, we are going to make that transition shortly from one map to the other.
That's a big deal for some of these teams. OMiT, I mean, you know, they're sitting there at 18. They will most likely be running into a contest with KINOTROPE down at Tree on World's Edge. So yeah, they're probably happy about the fact that they managed to accrue some points here on Storm Point as they move across to the map that they will probably struggle a lot more on.
You know what I love, Genome, too? Aside from the crowd, we got some amazing, familiar faces out here in LA. It's been a good time. Shout out to Disguised Toast, Lily Pichu. What's good, guys? Welcome to the ALGS. 2 games down. Who knows how many to go in this match point finals? When we come back from this break, we got some World's Edge action for game number 3. I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and reach at Winnity. Clean up shot. The break is over. As we look over LA, the City of Angels, where we get to crown a winner for this Split 1 playoffs. Take a look at these lovely fans sitting here in the Galen Center. And it's been a fantastic time here, Genome, after already 2 games down on Storm Point. Can't wait to see the action that waits for us here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting hyped every morning as we walked into the venue and just looking at the crowd that was lining up, waiting to get in. The crowd that just couldn't wait for some high-level Apex. It's something you just don't get anywhere else, right? I mean, look, Pro League's great and all, but we know it's LAN where these guys come out to play and you see the best Apex you just don't see anywhere else.
Literally the best of the best from all around the world. That's what LAN does. It brings the community together to hail one of these champions. As we move on once again to match number 3. For those of you guys just tuning in, this is match point finals. The first team to hit 50 points will be at match point. But to be crowned the victor, they have to take the win right after that. And we've seen a lot of these teams in this lobby, specifically Genome, that find more of that success story on World's Edge versus Storm Point.
Yep, some of these teams are definitely going to be looking towards one map or the other. I mean, you know, sometimes it just comes back down to where the circle pulls. Sometimes it comes down to whether a team decides to contest you or not. And that is something we're going to be seeing on both maps here today. Not a huge amount. 07, as you can see, they get Fragment to themselves now that we've switched over. Elevate, they've, remember some struggles they had at certain points where teams got tired of being contested and said, hey, we're actually gonna ruffle you up off the drop ship and come into Epicenter and take that away, so they're just left with Survey Cam. Certainly something that these teams don't want. Aurora now playing from Skyhook East. They've had to give that up to DarkZero, who play Trials, and Skyhook West probably the best POI on this map right now.
And denying Aurora to get that gold knockdown too. Of course, with the lifeline midseason changes though, we know that they'll be able to get that gold knock guaranteed off that care pack. But that's if you get that perk already downloaded, which we know that Skyhook most likely having that Evil Harvester, but a nice little flyby here with the Skies, of course, landing Thermal.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, you bring that up because, you know, they've often been getting 2 of the gold knocks, as we see some of the other teams picking Lifeline here, which Fnatic was the other one, and 2R1C switching over to that as well. But yeah, having the double, you know, knocks is really good for multiple reasons, and one of them is just that it doesn't matter which way the team fight goes, anyone can get aggressive, and we know all of Aurora likes to get aggressive, and it just gives them options on those quick resets. And the thing is, Hardeki playing on that lifeline, usually you would say you need to be anchoring a bit more, you need to be holding back, but I mean, if you look at the data, Hardeki has been the one taking a lot of the brunt and not being able to bring people back up with that dock immediately. Look, it hasn't stopped them getting this far, but it certainly is a part of their game. I think they could definitely, you know, tweak a little bit just to get a bit better. I think if you put Oirain on that lifeline instead and switch those roles around, crazy to say it, but Aurora could be even better.
Considering that Oirain always also chips in with that co-IGL as well. I mean, the last thing you want in your games is to see your lifeline be the first one to go down. See how that's adjusted here as Spacestation now made their appearance over Climatizer and KINOTROPE being there.
There we go. We alluded to it before. E8, they've lost Epicenter again. This time it goes over to KINOTROPE Gaming. They intimated that they were going to land a tree and contest OMiT, but instead they force Elevate away to try and take Survey Camp, and then as you can see, the Northern Tunnels as well. I'd love to know if Aurora perhaps were looking to loot Northern Tunnels, whether that's caused a bit of a knock-on effect over there in that north side of the map. Either way, Elevate have once again had their loot cut in half.
And KINOTROPE, even though they are landing in Epi, they don't have to force out that 50-50 with a bit of lackluster loot that we know it as in Epi, but they are circle blessed for now on that north side, so they'll have a bit of an easier rotation.
Virtus Pro, another team, is going to have a relatively easy rotation here. They might even just opt to stay within Fragment, actually, with this zone looking like there's a chance it comes back to Fragment, but maybe it could go to Overlook as well. This one, central World's Edge zones, actually quite hard to call. So where these teams decide to play is very much going to be up to how much they're trusting the calls of that IGL in this one.
I mean, let's recap similar circles that we have seen throughout the weekend. In a similar circle like this, we've seen it pull over to the bins on that eastern side of Fragment, even on that bit of a lip that we saw Fnatic pop off on earlier on 207, making actually a very similar rotation that I was just referring to. Are already going to be able to get onto the high ground, but you see the pings, you see another team in the distance also taking the balloon.
It's a tough spot to rotate through, though. We keep pointing out how flat, barren, open this particular area of the map is. You might want to set up here early, right? Like, even if you were saying, this exact spot that I'm standing on is where the zone is going to end, that doesn't mean you necessarily want to play from there, because you're just so exposed to so many other teams that will be coming in and around.
Saw that play a factor in that previous game. TSM with the scan, seeing another team over by No Name. I believe that could be Virtus Pro, who are forced back underneath that slight broken bridge. Yeah, it is. Virtus Pro now find themselves in this building, but we know that in a circle like this, it could pull way outside of Fragment East, and all these teams just fall.
This tunnel seems to be like the #1 spot for creeping around. But it's kind of tough at the moment because everyone's got a Bloodhound, and by the time you sort of crawled your way up half the staircase, boom, they are continually scanning their back. And I guess the other thing that, Sharky gets a kill onto Strafing Flame. It looks like they were trying to set up a rotate, perhaps?
I mean, catching him off guard, going up that evac tower right in front of them. Started on the silver platter as VP now going to be able to capitalize off that easy KP.
Unless it was maybe just a distraction that Strafing Flame pulled as he was trying to get away. Kind of hard to tell. Sure, someone will go back through the VODs and give us the exact comms one day, but for now we'll just have to wonder. Legends Gaming down to 2.
Oh, and Elevate also down to 2. Zap, the last one alive, dropping down with the Beast of the Hunt. Trying to take some shots, but they're not alone here. With 07 wrapping it around, Elevate get eliminated. Another kill on the board for 07, but this is a team that we saw wrapping up behind them. Fnatic, the nail in the coffin for this fight. And this is the same exact zone that they felt so comfortable in when we saw them play yesterday.
Fourth place with 20 points, a lot of them from yesterday. I mean, yeah, it's a hard place to play from. You can see the teams that got here early were not necessarily rewarded for that. Your team fighting abilities will come into question every single time you play that zone. So DarkZero, they're looking on the back of Aurora here on the edge of the circle. Let's see if they're thinking about taking this fight or perhaps going a little deeper into the zone.
You gotta get Juicy first. Giant tunnel. I sold them. I just sold them. They might be doing a wrap for Epi as well.
Yeah, for bridge.
7 roof sacks. One meter.
Yeah, well,
okay. Someone just rezzed in Monument.
yeah, they're definitely just gonna go like all around the climate bridge.
Really wanted Epi on Solo.
I've chosen an object. Snazzy, as Voltor would say. As on a goose.
Don't see anyone.
Can maybe get Monument console. There's a Juice next to it as well.
Okay, so they force Aurora all the way into the zone. And DarkZero will be just sitting over there by themselves for the moment, waiting to see where the next circle pull goes.
Ooh,
meanwhile, lots of fighting over here in both Fragment and in Monument.
A little bit of a whiplash here. I mean, the last team that wants to get jumped and creep walked on is OMiT, because they're actually one of the teams that don't have a Bloodhound, so they don't have that scan with the Conduit instead, because we know that they were maybe expecting that 50-50 from happening.
So they've run the contest composition, but then they haven't had the contest, and that's going to be hurting them towards the end of the game. It'll be fascinating. We have to keep our eye on them and their composition for the second game of World's Edge. It's almost like a bit of a poker read at that point, right? Do you play the composition you want to play out the game in? Because you have to pick it before you get into the dropship. It's a really tough decision for them. Will KINOTROPE go Epi again?
And also, by the way, loading into these games, these teams could see those compositions. That's actually something that I found out from Alliance themselves when they jump disguise.
They try sometimes, but you can fool them as well, right? Because you set your composition, they can have a look at that, but they can't determine if you change that once you get to the Legend Select screen. It's a tricky thing.
Mind games always started before the lobby even starts itself here. OMiT, middle of this rotate, had used the Radiant Transfer. They're looking at Legends who are still inside of Fragment. More of these teams like Moist, right alongside Liquid.
Yeah, so Moist are in the tunnel now, but we've got Cloud9 holding the upper entrance. If Moist decide to go that way, they could be in trouble. We've seen so many teams. Doesn't matter how good you are. As soon as you try and take that fight, they'll delay, there'll be caustic barrels, and in the meantime, all of those shots will attract attention from Geyser. So Liquid on the backside could spell death for Moist, unless they try and go out the left entrance, in which case they might be okay. In the meantime, DZ have moved up and gone all the way above Fnatic.
A little tight on that rotate there too for the teams that have to rotate on that south side now with less than 10 seconds on the clock before that circle closes in. But DZ holding this position is beautiful. We heard their comms earlier. They wanted to rotate through Epi side so that way they could have the high ground advantage. But after this, do they want to commit to the zip line? Do they want to wrap around? We see RC right below them here. Fnatic on the other side that have not given up those bins high ground that overlooks the action that could happen over by Fragment.
Couple of teams over in Ghost Town, 2R1C. They've surprised quite a few people in this tournament as well. And just going through the teams that we've got here in our final lobby, I think not a huge amount of people would have predicted Serenity. And certainly, I don't think would have predicted 2R1C walking into the finals with those 6 advanced standing points.
Love being able to see teams make moves like that. Just like we see Disguise now, taking that design portal, scan coming in, trying to make moves themselves. Timmy does have that beast behind, but they see that this team is on the high ground. How to engage here? You see more of these teams congregate in this northern part because there's not only an Evil Harvester, but a Ring Console there too. Aurora is right alongside them. And Nine Impulse taking a split angle, holding this height while also keeping Hardeki in his line of sight.
So sure, Aurora took their time to get in, but they have done it in a way that's allowed Hardeki to get up to red armor. Of course, that's the guaranteed Evo cache that comes through the gift wrapped package. And as long as they've managed to get here with a decent amount of meds, which as you can see, they do have, I think Aurora will be okay for now. Disguise, the only team playing that Wraith.
And have been this entire Pro League season. Liquid finally getting out and actually rotating on the outskirts from that Geyser tunnel. They didn't want to get stuck there, as now they're going to be able to see this team that's right across from them. We know that there was like, what, 2 teams that have rotated from Fragment sides, OMiT, VP, Legends Gaming, and on the edge, it's Alliance. Love this overview so that way you guys could see how many squads are more so trying to play safe by the side. Aurora even trying to see if they could gatekeep Disguise on that rotate.
Yeah, you can see Not Moist have had to come all the way from the zone underneath there, and that zone, I can tell you, is pulling towards that right side above Overlook.
And since they're coming out of the circle, guess who they are right behind? It is Liquid. As they had started to engage initially, they had popped the Beast of the Hunt over by No Name. It is 2 Rats and Controller neighboring them in that building, while TSM on the north side by the fence line here of No Name are also wanting to get involved. C9 finally rotating out of that tunnel side that exits from Geyser. But while more of these squads take their time, we have 5 to 6 teams here that are going to come in from the south.
You can see MT 20 seconds until he gets his next smoke back. Obviously, with the recent nerfs, Bangalore, the rotational utility is worse than ever. How are they going to get out of this one? They've got a bang ult. Let's see how they use that and listen in to the comms.
I'm ready when you are. Clicking. It's not great, but you don't have to do. They're under there. I'm dogging. I got a bat, I got a bat, I got a bat. I'm batting, I'm batting as well. Horizon queuing up. She threw it, she threw shit out. Break all, break all, break all, break all, break all. Cross empty if you can. Cross it empty, cross it empty. Rise again! Nice, that's it again! I'm gonna jump out of the team. I need to stop it. Stop it. I have to go under tracks, I have to go under tracks, or I'm gonna die. That's a team, that's a team! I'm dead. You best to live.
The Evil Shield is empty. He cannot swap as Waltzy is the last one alive from Not Moist, and OMiT are trying to race him on the other side of the circle, while VP also make their move. With the smoke, they close in the distance. They're trying to climb up the little lip of the mountain, but they know that there's still a player right behind them. Can Waltzy get out?
It's not a fantastic spot for VP, but luckily for them, there were 4 or 5 squads just holding each other in at the back of Fragment.
Oh, but with VP now engaging on the fight, in trouble. Waltzy can get away from trouble here too. That is Liquid. On the other side, while Waltzy steals a kill away, 18 squads left, and Pricey's the last one alive for Virtus Pro.
Oh, stunned, reloads at the wrong time. And VP just trying to live on that lip. It was as we called out, a late rotate and getting hemmed in by the other squads coming out of Fragment. It's going to be a second game for VP.
Legends Gaming just fully sent it on Waltzy too, by the way, as you can see in your feed. Moist get eliminated with Reject Winnity not giving up this spot here.
Hemlock, weapon of choice for so many pros at the moment. You can see why at mid to long range is incredibly effective. And unlike a lot of the other weapons that are good, a lot of marksmen's in that range, it doesn't actually fall off that hard at short range. That's one of the big reasons why pros are using it at the moment. And I think unlike in the flatline meta, you're also not having to burn an entire clip at a time.
Comes in clutch here, as you can see, Strafing Flame now moving in, and OMiT getting eliminated. Look at all those death boxes at Legend's feet. be able to loot up to par with 11 squads left, but as they do rotate from that south side, LG are looking at them in the distance. C9 sharing some of that space, but LG are going to be playing off the low ground while C9 are on that high ground closer to that replicator. Evac towers called in, while RC coming from the high ground, but this circle is completely shifting towards the rocks. Huge shots here with the 30-30.
Grabs 2 onto Alliance as they try to evacuate, but they're eviscerated instead.
Where are you going? DarkZero getting involved in the fight, while Fnatic, neighboring disguise, design in the lava is going to be able to queue away into safety. Wrapping long and trying to avoid them in their line of sight while holding this mountain, knowing that there's other teams on the other side of the tracks. Aurora playing off the low ground. Spacestation probably the best spot in this final circle.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, but Aurora are creeping on the back of them, as you can see to the right. Disguised, struggling. I mean, is a portal really as good as Smokes and a Rolling Thunder? It doesn't seem so. Every time that Disguise try and make a move, it feels like they really could use that cover.
Luckily for them, though, at least Design stays alive. Aurora, a duo on the north side, right next to Space Station. DarkZero clean up that last player from Legends Gaming here. Another top finish for DarkZero, sitting in second place with 27 points.
DarkZero have a little bit of space to themselves. It's LG and Cloud9 nearby. Serenity down in the bottom, and you can see Fnatic do not have a lot of space to play with. As soon as they come out, you can bet that Jesco is going to be pulling the pin on the Nox grenade. SSG, as we talked about, in a fantastic spot up a little higher, but they have actually lost zone in the next ring. They're split holding at the moment, trying to put pressure on both Cloud9 and Aurora. DZ go up high. They've already done some initial damage onto Cloud9.
You see the bang ult being called in, 2 huge shots from sides here. Doesn't have the turbo on that Havoc. Shooting through the dark of those smokes. You see the nades coming out. And trying to get out of fray while trying to wrap around this mountain here too. But so many nades hurtle in their direction. It's going to be C9 that had that slight high ground. And C9 with the blue evil shields working at a disadvantage to get the crack, but Fnatic get eliminated in your feeds. And Zero wants to capitalize off of this with DC. Solo, only Jen really holding it down as the anchor.
It's all up to him. The others are being forced back, forced into zone. Sykes now with the Havoc has to come back and clutch this up, but he's not. He's going to go down to zone. A bang ult saves Cloud9.
And the circle! It be your own sometimes as a circle closed in right behind his back when he was literally one shot in terms of his health. And now Chaotic Much, the last one alive from C9, and he's getting pressured out by Space Station.
DarkZero tried to wait that out, but I think they really just had to push through and push right then with the bangle plus the grenades. It was the end of that for them, but unfortunately also the end for Cloud9. SSG have moved down here, and that's Aurora, I believe. They're peeking their heads out over at. You've got Serenity and LG still alive as well, but it's a lot of difference in elevation between these final spots.
Even going to be bigger here with our last 4 remaining teams, Aurora, Space Station, ALGS Serenity. But a big thing I'm looking at, Genome, is going to be Aurora with that lifeline. What can it do in a circle like this? Well, LG stuck in the middle, calling in a Moby for some cover. Serenity just mounting, go climbing on the other side of the mountain. But LG are just pinched in a pretty tough spot. And while Serenity are on the edge, let's jump into a listening with Serenity.
Fuck it. Fuck it up. Go.
There is that team on the other side.
Yeah, we need, just look at the strength blue container guy. He's gonna beam us.
Yeah.
Fuck, I slid. I'm going now.
Yeah, go. They broke it. That's fine. We can play slow. These guys on the rough.
I have bang on now.
We might need to slide to the... Do you think the other side of that and then shoot left?
Making contact with enemy.
Yeah. No.
Well, Bugi's taken over the reins here in Serenity. Obviously playing for Blackhand last year. Now he is the IGL and he has this team's fate in his hands. He's been doing a damn good job with it so far.
They called in the bangle early here too, Genome.
Ultimates for all of those teams coming out A truce is called.
With Frex having the high ground though and having the blue Evo shield, Spacestation have been here all game long. They get the knock, but they obviously can't get the finish here, not giving up this high ground as Zainu putting in some extra pressure, but they want this KP here with 3 squads left. Serenity get eliminated, LG right below them.
Aurora, the only team without a caustic. That's one of the reasons why they can't push up that high ground towards SSG. The other is they can just poke their heads out and destroy you at any time. LG, however, has the wingman. If there's one thing that can change their fortune, maybe that gun is it. The final 3v3.
LG have been popping off here. 4 kills going in favor for Funk. The circle's closing in right behind them. See the ult getting called in here too, but the Nox grenade in Frex's hands, ready to go. See if LG could test them here on this opening. They drop down, knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade though, as Zainu gets a knock onto Slayer. Frex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards, and LG from the low ground, wait for Spacestation to hit over them for free. That has now elevated LG to 2nd place overall. As the odds were against them, they are here to show up in this finals lobby.
Intense end zone there from LG. 10 kills to their name. A smile comes out from Sweet. It really felt like that game was in SSG's hands. I can't lie, Vicky. The drop down. One of the big reasons we're seeing Havoc so much right now is because of how much damage per mag it has. You saw the drop down. We got 1 clip and still half a mag going into the 2nd member of LG. At that point, the fight should have been over. But it seemed like LG, instead of coming at them from the other side, they try and fight it from the zone, the surprise attack. It worked for 1, but they started taking too much zone damage, and then it was just an incredible turnaround.
Hand in hand with LG also having that Nox grenade gas ready to go for that final circle. Some extra pressure for them to work with here. A team going into this final lobby with 0 advanced points, now elevating themselves after 3 games alone. Huge plays here for Luminosity. But after those 3 games here, Gino, I want to see what the desk has to say, because there's a lot to break down after those games.
I'm sure many fans in the building, fans watching at home, are saying it's about time. Luminosity Gaming, Slayer, Funk, and of course, Sweet Dreams grab the win over SSG and catapult themselves into the top of the leaderboards. What a moment that was, and what a story it would be for those watching at home. LG's run through the elimination bracket, if they were to win, they would be the first team to win a match point finals and take home a trophy from the elimination bracket. It has never been done in Apex Esports before, Lauren, and that's a great sign for LG fans across the world.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it when we were watching those final moments there, Rain. We've been waiting for LG to kind of wake up. We know the types of performances that they can have, and that was a fight where they showed why they're now in our match point finals, and they always have.
And that's the thing, you know, when you look at it, Tiff, you have a player that we've highlighted so much in our content in our year, last year in Sweet Dreams, has the process of getting off of NRG, trying to reassemble that squad. Gildersons finds his place, and now he's trying to create a new legacy. And you know what, in a weird way, this may be the perfect fit for him and a perfect fresh start.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think Sweet, Slayer, and Funk are a really interesting team. Now, when you think about historical performances when it came to when this team was Sweet was under NRG, right? They had to approach the entire regular season last year and completely reassess their macro. And then you just have another roster swap. You implode. You take essentially the core part of that team away and leave the heart, which is the brains of the operation at this point for LG. And they pair it with 2 people who are inexperienced on land. This is their first time getting on this stage. And I honestly think that running through the elimination round 2 bracket and just barely scraping by allowed them to get more reps in. And it's, of course, no surprise to me that they're finally waking up here. They were in 15th place coming into map number 3. And now they're in the top 5.
Massive game, and that will tell in the results as well. As you bring them up on your screen, we could see that one big game can change the course of a tournament. LG with 10 kills and a first place finish, earning 12 points, will equal 22 total points in that one. Bump themselves up from 15th all the way to, I think, near first place. SSG, nothing to slouch at though. And Fnatic, a big kill game, though not great placement, just out inside the top 10. One of our favorites to win it all. As we look at the back half of this Dia as well, not everybody has a great game in game 3 as well. Our 10 through 20 teams, they'll have a chance to go back at it as we continue on World's Edge in game 4.
It is the reality of our first map swap. A lot of teams already had a lot of nerves coming into the day. You only get 2 games on Storm Point before being, for many of them, completely destabilized moving into World's Edge. Getting into a rhythm is arguably the hardest part of our match point finals because they happen so quickly. The pace of the, not games necessarily, but certainly the pace of the day is very high.
And if you're used to that pace as well, I think sometimes, to what you had said, Tiff, going through the elimination bracket helps you to keep the awareness of, like, everything is do or die. When you're in the winners, you know you have a second chance. When you're fighting for the winners, you know you're already in a good position in groups, so you're probably going to make it. But through the elimination bracket, you get to this point where you're like, if I don't do it now, I could be out. And that does help in a race to the finish match point finals.
It 100% does, and you're very spot on with what you were saying. I was speaking to a couple of the coaches prior coming into this, and I'll go ahead and shout it out right now. Alliance, during their run, they had to take a side and just say, guys, we're only a mere 7 points outside. Lock it in, let's do it. And now I'm looking at them on the bottom half of this leaderboard, and it's not over just yet. If there's one thing that we've learned when it comes to land, when it comes to match point finals, TSM did it in a back-to-back-to-back, which means nothing is out of the ordinary. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but at the end of the day, I know fans, I know people watching at home. I mean, even us, I'm skeptical to think that it can happen again. We're waiting to be proven. You have to have a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith, and maybe not see, but still believe. We'll see if that happens for Alliance, sitting now with 5 points. Definitely going to have to pick it up. But as we take a look at our past 3 games, a lot of action went by and transpired. Glitter, game 1 got us off to the races.
Yeah, and this was a fun one to kind of kick everything off here, because right out the bat, we did get a contest between Elevate and 07 that kind of just devolved into more chaos with 2 R1C joining it. But then when we make our way all the way to the end, it was entirely within VP's hands. When we looked at that top down, they had the best position. They knew DZ was across the way. And Cloud9 had to push in out of the building, and I honestly thought maybe Cloud9 would suffer making that move in. They received 0 punishment for it, because at the same time they moved, DZ tried to wrap up and see if they could maybe annoy VP a little bit, maybe pick off a player before they had to deal with the potential third party that could have been Cloud9. It did not go the way of DZ. Virtus.pro was able to clear them out, and then honestly at that point, they were just able to slide down and clean up Cloud9. And to Cloud9's credit, they were also poking DZ on their sides as well. So DZ just ended up being sandwiched between these 2 squads. Not a whole lot that they could do about it. But this was a really strong performance from Virtus.pro to kick off the day.
You know, Chaotic Much, Saucer, Stay Naughty, great performance from Cloud9. I'm glad you mentioned them. They are showing up today as well. But game 2, it would be all about the teams that I think. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you were going to take that one, Tiff. I think.
Yeah, I want to
Game 2.
talk this.
Walk us through Reject Winnity here.
Immediately when I saw the majority of the happenings that occurred prior to this, a lot of our teams got caught in the checkpoint. The teams that made their way out of that and into Northpad, Reject Winnity controlled a large majority of the space, specifically around this rock. And then you have the opposing teams that were over on the other side, TSM including one of them, they're just getting stuck with the ring at their back. Reject Winnity asserted their dominance and walked into one of the most nicely cleaned up matches. TSM and OMiT are just vying, trying to do whatever they can, playing for second, wrap up some KP, and Reject just had to clean it up.
And that's a beautiful thing, because Reject Winnity are one of our favorites. They're one of the teams we talked about, and they have certainly shown up today, one of the top contenders. But Dia, game 3 would see the revival of LG.
That it certainly would, and in a really fascinating turn of events, Serenity. This is the first time that we are seeing in the match point finals a team that is not in the same quadrant of the map, or rather that doesn't land in the same quadrant of the map, still win it all. LG, coming all the way from Fisher, had to make their way and contest against SSG, who we've already seen take games, or rather take really high placements when they're over by Climatizer. This was a good start for SSG, and honestly, the difference between an SSG win and an LG win here is absolutely mechanics. It's one of the most exciting parts of Apex Legends. You can set all the right things up in your play. Phony actually makes an excellent slide to open things up for the rest of his team to follow up and take out LG. But at the end of the day, Funk and Slayer are just able to clutch up in ways that you cannot always account for strategically.
And at the end of the day, a wingman in your hand is going to make it very, very easy to win some fights, especially close ones. So LG get the job done. SSG second place, though. They'll be happy with that. More games to come here in our match point finals. But guess what? More games to come in the ALGS. We might be ending Split 1 today, but right in front of us is the beginning of Split 2. It kicks off June 1st. So if you're excited about more ALGS action, trust me, Year 4 has a lot in store. Stay tuned. We'll get back at it after a nice little breather, a little rest, maybe some travel, maybe some time with family for all these players, and certainly us casters and talent as well. It's going to be a fun one. And Lauren, as always, these splits, they contain stories in themselves. They kind of set these benchmarks of the year as we look towards champs, obviously, to round us out.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really fun split too, because you saw on the graphic there, Alter potentially coming in. Will that affect how the Split 2 plays out? Will she end up being a new integral legend to those comps?
Well, speaking of stories in our league, there's also a lot of other people with stories in the venue today. I hear We the People is standing by.
Rain Day, thank you so much, Rain Day. So we are here. This is a special moment that we are going to share because I have a very special member of the community right here. All right, so Apex is more than a game. All right, it truly is a community. So for myself and the rest of the Apex community and the ALGS team, we want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
What'd you say?
What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
Oh, guys, listen, man. I'm so thankful for the platform that I have. You know, 5 years ago, I was so crazy, so crazy. 5 years ago, I was a personal trainer in New York City, and now we're here doing this. Still have a voice here for Championship Sunday. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart for changing my life. Thank you to my family for supporting me. But seriously, without you guys, I am nothing. So thank you so, so much. I love y'all, man. Love you so much.
So here's the thing. We are not the only ones that want to say happy birthday today. We have Mama Wig walking over with a birthday cake. Make a wish.
Oh. Thank y'all, man.
All right, well, guys, it isn't just one birthday that we are celebrating here as part of the ALGS community. We got another special guest across the way right there. Gaskin, take it away.
Not just one birthday, we also have another. It's also Mark Onset Hatcher's birthday today. So everyone, a big happy birthday to one of the greatest people in my life. Here's a party hat for you, Mark. And of course, a nice cake as well. And look at the top of that. Wow. It's a topper. It's a particularly interesting cake. Now, everyone, if you wouldn't mind doing it again, I know we've already sang it once, but maybe we can sing it to both of them together. Happy birthday, dear Aunt Sarah. Happy birthday to you. Wow. And there we have it. And he will eat every single piece of that cake, as will I. Thank you so much, everyone. And wow, here we go. We've still got more matches of Apex Legends. Mark, sorry to do that to you. I know you hated every single moment of it.
It was great. Thank you, everybody. Happy birthday, Wig, as well. Amazing to share it with such an incredible person, but I think it's time for us to turn attention maybe back to business here, because we've got a lot of things to talk about. Dan, and of course, Match Point Finals is going to continue.
Yes, and we are starting to near match point for some of these squads as well. We're just teetering towards it. No big kind of massive games as of yet. No one really throwing themselves down. You wouldn't expect it to happen in a lobby like this. It's just teams getting a victory, a few kills alongside it. But are we now going to start to see those teams being consistent and find themselves on that 50-point total?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of teams starting to get within striking distance now, you would say. You're looking at the likes of Reject Winnity, LG after that win, of course, in the last game. Serenity are kind of there or thereabouts as well, but it doesn't feel like, unless it's a big win for one of those teams, that we will find ourselves with one of those teams on match point. World's Edge is going to be where we go next. We're staying on World's Edge for this next game, and it's still an opportunity for any of the teams with a win, Dan, to put themselves in that little group that we've talked about.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams, or the majority of this lobby have found wins throughout the group stages or through the bracket stage. We still have a few teams who have yet to find a victory. Aurora, SSG, and of course we had Not Moist yet to get a victory. That changed for LG though. In that previous game, they got their first dub on the board, and what a one to get as well, really to change their fortunes going into this grand final. But can they make it more? Can they get another one, or at least get close to it with some points so they can get closer to that threshold?
Well, I think one thing to notice as well with the lobby and the way that it's gone, the win hasn't kind of catapulted a team in towards the match point potential, right? It hasn't put them towards that 50 points, where the rest of the lobby is kind of looking at it and going, oh, you know, we've got a long, long way to go. Everybody's been scrapping points. Nobody's really had a bad game, so to speak, across the few. There's been enough points picked up by the majority of our teams to know that if they get into a position to win a game, they will become part of that group that could well hit match point first. Well, the birthday celebrations will continue later, but we've got a lot more Apex Legends to get going in front of us. World's Edge, we continue with our match point finals.
Yeah, somehow we still saw the likes of 07 and Elevate eliminated first on World's Edge, despite the fact they weren't being contested. But now we are going to get to witness just more greatness. What an amazing couple of matches, few matches we've had so far. And it just has me scratching my head. The fact that we are still not at any teams on match point, how far will we go today? Or will this be the match where finally someone reaches that 50-point threshold? You can see LG dropping in 32 points at the moment. Reject Winnity are on 36, so they're not far off.
One thing that's very important, I think, to note about that last performance that we saw from LG, and it's the unquantifiable thing that you're looking for in a team and you're looking for in a player, right? When it comes to those clutch moments, a 1v1, a 2v1, whatever it is, if you can find a way to win those moments, they can be the difference when it comes to those tournament-winning moments. And LG just showed that in that clutch moment, they found a little bit of magic. They were able to find the kills that they needed to survive and close that game out. Now, speaking of LG, speaking of zones, by the way, LG are going to be very happy with where we're going to find ourselves going here.
Yeah, as soon as LG hit that ring console, they're going to be rubbing their hands together, because this is a zone where they're going to have a lot of priority to, but as are Reject Winnity. And you can see they've had ring console information, so they're going to be able to move very quickly, depending on where they think this one is going to go. Legends Gaming down at Landslide, also going to be pretty delighted. But the fact that our top two teams here in Reject and LG, both with prior to zone, means that we may get one of them on match point if they can find a victory here.
It's an interesting zone, though. You're looking at it, right? And I think a lot of information is, of course, going to be garnered a little bit later on when we've seen that Zone 3 info. But you're kind of thinking, if it does pull towards Landslide, there's not the biggest amount of cover to play. There's not kind of stacked up POIs with different rooms and different buildings that you can get into early here and play for that long game. So when you're looking at zones, you're looking at what zone you would want prio for. This one's a little bit more difficult to judge how you approach it because of the lack of playable area. So I'm kind of fascinated to see how the likes of Reject Winnity, LG, Legends Gaming, who have good prio to this zone, actually approach things.
Yeah, how much studying have you been put into it? Where do you think this circle is going to be going? And how much do you trust your idea with the commitment to said practice and research? Fnatic are making their way through just behind Legends Gaming at the moment. So Legends, despite dropping at Landslide, they're not going to have to move too far. But the downside to dropping somewhere where the zone's going to be coming, you're going to get a lot of neighbors very soon, and they haven't been able to get up even to blues as of yet. So if someone was to drop nearby or push up, as Fnatic were previously, then they might find themselves in a difficult spot. But Fnatic have been able to get past them here into staging, and it looks like they're going to be happily residing there for now.
Well, a little bit of a battle happening outside of Monument right now, and shooting through the smoke is going to be Zach Mazer. It's going to be enough to force 07 to retreat, and understandably so. This is not a fight you want to take at this point with the extreme elevation difference between these two teams. Elevate have been quiet so far. I have to say, a little bit surprisingly, after what was a very impressive performance from them yesterday.
Well, I mean, the fact they're contested against 07, it's to be expected they're going to be a little bit more difficult on Storm Point, but here on World's Edge, it's a different story. 07 on the back foot slightly. Let's jump into a listen and see how they navigate this.
They want to fight. Look at bomb floor. Okay, I'm swimming out right, Dom. Swimming out right. Wait. They're close to go to me. I'm back. Scan. I'm with that feed. Two right side. Naski, look where I'm playing. I'm going further out. Scan, what do you have? Scan. Scan in two. One above. They're close. Oh, look where they are. Yeah. Kill, bang. Back one. Load. There's one. Drop the hover swap. Stop telling us, man.
Well, the story continues between these two teams, and Naski is stretching all over those death boxes.
Every single time it's 07 versus Elevate, and 07 have had the upper hand several times now. But can they get to the late game is my question, because it's KINOTROPE Gaming here to quickly ruin the party. Thankfully, they didn't ruin your birthday party yet on set, but sadly for 07, they now need to think about how they get out of this mess.
I mean, you can look back on this situation and think maybe we might have taken those 2 seconds to reset the fight, get our shields nice and charged up before we got third partied. So 07 can look back at that, and I have to say as well that my ears are still ringing from some of those noises that I just heard coming out of their mouths, but they're going to be a bit disappointed that they're finding themselves having to play this as a 2.
You can see Aurora, they're just going to be moving on the northern side. They would have heard these shots coming out from KINOTROPE, but decided that they can actually get into a position maybe with the possibility of holding out teams here rather than forcing themselves into zone. Because if you do hear commotion in Monument, all you have to do is sit up on that hillside and you should be able to pick off the pieces of those who arrive a little bit later. Speaking of later, there's going to be a few teams who are still making their way through, TSM being one of them. They're going to be on the southern side of staging, just thinking about going through that vault. But it's such a dangerous push to make through vault, right? The ambushes we've seen historically through that tunnel time and time again.
Well, one thing they do have, of course, is Verhulst on the core stick, so they'll be able to get some barrels down and slow down any potential fights that do take place here. And as they walk up to the vault tunnel, there's always that moment of like, okay, is there going to be anyone here? Are we going to catch some barrels ourselves, or are we going to be able to scan and make sure that nobody is ratting inside of it? And we should be able to play that for the late game. It's an interesting one, right? We're looking at our map overhead right now, and it feels like a lot of teams aren't wanting to bank on what side of the zone it's going to go to. There's a lot of teams kind of festering in and around the edge of the zone at the moment. There's only kind of 2 or 3 in the center.
And this is why it could be important for a team like LG, who are on that western side. They're going to have Ring Console still at Lava Fisher, so they'll be able to get the information of Zone 3 once this round 1 closes in 20 seconds. They just need to kind of hold everyone back and not get pushed in the meantime, but they should be fine.
We might be able to see a little bit of a Mia on a Mia action right now, as Alliance will be taking on Tiras 1 controller, who are trying to escape, but the Bangalore smoke should give them enough cover to do so. Alliance, again, a little bit of a slow start for them, but it's what we expect from Alliance in these finals. We see them have these slow starts and then start to pick up momentum historically as the game starts to roll through. And to our 1C, speaking of rolling through, they're rolling through the zone right now. Alliance, though, it's interesting to look at it, right? It just seems like it's always the same story. They will have one game, but it's always when they're chasing teams that have already got to match point.
Yeah, they need to find something a little bit sooner than they have historically, so that they're not in that same position where suddenly the series is already won before they have the chance to get it done themselves. So circle-wise, again, this is why it's been difficult to predict. We're still going relatively central around the landslide area. TSM are just going to be outside of it. The train tracks in the middle is maybe going to be one of the more desirable positions that teams might go for. It's Serenity who hold that spot at the moment. But TSM will have the ability to push from the southeast here if they want. If they start to get pressured, they could go all the way back through staging. But you'd imagine at this point, there's going to be teams that could hold you out at staging as well.
Well, VP were holding them out. It's a great job from our observer team to show you what's on the other side of the potential exit here for TSM. And you can see how difficult it is to get out of this vault tunnel late if you don't decide to make this rotation back to where you came from, like TSM looked like they might be thinking about. Because you have to fight uphill, right? It's 2 exits. It's the tunnel exit, and then you've got the staircase to try and work around it. It's just a tough fight when someone is watching it, especially a team that's so talented like VPR.
16 of our teams are within this circle as Virtus Pro are starting to see more teams arrive. This one's through the train track tunnel. But we do have 3 teams, or maybe 4 teams actually, just outside. We've got KINOTROPE and Alliance still making their way through. And 2R1C and Aurora way out in the middle of nowhere at the moment. They'll be the latest arrivals to the party, as LG, our previous winners, up in 2nd place. Can you imagine if LG were able to find back-to-back victories here to get onto match point?
And one thing I've learned in the Apex Legends Global Series is anything is possible. And LG, what a story that would be. And they've still got a lot of work to do, of course, to even bring that up as an idea for now, but it's been a great start for them so far, as it has for DarkZero. Maybe not the jet-setting heights that we saw from them yesterday, but consistency is something that I mentioned, right? They've got 28 points at the moment, a good win here for them, and there's an opportunity for them to maybe just get within touching distance of match point. The other side of Landslide through the train track tunnel, you can see SSG on your screens as well. Almost exactly the same story for SSG that we've seen for DZ.
So a big worry for me with SSG, watching that previous last circle unfold, they have still yet to find a victory throughout the entirety of this tournament, and they had a victory within their hands in that previous game, and you could argue they threw it away a little bit, but we'll speak about that later, as Hackers has just taken down Verve. They are pushing up onto TSM. Alliance come out of nowhere.
I mean, TSM have just been caught completely and utterly off guard. Hackers got that opening knock. And now, Reps is left on his own. And look at Alliance. Hackers, Red Evo, affected unlucky, already on purples. And it's no surprise to see TSM get rolled this way.
TSM still with 1 alive. It's going to be Reps just to try and dart around and see if he can do anything from this point. But Alliance, that is job done for them. Not only do they get a couple of kills, but they also now will hold that vault area, which will be in the zone for a little while. Now, it's not going to be an area where you're going to win from. The circle's not going to pull down to the vault, but they can walk out of the vault on Landslide's side.
And the difference between walking out if you're Alliance and TSM, like we saw earlier, with the potential fight against VP, who are still inside of Landslide, by the way, is they're going to be leaving that tunnel with red, 2 purples, right? And it gives you that little bit of cushion when it comes to the fight. You can take a bit of damage before it becomes an even fight, so to speak. As now we see Aurora trying to do something similar here, but KINOTROPE is going to be up on this drill tower, and if Aurora aren't careful, then they might get caught off guard.
Yeah, KINOTROPE and Aurora, 2 of our later movers, and I don't know if KINOTROPE know, though, that Aurora are that far out, because Aurora is still by Monument at the moment, and if timing goes right for Aurora, they should be fine, as KINOTROPE have been spotted from Landslide. It's Virtus Pro who are up in the height, just taking a few pop shots at the moment, which forces KINOTROPE to take a more defensive position. And they're going to have to keep moving south here, because train tracks is going to be the ideal position. Again, it is Serenity holding that spot, and probably the best spot in the game at the moment.
This is going to be a very tough zone to win for anyone outside of Serenity at this point, because there's just nowhere to play. Essentially, it's just open ground. You have the extreme difference in height between the train tracks and the area that's below that. But 07, who took that fight earlier, are celebrating it. Well, not so many smiles on their faces right now. They're getting pushed, and Amphi is down. And it's all up to Nasky, but he gets the break, and there's a little bit of damage being done here, and he might be able to do something special.
1 HP in a dream for Nasky. Might be able to maybe get away and just survive for a short while longer. DarkZero have heard all this, and they're sort of getting close to everything as well, as Fnatic and Alliance posturing up against each other. 2R1C have just lost Hayaka. So all these teams that are struggling to find spots that you were talking about are starting to lose players one by one.
Yeah, and this is just unplayable areas, right? Everybody has to essentially own a piece of open ground. You're seeing now that Killfeed start to warm up a little bit. 2R1C will go down. KINOTROPE Gaming will go down, as VP still hold the height here at Landslide.
So now as Legends Gaming going to be moving from the north, you can see Aurora have actually been able to find their way into this zone. Now, they arrive all the way from the northeast, but it's SSG who are very close, and of course, we've seen Virtus Pro just all over Landslide at the moment, but they are spread very thin. Pricey nowhere near the rest of the team. He's a little bit vulnerable, but also in a power position to do damage.
Yeah, Pricey's got to hit the shots, though. This is one of these positions where all of a sudden, if 3 people lift up on you, you can find yourself in a really rough spot if you don't do that damage. Naski's still alive, by the way. Don't want to give too much information. Certainly don't want to curse him, as Nasky is now going to have to use a little bit of movement, a little bit of schmovement to try and stay alive. Unfortunately for him, the longbow Frex will cut him down. It's 16 squads remaining now, as you are going to see that zone force everybody together.
Landslide looks horrible at the moment, as I think Reps just went down for TSM as well. Likely to see the elimination of them. It was Fnatic who just cleaned up the pieces of TSM in the end. Project Winnity, you've got DarkZero, LG, all kind of hovering over the northwest side at the moment, but it's only Reject Winnity who are within the circle out of these three teams. It's LG who still have to move in with this next circle. Seems like a good time. Let's check in and see how the vibes are with LG.
Okay? Sliding down, using everything we have. Bang out, cost scope.
Sweet, how much energy do you have? How much energy do you have?
260, I'm dropping it.
Yeah, drop it.
There's 40 on the ground.
All right, nice. 170.
They're just trying to charge their evas. How many cells do we have?
Oh, 6.
8. I'm 8 too. Listen,
drop 2 cells, Slayer.
We can very easily just get underneath the bridge here.
Take those cells,
we can stabilize for a second with smokes, and then there will be a fight that happens here between the graveyard teams and anyone wrapping south, okay?
Yeah.
But we need to go kind of slow. These stick riders will stop shooting us once the fucking game. Okay? We are playing to kill. We are playing to fucking kill.
Let's reposition there.
We need to no half wipes.
Can we look at it right now? Like sweet to see what's going on. I see one on this crate though.
Yeah, and then the other team's right here. You see that?
Yeah.
Watch out for watch out.
We know what the plan is for Luminosity Gaming. The question is, can the plan be executed? DZ trying to force their way in as well, but they're in a little bit of a pinch too.
Yeah, key takeaway from that was LG playing for kills, and you kind of have to in this position, right? You're not in a priority spot where you can play the zone. You can see in the kill feed, Sorcerer's just gone down for Cloud9. It's Aurora who are taking this fight, and Aurora who are on top of this fight as Cloud9 eliminated. And now Aurora, they are starting to churn up these leaderboards, 24 points right now.
And this is the kind of area that Aurora start to do damage when things get congested, and they have that advantage with the evos that they've stacked up on their way towards zone. They can pick up KP on this side and completely clear it.
Fighting teams will benefit from a circle like this because you have to fight, you have to take advantage of all of these squads that are going to be nearby on the edge. Alliance have lost one, OMiT have lost one, SSG have lost one. Get used to it. Everyone's going to be losing members over and over here as this circle closes.
Fnatic trying to clean up the remaining members here of SSG. OMiT eliminated in the meantime. Everybody is getting traded out, but not a huge amount of teams are falling quite yet. Unlucky trying to slide in with effect. Look at the carnage that's happening here at Landside. SSG will go down finally. Aurora still looking to move in. And Hardeki ain't missing too many shots.
Aurora staying as a 3 is vital here. Blink and you will miss a kill, but Aurora are not missing a step at the moment. They're still healthy. They're still shredding. Disguise will be the next team to fall, but Aurora now have Hardeki. He goes down. So does 9imps, and suddenly it's just Aurora to try and survive.
Serenity gone. Virtus Pro gone as well. All of these teams were on the side as Aurora is going to fall as he falls into the line of sight of Reject Winnity.
Important the Reject Winnity here. Still alive, still cooking, still getting points. 39 points they are on at the moment. 11 away from reaching that match point threshold. And they are in a spot where they can still pick up KP. But winning from here is very difficult because you are not around the train tracks as Fnatic also go down.
Yeah, they're going to have some work to do here. They have to clean this side of the zone, and it's going to be Legends Gaming who have just moved in front of them into the zone. Also, they've got to deal with a little team called DarkZero, who are on your screen right now.
And DarkZero, they're a real threat. We know from this northeast side, they can swing south if they want, which will allow them to get towards the train tracks. Currently, Legends Gaming are the team that holds center zone. Earlier, we spoke about Serenity. Serenity went down during all of that madness, and actually, it's not Moist who took the position off of them. Another team that is yet to find a win yet is not Moist. Maybe this could be the one where they start to show the form that they had in regular season.
LG having a little bit of an engagement the other side, and I think they've just completely and utterly wiped Liquid Alienware, and now they control the western side of the zone, but they have to move in now, and it's not Moist who are trying to hold them out. Fox going to take some damage. Smoke's going to give him a little bit of time, but not enough time. And Slayer will be left on his own, trying to finish this off. It would be a huge clutch for him if he can manage to get these kills. The knockdown shield not enough, though. LG will be eliminated as not Moist will hold.
Could be a big moment here for Reject Winnity on that northern side. It's still not Moist, though, in the most commanding position. They can watch over all of this, and they have just taken down a member of Reject Winnity as well. Not Moist really in a power play spot. Maybe this could be a victory for them.
And I've got to say, MT's player cams is one of my favorite. He is so intense, completely locked in as Reject Winnity will be eliminated. Moist still in control of this zone, and they've got a wingman in the hands of Walsey.
Legends getting pinched. Legends getting pinched by DarkZero and Not Moist. This could be a DarkZero versus Not Moist finish, but there is a solo left of Alliance. And that really could change things. Here he is. It's Effect, and we know, right? Effect, with any weapon in his hand, can do some damage.
He can certainly influence fights, and there is one piece of influence in front of you. Legends Gaming will be eliminated. Effect will not only get that KP, but also increase the placement points here for Alliance.
Well, now he's got Notmoist worried as well. Notmoist is still having to turn to their backs. They want to focus entirely on DarkZero here, but they can't until Effect is wiped. 22 seconds till that circle is going to start to force DarkZero towards them. Big decision here for Notmoist.
Tough situation, and you have to say, potentially still winnable for Effect. One thing that he doesn't have is the abilities that he's used to on Horizon, though. Playing Bangalore this time around, which means that he won't be able to hit the grad lift, creep up behind Notmoist and DZ if they do decide to engage here.
I mean, the downside here for Effect is if he does swing down through the southern side of that mountain, he's going to be very visible to DarkZero.
Well, DarkZero, they have to move first here. The zone will force them into the line of sight of Notmoist, and you can see that they know it as well. Bangol's going down. They're going to slide down underneath them at the moment, but they take a little bit of damage. But are Notmoist going to challenge this? And more importantly, are DarkZero aware of the position of Effect?
Effect's about to swing. Oh, it's that stick as well. Suddenly they have to push on him. Oh! But Effect's doing work. Effect's doing the damage. And Effect might just be pushing Alliance all the way here, but it doesn't matter because Notmoist take the game and they get that first victory here in the tournament.
Effect influences that game right at the end. Crazy shots coming in to essentially gift the position and the win to Notmoist, and boy does that put them close.
Wow, what an exhilarating final circle as well for all members involved, and you can see everyone pretty happy. I mean, it's all about getting points at this moment and getting closer to that match point threshold. It does send DarkZero all the way to the top of the leaderboard and has them only 6 points away from that 50 points that we speak of. For Alliance, though, really important points as well. Just getting into that top 3 was massive in terms of placement. It does put them a little bit further up the leaderboard, but Notmoist. They get that win. This was the question I was asking. Teams that haven't won so far this tournament, can they find that victory so they can have that confidence going into match point? Well, now Notmoist, they can scratch that one off the scorecard.
I'd love to go back and watch the VOD for the moment that they took that position away from Serenity. That's the game-winning moment for them, right? They were helped so much by Effect. We know that. We saw it. DarkZero tried to slide in and take Effect down without taking too much damage, but Effect too good in that situation not to take one down with him. Almost took the entire team down with him at one point, thanks to a little bit of help. And then they were able to convert in those final moments as well. But looking at the overalls now, looking at the scores, we are in a position where you're looking at maybe the top 10 teams, if any one of those, maybe a little bit higher, top 8, top 6. If they win this next game, there's a real chance we see someone hitting match point.
Yeah, the top 7 teams on 30 points at the moment. We can look at the match 4 results. Notmoist, 21 points on the board to send them hurtling up the leaderboards. They're now only 10 points away from match point, but it's DarkZero's consistency for me. They are still finding themselves in those end games time and time again.
Elsewhere, you see the kills for Alliance to the end. How important is that performance from Effect, right? Just not just staying alive, but also Alliance picking up the kill points. We see them took down, they took down TSM in that vault tunnel as well. LG, again, not a game they'll be too disappointed with. Some decent placements and a couple of KP as well.
Yeah, it still pushes them even closer to the 50-point threshold. Aurora, 6 kills on the board. Fnatic, 7 kills on the board. A lot of these teams had to play for kills in that circle, and you can really see that by the score totals on our screen. As we look at the second half, though, it was a little bit more miserable for other squads. 07 got the better of Elevate yet again, but sadly, just as they had their come down from the high, they got attacked, and they got third-partied in the end. TSM not putting a point on the board. Cloud9 only 2. It's going to be a struggle for some of these teams that are starting to drift away from the chasing pack now, especially when you consider that a lot of these squads had those bonus points to start.
A little bit of a quiet one for the likes of OMiT as well. They've had some pretty good games so far. Serenity, I think, will be the most frustrated in that game as well. They had that great position on the tracks, but weren't able to hold it. Usually there's one fight that takes place that decides who's going to have Godspot in towards that end game, and having held it for quite, you know, the majority of that game, to lose it in those final moments to Notmoist, you look back at those games, you're like, one fight, couple of bullets could have been the difference between us being the ones who are called champions.
Yeah, circles like that, very difficult to navigate. Also, shout out the cosplay at this event is incredible. Everyone turning up and everyone looking fantastic in the crowds. They just seem to get better and better, these ALGS events, and this is the biggest crowd we've seen So respect to everyone making their way down here on Sunday here in Los Angeles. Now, series results. I mentioned that DarkZero only 6 points away from match point now. This is where we get to the business end of this tournament.
44 points for DarkZero within striking distance, and their point average, you would imagine, if they have an average game in the next game, they might be the first team to hit match point. But the same could be said for the 3 or 4, 5 even teams which are following. Fnatic, 35 points down in 5th. Within striking distance, 15 points, very achievable without a win.
A key takeaway for me is DarkZero's consistency across both maps throughout this tournament. They are pretty much a 50-50 split, regardless of whether it's World's Edge, regardless of whether it's Storm Point. So they don't really have a bad map, right? I would expect them to find themselves on match point after this next match that we see. Teams struggling a little bit. Obviously have to point out the fact Elevate have yet to put a point on the board. Contested on Storm Point though, and have 07 on the rotation in World's Edge, so it's been a little bit of a difficult time for them.
Interesting stat line there from 07 as well. 0 placement points, but 11 points overall, 10 of them from kills. Not quite sure that adds up if my maths is incorrect.
Not quite.
Not quite. Hey, my maths is never good, but even I got that one. But Disguised as well, a little bit quiet from them. But Alliance, this is the kind of game you look back on if you're Alliance, right? And you're like, how important was that game in the big context of hitting match point? Because that could have been a game where the Alliance and effects fall a little bit earlier than expected, maybe take a fight, a little bit of frustration comes through, but surviving and living in those moments and getting into that top 3, top 2 with a few extra KP can make all the difference. Well, one thing that makes all the difference, if you're gaming, you're sat at home right now, is a beautiful piece of Herman Miller wear. And if you're liking, if you're one of those people who likes to take care of your lower back, well, so do I. I've already talked to you about this. You should do it. Big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. If you pay close attention, you'll see the newish Phantom colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. And in celebration of the Split 1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20% off right now through May 16th.
If you want one, now is the best opportunity to grab one. And yeah, as I said, he has stood ever taller since he has sat in one of those chairs.
Lovely stuff. All right, well, we've got to jump into a quick break now. Match point will continue here in LA. The question is, will one team cross that threshold when we get back?
Effects doing the damage, and Effects might just be pushing Alliance all the way here, but it doesn't matter.
So, Hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to LA, everybody. Welcome back to the Galen Center. And if you are just joining us, but it's a perfect time to do so. The match point finals are starting to heat up, and we are in the wonderful piece of our tournament now where one team you feel might be the first to hit match point.
Yeah, I said it's business end of the tournament for a reason, right? We're going to start to see those teams getting onto match point and making the rest of the lobby extremely nervous because it could be the last game they play when it does get to that scenario. However, still no team on match point right now, so that's still good news for those who are in the chasing pack. You have got time to catch up.
Well, you can see what they're playing for right now. It's not just the money, there's that trophy as well, as we can see the faces of every single player from every single team on that main stage, locking in and getting ready to change maps as well over to Stormpoint again.
I'm rolling my sleeves up as well. I feel like I have to now. I'm trying to get just as locked in as these players are. And I was mentioning, you know, the teams that have found victories, the teams that haven't found victories.
I just started doing it as well, I don't know why.
Yeah, I know, it just makes me feel like I'm going to commentate better as well. As we get closer towards match point and once we start seeing teams reach match point, I can start talking about how often these teams found victories throughout this tournament, throughout the entire regular season, and that's when those numbers really begin to count. Which teams are not going to crumble under that pressure? Which teams are used to finding victories when they need them?
Back to Stormpoint then for match number 5. Just as people start to get comfortable, once again we pull the rug out and we switch that map up. Just a reminder of our standings. DarkZero needs 6 points to hit match point. In behind them, Reject Winnity, they need 9, not Moist, just behind them, they need 10. LG 12, Fnatic 15. So everybody in that top 5 within striking distance, and just behind them, you have to chase it back, you aren't too far away as well.
Well, round 3 and ring the bell. It's Elevate versus 07, but it's not just been Stormpoint. They were fighting on World's Edge as well. Elevate yet to get a kill on the board.
Lasky looking to fly in. They've had to use the Radiant transfer early though. Gravelift is going to be used as well to try and get up to that height, but nobody's going to be able to take it. So early damage exchange is going to go the way of V8, but like you say, no knocks whatsoever. What a thermite that one is.
Big thermite, that's going to be a lot of ticks, and it might just encourage a drop down, and here comes said drop down, but now Nasky from behind. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Manages to close that door as well. It's a 1-for-1, but oh, the last player is alive. And Nax winning again. Elevate Gaming. Well, they can't celebrate too long, 07, because Aurora and a smirking Hardeki ruin everyone's fun but their own.
Classic Aurora. I heard a few boos there as well.
Do you want to hear something even crazier, by the way?
Yes.
Aurora have split drop.
Yeah,
that is Hardeki on his own who has come in and third party that. That's why he's laughing.
It's actually genius from Aurora, recognizing that there has been a contest going down that has been elongated at times, and KP is available, so the rest of Aurora dropping down towards Cenote. We just get one lone member of Aurora at Ceto Station. Brilliant. I love it. This is exactly what Battle Royals are all about, right? Recognizing where the patterns are. As the downside, DarkZero's rotation might just catch out Aurora.
Yeah, wait, I was going to say, wait a minute, though, because DarkZero might not know and might kind of split them in half here and just look for their rotate before anything else. So we see the zone on your screen. We are going to the north here.
DarkZero are moving down, by the way, because they don't have any information on zone right now. They didn't have a ring console to work with, so they're trying to get to this survey beacon just so they can get any sort of info on where people are going to be going.
And the good news for both Aurora fans and DarkZero fans is that nobody really took any casualties in that little contest that we see going down. So everybody will be safe apart from 07 and E8. And I've got to say, one thing I've really enjoyed about how Aurora have approached things is they're not really willing to know, they're not playing the gentleman's game here. They are looking for the best way to get points. They are being so efficient and they aren't afraid. We saw them hot dropping on people in groups, right? Split dropping, seeing someone drop, they're 3-man them. Any way they can get points, Aurora are using it to their advantage. And I just think that's brilliant.
There's no rules that state you can't just drop somewhere else and ruin someone else's game. And as you mentioned, it's been happening all tournament long, and they, I guess, are becoming the villains of the lobby. And
points are points.
I'm okay with it because I want to see more of it, to be honest. Now, Aurora, they will be rotating later on, so instead we can start to focus on the teams that have actually found themselves to more of the ideal positions. So we've got OMiT here, can reside on this rock for quite a while, but there are a few teams around. Reject Winnity and Serenity are the other two teams. Now, Serenity were in this position last game. They were in one of the better spots. Sadly, they lost out to Not Moist, who went on to win. So Serenity will know they need to be holding these spots a little bit better in this game.
Well, Serenity, like you say, they have one of the great spots. RC inside of the armory, but those broken armories, I always talk about it. It's such a different position than it was in the previous season because of the fact that the walls are broken. There's so many lines aside that can be picked off by other teams. And Satsuki up on the high ground is looking to pick off a few shields here with his flatline.
If you're some of the teams that are in the lower half of the table now, you want to see teams like Fnatic dropping out and getting eliminated in this early game. It is DarkZero on the other side. Again, another team you would love to see get eliminated, excuse me, if you are one of those teams. But DarkZero just don't have the same kind of info that other teams do at the moment. You can see the ring console is over here, so they'd love to be able to hit it, but Fnatic, they're just holding them off right now.
Armor checks on both sides are going to pretty much indicate this is an even fight as well. So I don't think anyone really, with 18 squads remaining, wants to engage. Zero, you can see he's made the call. He's already out scouting towards where they can play for this zone a little bit later on.
And this is impressive, because this is just off survey beacon data that they've got. They've realized they saw those teams just on the northeast of Checkpoint, and now they're going to go and say, all right, well, we're going to commit to the same places that others have. As SSG, who are in 7th place, 30 points at the moment. Again, a victory here, you know, 8 kills and a win, and suddenly you're on match point. This is what you were speaking about. If you're in that kind of top 8 at the moment, you are very close to being able to achieve that threshold.
It's KINOTROPE Gaming who are on the other side of this, shall we say, engagement, little bit of a poke battle between the two teams. Nobody really close enough to capitalize if a knock does come in. Zone's going to force these two teams together. SSG are already out there, though. You can see they're trying to move through Launchpad, through the Spider Cave and away, but instead they're actually going to take to the skies to do so. Good shots through the air here from One Tappy. But that bridge will belong to SSG now.
There's not many open areas on the map right now, but there is a big fight happening, and Alliance will get the upper hand to start with and double up here.
One left, one dealt with. Legends Gaming eliminated. Alliance making quick work in their team fights at the moment, and this is more of the Alliance that we expect to see, right? A scary-looking Alliance. A team where when you team fight them, they usually get that first knock and collapse and get the job done quickly. OXL going to be popped here as well by Unlucky, and this is a great spot for them to hold to.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an interesting spot, because even though the circle might not be pulling this way, a lot of these teams that are rotating from the south are going to have to come this way, otherwise they get pushed into just carnage of all the teams that are holding on that middle side and just the northeast of Checkpoint. So Alliance can potentially pick up quite a few kills if they stay there, but this next ring pull is going to be a big one. If it suddenly does shift, maybe down to the eastern side, it could be so beneficial for some of the later rotators, and in particular teams like Alliance and TSM, who have not been able to get to those nuts a little bit sooner.
Well, TSM are in a spot where I think they realize they're not going to have prior to where they believe Zone might be going, but they're hoping that it's going to shift back towards them. It's not going to do so. You can see that everyone's kind of predicted this one right, and we are going to be ending up outside of the drop down of the wall where those nuts are. Speaking of nuts, LG on your screen. That could have been phrased much better.
Made me giggle. There's no LG. They're going to be here for quite some time, by the way. The circle could continue pulling their way, and they're going to be pretty happy with it. My only worry is when teams start to force themselves through the wall, one of the first points of contact is going to be these nut buildings. And if you split yourself too thin, you become very vulnerable to someone just diving in, taking a building off you, and maybe catching one of you. So LG making themselves big at the moment, trying to take as much space as possible, and you can understand why. They just have to be well aware of what could arrive.
One good piece of news here for LG, though, is this is one of those zones where everybody who's approaching from the southern side of Storm Point is going to have to fight each other, essentially. Yeah. There's like chokes you have to go through. There's only so much playable area, which means they can kind of let the game play out a little bit and guarantee some placement points before they have to make any moves. It's the opposite to what Alliance are finding right now. They have to fight their way towards this zone. They have to fight their way through wall, and here comes Hackis.
Hackis done a lot of damage to begin with his Team Liquid. Alienware on the other side, and actually there's going to be a trade, but it might not matter, because Effect and Unlucky will finish the job off. Liquid Alienware eliminated, and Alliance still scoring, and they can relax. No one is nearby here at the wall. So this was the position I was talking about, right? Teams are naturally going to come towards them. They can take those fights, but are they going to be able to win the game? Because when they force themselves through wall, LG are going to be waiting on the other side.
But the good news for Alliance is by winning that fight, now they own the wall. So they can move through towards those nut buildings that are being held by LG, and they'll be able to scan and find out if they are split holding. They will be able to take one of the best prior positions if they can get close enough and cross to where LG find themselves at the moment. LG, of course, are going to be looking at that and thinking we can't let anyone cross without taking damage. VP's trying to work the other side, and hey, look at Aurora. They've all decided to play together.
Yeah, Aurora have gone all the way around on the western edge, and it's going to be disguised. They're going to be right in front of them. They can hold the trenches for now, but Rain's gone down already. And sadly, one member of Aurora gets caught off guard.
Yeah, Designful, big 1v1 win, and he gets the finish as well almost immediately, which means that Aurora now are going to have to back up. DSG want to try and finish this one off as well, understandably so, but that's one of those situations where getting the knockdown shield not up quick enough, being taken down and turned into a deathbox here hasn't allowed the rest of Aurora to get into a position to close in. So DSG will be comfortable here. Aurora will scarper away, and I've got to say, this is looking like an Aurora reset.
Well, Disguise, they've got a lot of fans in the arena, and I'm sure they'd love to hear what they have to say. So let's jump into it listening with Disguised.
It's a game over, bro. I'm dialed.
I can get a good game here. Tell me something.
Where did they go?
He ran over the hill.
They might try to go craft, then checkpoint and res.
I thought you see Bo.
I'm playing out here right now.
Got it. You need to get your perp.
200 off.
Well, DSG own this part of the zone right now. You can see that they're going to be trying to wrap a little bit later, I think, towards the position, of LG. But everyone who's moving from the southern side now, this is where you're going to see the congestion start to build up.
And you're going to get a lot of teams that are going to be similar as Disguise. They're going to be a little bit quiet in the moment because they're just waiting for that next zone information. There's a lot of players and teams that are in the dark because they didn't have Ring Console getting into the position they find themselves in right now. A team who may just be trying to get extra information is Fnatic, who are going to be sitting up towards checkpoint. Remember, there is a Ring Console in checkpoint if Fnatic would like to use it.
We're also going to find Aurora on that trident going back deep in towards zone. I wonder if they did manage to get that banner.
I just wonder if Aurora just played a different game at times. They're just having a fun time going through the red, ignoring every other team until the final circles start to happen.
This is why they get all three players back up again. So they get that trident, they get the banner, they get the res. And now, even though they are going to be taking a fair chunk of zone damage, as it is going to be zone 3, they're going to find some evacs, they're going to get in a position to get back into this game. And you know that they would have marked DSG as a team to take down if they have the opportunity to fight them again.
Well, from one team, Aurora, who still hasn't found a victory in this tournament, to another, SSG. Still looking for that first win. But maybe, you know, you get to match point without finding a win, and that first win that you've been searching for happens once you're on match point, and you save the best for last.
2R1C are going to be inside of wall. Alliance are already in the bottom side of wall as well. As we turn our attention elsewhere, Cloud9, they're in a fight against KINOTROPE. This is on the southern side of zone. Mia K using the grab lift that was left to him. He's going to have to use more than that at the moment if they want to win this fight. A spray through the window isn't going to be enough, but a couple of shots into more players might allow them some KP, but this could be the end of the game. No! C9 get eliminated, but KINOTROPE go down as well as NotMoist come in with the perfect third party.
Big kills for NotMoist as they edge closer to that match point threshold as well. You can see they are being shot from the distance, though. It's Aurora behind them, Virtus.pro in front of them. This could be one heck of a collision that's going to happen on the southern side between three amazing fighting teams. Speaking of fighting teams, TSM versus SSG is happening on our screen. Ref's the last remaining player.
Ref's is trying to pop a bat here, but he's being slid at. Is he going to be able to get this off in time? No! TSM will fall as well, as SSG will clutch up in that moment.
Such aggression, and deserved aggression, but no. They're not going to be rewarded for it here because 2R1C, they heard what was happening, and this is the danger of moving in late on this eastern side around wall. Is all these teams are searching for kills. Fnatic, they're also eliminating the kill feed.
DarkZero as well. One player has fallen, but they're going to be able to get the reset. They're 3 points away now, DarkZero, from being the first team to hit match point. They are so close they can taste it.
Well, a team that's broken records in this land and has been unbelievable at this event. All they need is one more team wipe or just a play placement, to be honest. They've got such a good position in zone. Here's the fight we were talking about earlier, Virtus.pro. They've gone all the way down, and it's Aurora.
Surprise, surprise, it's Aurora, right? Aurora come through, but to talk about DarkZero again, we're talking about our match points teams. They are safe inside of where this zone is going. So unless they get seized, unless they get a team just throwing themselves at them, this could be their opportunity to hit match point here. SSG eliminated in the meantime. All themselves being popped by Zero. It's a massive chance for them. But NotMoist also overlooking DarkZero and looking to take their spot away.
There actually could be a fight here which could really impact who gets to match point first. NotMoist take out DarkZero. DarkZero will not be on it. And NotMoist will have the best opportunity to do so. Only 2 points required now for DarkZero to get there because they've got the extra placement point from top 10. NotMoist are taking every angle possible.
DZ are looking to hold. NotMoist are looking to breach. Guild is playing with fire. However, MT is looking for an angle here. If he can get an Arc Star stick, if he can force damage onto them, maybe they get a burst through that door. Guild takes a little bit of damage.
Oh,
and MT,
Zero!
he gets taken out. Zero, he's going to take the swing. Jump into a listening with DarkZero as they get that first knock.
Okay, I'm pushing. Okay, 50, 50. Dead. Nice, get off.
Webby, now.
I have Webby. Nice, okay. Guys, look around.
Oh, look at Webby.
Alliance now fight on the other side of zone. It's LG who've been trying to hold down this split hole for so long. It's up to Slayer now to clutch up. Hackis gets the kill. But it's not going to be enough, you would imagine. Slayer trying to move in. Trying to find the bodies through the smoke, through the fire, through the flames, and Zony's going to take him down. Alliance will fall. And Slayer will clutch.
And LG will hold. This is what we were talking about earlier, but now Reject Winnity are going to have eyes on it, as our 201C also involved with a scrap trying to push their way through from this southern side. All the meanwhile, by the way, DarkZero have hit match point with those kills onto Not Moist, so we've got our first team that crossed the threshold, and maybe, just maybe, DarkZero can have that opportunity to win in the next match.
The question is anyone going to be able to join them? Slayer, he is so weak, and LG will fall. Reject Winnity, they are 4 points away. We could have 2 teams jumping onto match point when we're done here.
Aurora getting involved with the scrap as well. Disguised also involved in this one, and the revive as DarkZero have lost players here and maybe will be eliminated, but here comes Sykes!
Here comes Sykes! He falls down out the dropship, and maybe he's going to influence if we will have 1 team or 2 teams hitting match point here.
And that's the point, right? DarkZero are on match point, but let's say Sykes goes crazy, and actually Sykes can get more as Aurora wiped off the face of Storm Point. And now Sykes, you can see the focus as well. The pickup, the newest addition to DarkZero, the trust. But now you've got to go up against Disguised.
Well, DSG want to swing, they want to make sure they take him down, but they've also know that they've just seen him absolutely beam someone through the window just a few moments ago, so it's not going to be an easy fight, and the last thing they want to do in this situation is trade a knock with 27 seconds left on this game clock. Elsewhere, Serenity still strong in zone. OMiT holding down the rocks outside of it. 2R1C are holding the choke, but Reject Winnity have to be the focus here. They are still in that armory, and they are so far away from all of the rest of the carnage. So there is a huge opportunity, not just for placements, but for KP as well.
4 more points needed for Reject Winnity to join DarkZero on match point. 2R1C have just lost a player as Lufka does the damage from a distance. For DarkZero, they would have probably done the math, the 2 players who have gone down, and realized now that match point has been secured, but it's Reject Winnity. It's their turn. It's their chance to try and send themselves onto match point, but they do have to move relatively quick here from the northern side. They've been waiting here for quite some time. 2 blues on their side, but 2R1C are losing players.
Oh, Shaco is just getting burned alive. 2R1C will be eliminated as we're down to 5.
Target spotted.
OMiT, just 2 players, and here comes the move now from Reject Winnity. The zone will force this play. They get that gen down, and they will be safe behind this rock as well. So the nades, they're not going to impact them. The gen is going to be huge for them.
It's another purple for them as well, and it's important for Reject Winnity. Survive. Get into that top 3, get those points, and get onto match point as Serenity lost 2 because of a grenade. It was Reject Winnity with said grenade, and I think they might try and push up on this because these kills could be exactly what they need.
Well, they can secure some of these kills, and maybe they're going to get the points they need. There's 2 points to go for Reject Winnity to hit match point and join DarkZero with a chance to win this tournament in the next game.
1 more point. 1 more kill, 1 more placement is all Reject Winnity need after such an incredible tournament so far. And there we go with Serenity and DarkZero eliminated. Reject Winnity will cross that threshold.
Now it's all about who wins this game. OMiT still with 2. Reject Winnity with 3, and Disguise up on the high ground at the moment with a full 3 as well.
So this is more important for Disguise and OMiT now, as this job done for Reject Winnity.
DSG fans getting a little bit loud here in LA, and why wouldn't they? 28 points on the board at the moment, but a win here will bump them up even more, and enemy's going to get the knock onto Blast as well.
Great aggression coming out of Designful just to take an angle, and he's got the portal to go back if he needs to, but Disguise recognized now. OMiT were weak, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. Big points could be here for Disguise.
Reject Winnity, who have hit match point, they have done their job. but will it be done in style? With the win here, OMiT's gonna go down. DSG trying to trade out kills here. KINOTROPE is gonna drop. Sangyun with the Mozambique in his hand, gets one onto Timmy as well. Jumping into the portal, the DSG portal is gonna be KINOTROPE. Can he get back into a position? Gets the armor swap to maybe win this 1v1, but it's designed for on the other side of it. The Sentinel charge in his hands. Knockdown shield's gonna be up. Designful still with some shields. Sprays, plays, and wins it for DSG.
And the Galen Arena erupts for Disguised, as it is much needed points on the board to send them into the top 5 now. What a way to introduce yourself to the grand finals with a victory like that.
DSG with the win, but the story is not theirs for now. We have 2 teams who have hit match point. Reject Winnity and DarkZero in this next game could be crowned champions of the Split 1 playoffs.
And of course it will be Stormpoint again, which is brilliant news for both DarkZero and Reject Winnity, who have been able to find the majority of their wins this tournament, but it's Disguised who have this moment. Getting a victory on LAN in front of a crowd like this, especially a crowd that absolutely adores you, is a moment I'm sure this Disguised team will remember for quite some time.
Well, just remember, that lineup was very, very close to winning the ALGS Championship as well, and even though at the moment they're not quite there, they're not quite on match point, if they do hit it, they've shown they can win a game in this grand finals lobby.
I think what's important for Disguised is they put themselves within touching distance of the match point threshold. So if we are to see Reject Winnity and DarkZero fail in match 6, then it means that Disguised have that opportunity to reach match point themselves and then start to be one of the real threats in this lobby.
We're going to take a look back at the winning moment of that last game as well, and it's Designful, whose portal you thought might be detrimental at one point as KINOTROPE went through, but had to pull back due to the zone closing behind him. But this is the final moment here. Designful gets that armor swap, and that's the difference maker, right? Finding this havoc, he beams one, he shreds one, and they just spots him out. You see the ping come in there? That's great communication.
And even though you say, you know, the portal might have hurt him in the end, it gave him so much valuable information of where the player was going to be. And it was just that little bit of damage as he exited the portal, which allowed Designful just to shred through those shields and give him the upper hand in the 1v1.
And it's another great example there of the clip size of the havoc, right? I mean, you can just hold that thing down, it's going to keep firing, keep firing, keep firing until you eventually do the damage that's required to close that game out. Disguised top of the leaderboard. 12 points for them in placements, and 10 kills alongside it means 22 points will be their total. Reject Winnity get enough points with that 14 to go on to match point. So for them, it's all about winning now. OMiT, 10 points for them. DarkZero as well. Another team to hit match point.
Well, DarkZero have had 6 wins so far in this tournament prior to this grand final. Reject Winnity with 4 wins prior to this final in this entire tournament. They are going to be difficult to stop finding a victory with the consistency we've seen all tournament long. Now on the other page, again, we had the incredible 0-7 versus Elevate contest. You had to pop off from 0-7, but it only lasted a few seconds once more. It's been a great fight to watch, but sadly, Aurora really thought on their feet, and they decided, well, we've seen this commotion happening on the map, let's get involved.
I love the idea that Hardeki didn't even say anything, by the way. He just jumped out the dropship, and
everyone else is like, where are you going?
Impulse, like, just leave him to it. Leave him to it. It'll be back in a minute with some kills. 0-7 though, like you say, it's just the kills at the moment. The placements really aren't there. TSM, very, very quiet from them, but let's just remind ourselves that we were in a similar situation at the ALGS Championship, so we all know how that ended. We'll take a look at the series results now to see how we find ourselves, and like we said, Reject Winnity and DarkZero on match point. If they win this next game, they will be crowned your champions.
And that is an incredible opportunity for both of these teams, whilst it is still just 2. Because remember, the more teams that start to get onto match point, the more nervy it gets. So this is kind of Reject Winnity and DarkZero's first shot, and it seems like a freebie, considering the rest of the lobby is all going to be chasing points at the moment. And the chasing back is not that far behind. Not Moist only needing 5, LG only needing 7. And you can still look at both Disguised, Aurora, even OMiT, Fnatic, Serenity, even SSG. You find a win in this next game, you're probably on match point as well.
We'll have to find out if Reject Winnity or DarkZero will be joined in this next game by more teams on match point, or if they will be lifting that trophy. Time for us to jump to a break. When we get back, more Apex Legends coming your way, and maybe, just maybe, the final game.
This world is so fragile. Once you start throwing stones.
Two teams at match points. It may very well end here, but I know we want some more Apex Legends. Insane to say, Reject Winnity could potentially be the first team from APAC North to take it. But with the way that DarkZero is playing, that dub is inevitable.
Wouldn't it be a treat for a region that has always had so much love and so much support for Apex Legends? Look, I know I've heard so many people being like, can we finally, please, just maybe have an APAC North win? Today is looking like it could be the day, Vicky. But as you say, DarkZero also looming after that amazing first couple of days that they had, winning multiple games in a row. You can never count them out.
It's also record-breaking, looking at DarkZero, the way that they've been able to just farm out these lobbies. We know that this is a team that is very kill-heavy, but we need to get that dub. Two teams already at match point, and I mean, the top 4 teams in general are so close right after that.
Yeah, I mean, look, and kill-heavy is a good way to put it as well, because it's not like it's just one member going out and performing for these top teams. I mean, all 3 of DarkZero's members going into this finals lobby, they were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in kills. They were, same with the damage numbers. Gen was well ahead of everyone else with 25k, eclipsing 2nd place. That was Effect on 22. These guys really are head and shoulders above the rest, but you still got to come out with the dubs, Vicky, and that's finally where we're at. Match point has been reached by both DarkZero and Reject. Winnity will, of course, be keeping our eyes very close on those 2 teams in this game.
And as we get set up, I want to hear from you, LA. Make some noise, get hyped! It's time to get into the action. Our pros are ready. Our audience is ready. Gino, with the way that we've been seeing, I mean, Reject Winnity is one of the only teams rocking that Watson, and there's no crypto in this lobby. Your fences are safe here.
It's funny because if you go back to 2022, that, you know, APAC North was the region running so many cryptos, and they've always done it a little differently over there back in the days when we had Rev Octane. They were the ones going crazy with it, and now finally we see a lot more Watson for the APAC North guys.
Also helps that Gen deletes the Nox grenade that we've been seeing this entire lobby riddled with Caustic, so it's a direct counter pick to allowing these teams to just brute force their way into a lot of these buildings, still keeping the bloodhound for that information. But you know what? I don't expect to change that 50-50 because from 07, we don't want to see the taunt to get bodied again.
Yeah. Well, I hope Naski's got maybe some duct tape on his arms to the chair this time, because you don't want to be getting up when you've got Aurora nearby. This time they don't go for it though, and they do take an early loss with Amphi going down.
Isolating Amphi though, almost trying to retaliate, but a nice off angle. Flipping away on the other side, Natsuki gets a lead to 07. Get eliminated. It is time for Elevate to have a chance.
Elevate don't need Aurora's help this time. They say sit down to Naski straight away. It's such a fast fight win there for Elevate that they're actually going to be able to play out this game relatively normally. Now, having a look at our overview here, you can see the teams highlighted in white, Reject and DarkZero, they have got more than 50 points. They achieved that last game. That means they are the only two teams that can end this series for us here.
And looking at where this circle is going to be moving on to, probably by that choke on the northeast side of Jurassic. Hearing the crowd getting a little hyped here as we take a look at the squads that have been struggling. TSM. Looking like another story is being written.
Okay. Legends over here. They've lost Strafing Fame early on.
That way.
Interesting. To go back down towards Stormcatcher here. It could have been a dropship issue. Perhaps they were trying to get on the gravity cannons with TSM. Of course, you know, there's a lot of the time on that north side of the map where you need to take the gravity cannons just to reach your POI. And if for some reason Legends were getting into that with them, could have run into some issues there. So, yeah, with that circle very much going down towards Jurassic Park. Previously, we would have said, no, can't end there. It'll be outside in the mid-map ski lift area. Virtus Pro are going to rotate very early from there. Even 2R1C have exited Jurassic as well. So with the ring console information that they had, that does lend us to believe that it's going to be more north of Launchpad.
All that information off their POI as we take a look at DarkZero now making their appearance. Over by Cedo, they're looking at Elevate.
No ring console for DarkZero, so I think that's why they've stopped over here at Ceto.
Also could help them with that rotate here too. They also have the survey beacon that went in when they exited out of Mill as we see more teams taking the Trident.
Oh, 2 rats on controller. They've ratted very well here as they see a team come down and just get absolutely rinsed by them on the gravity cannon.
Tomcat Ratcam here, 2 rats on controller living up to their name. Gonna be able to call out Koiful from Legends for going on the other side of the gravity cannon. They're gonna be able to try to chase whatever's left of Legends. And not really worrying about a third party here, because while they are gonna be moving north side of Stormcatcher, teams like KINOTROPE are still on that south side.
The chase is on. They see player K trying to make his way out. Meanwhile, that fight has not gone so well for one of our match point teams here, with the other 2 DarkZero members getting into it with Elevate.
Elevate finally winning their 50-50 versus 0-7. And now chasing right behind DarkZero after losing out on that one teammate, a team that is at match point as they're trying to run for their lives. This is a team that doesn't have a support legend. They cannot get Zero back up.
And it's a very interesting proposition from here, Vicky. What do? They're on match point. Do they play for the win? Do they try and somehow get back around and grab that banner? Lord knows it's going to be hard if they try and grab a dub with 2 people. We've seen it happen with 1 in this tournament before, but that's a hard task.
See if they can wrap around. They are still in that first circle here. Angle pulled in as TSM are looking down at Alliance by Lightning Rod. No team in the vicinity, the third party right now. So while they are going to be able to avoid this bangle, it's still going to be able to have the space necessary before they decide if they really want to contest in this direction or if they want to wrap around.
I mean, TSM are used to fighting in these buildings with all the contests they had over there at Lightning Rod.
Wait for it, wait for it. They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch match-pointing DarkZero off guard. No banner for you, Elevate. They only find sights though. There's still 1 member alive that they did not catch. It is Jen Burden.
And that's fascinating, even the fact that they just put Sykes in there, right? I mean, to me that says they think they have to go for it and you know, try and retrieve the banner and want to be a trio. If they really had have committed to that, they would have sent Jen in as well. Elevate still waiting down there. It was a 50-50 play from DZ. I get the thought process behind it. I think they say, hey, if we're ratting, maybe 1 is almost as good as 2. At this point, you just try and grab a couple of points, and it's really a go next here for DarkZero. Our eyes turn to reject Winnity. As you can see, they're in the middle of the map here with LG and nowhere near where this final circle's going.
DarkZero officially eliminated from this lobby. Reject Winnity, the only team left on match point as Aurora smiles all around here for Hardeki. They're gonna be able to not only rotate off of this, get a little bit of the heals here, but also see where they want to approach from that next circle as LG looking to approach our only other match point team left in this lobby, Rejects.
Yeah, and they've taken the height above them. Reject Winnity, they're set up, but they're set up in completely the wrong area. The zone nowhere near them now.
Looking like a Picasso painting with those Watson fences all over the walls here. This Sky's now engaging. Design's gonna be able to take onto the roof. The Beast of the Hunt activated from the other side to get some scans going, but enemy does have that Nox grenade to try to funnel out this team from inside. Nice tick damage here. Timmy looking to try to engage at a different off angle. They have to cycle through here. Enemy taking a little bit of damage, but this fight taking a bit longer than they may have liked. While on the other side, Reject Winnity still waiting patiently in here. They have to move eventually in less than a minute.
But they just feel so locked in. Okay, Bang ult goes down. LG doesn't have a pylon. They've got nothing to soak up those missiles coming in, so this should push them off the roof. But Slayer still there, the one who has to hold it down with the barrels. Are they really retreating at this point?
Meanwhile, Sky's letting up the feed, finally engaging here. Serenity is eliminated.
And that was just to the north, right? I mean, Disguise might come down the zip line on the top of your screen very soon, as well as Elevators. We swing the camera around. They're lurking. They've got 6 points right now, all from kills in this game. They're just being a menace. How many other teams can they mess with? Imagine if they took out both match point teams.
Oh, the comeback factor would be crazy here for Elevate, as they're looking to engage right now onto LG. Don't forget about Disguise, though, coming in from the north side by that zip line. The beams have come in, they got the knockouts of Funk and Slayer, and now it is only Sweet alive as a wrap for LG.
Disguise creeping down the hill as well. Meanwhile, Reject of Scarpet. This is fantastic for our leading team's chances. Above DarkZero in points.
Contact.
Rejects go closer to Jurassic, down towards even Pylon, where the zone has actually shifted. So 2R1C, remember, they moved out of Jurassic to the northeast. Hasn't swung in their favor.
Hitting some shots with that Sentinel, but Timmy also taking a huge chunk of damage while E8 try to rotate south side of Disguise. That zone is closing in on Disguise too. Saw some plays being attempted to be made by Design. for deciding if they want to try to just leave it here, call out the solo that is Sweet still in the circle.
Yeah, could grab the kill onto that one. Round 2, if you've got enough meds, I mean, well, 1 med kit, 4 syringes, maybe they'll grab some more here. Yes, does resupply, probably worth it at that point. I mean, Disguise, they've been cooking all season long. Rampart, you know, now we're seeing them trying to make the Wraith work here in the finals, and sitting in 5th spot, they are trying to make that case.
Look at this next circle. Virtus Pro are nicely set up inside that building. Could get heated very quickly with the amount of caustics that we have in this lobby. Finding themselves pinched, whereas Liquid TSM playing by the edge of Pylon. We know that Pylon has that ring beacon too. But while TSM try to find some space here, there's a lot of space to actually coexist with in Pylon, while this fight now happening on the north side.
Well, we go and check out this fight with Reject. We're just missing where that zone pulls to. I can tell you it's right on the border of Pylon and Jurassic. It's going to be a fascinating circle. It'll provide some homes to teams in both POIs, but there's not a huge amount of cover. There's some rocks, you got some palm trees around there, maybe a broken building.
You also have a quarter of it with the mountain in that circle, also a fence line that exits out of Jurassic into Pylon, and you also have that high ground mountain that you could overlook the squads that will have to rotate and funnel from the Pylon side. KINOTROPE already getting ahead of the curve with that choke point.
Aurora right in the thick of things here. They're just about under Virtus Pro. 11 points to match point for them. Very doable in this game.
Can they hit that here, though? His Reject Winnity still holding down this north side in less than 20 seconds, so they will have to start moving. They're trying to gatekeep Disguised.
Yeah, Disguise coming in here. The setup with Watson inside this tunnel is good for keeping Disguised out, but it's the next move that Reject Winnity might struggle with. But first, can they move through Timmy and co?
Even if you take this fight, you know there's going to be at least 3 squads waiting to gatekeep.
Oh, the stick!
Huge with that arc star. Trying to close in the gap, they back away, but Reject are playing this so passively.
I think he timed going back through the portal to avoid the damage. Big plays. There we see the Wraith coming into it just a little. But they can't use the portal anymore. Watson fencing that one up.
Design always showcasing what that Wraith can do, with the Lions are in trouble. Rufa gets knocked right here. Mia K, the last one alive. They found some of this trade as LG get eliminated in your feeds. Now Mia K, one shot, wingman shots coming in. Can he make the miracle happen? No, he cannot. KINOTROPE get eliminated. Alliance stay alive in this lobby, and look how many teams are coexisting here.
Okay, so that's Reject trying to walk this one in. You can see though, Cloud9 have a much better position ahead of them. Alliance getting stuck in the zone with DSG.
Oh, and Elevate are gonna also be able to get the res off the Zap. Using the nade effect, the last one alive for Alliance. Disguise have cut them off on this rotate. You see the pings here, he's trying to heal up. He gets a one shot, Design goes knocked. And the weakness shots, they are just enough to eliminate Disguise here. And he's got the Moby.
This man is so locked in right now. The banner's right there for him. But the question is, do Reject know this? They're right across him. If they move now, they've got the Bangalore. They can make this cross and stop Alliance coming back in. I mean, look, Effect has clutched up every fight we've seen him go into so far, but this 1v3 would be incredibly hard. Let's listen in with Reject. The crowd cheers as our second match point team goes down and we secure a game 7. Look, I maintain it was the right play there by Reject to go for that fight, yet they cleared it out successfully and maintained their shields. They would have had an awesome position going into the final circle, but Fnatic with the third party remove the chance for their brethren to get in.
We got to see some more Apex here in this lobby. Aurora now gonna get the knock onto Yanya. They try to take the roof here. Oi Rain, though, gets beamed. Now Hardeki maybe looking to see if he can try to at least get that rest. There you go. Also having to reset himself, popping that shield bat. You see the scan as well. They also have the gold knockdown shield as Hal hiding in between a rock before managing to get away, at least to go into the high ground, because there's Virtus Pro on the other side.
Moist very close to their match point eligibility. You know they're counting these points. 2 more.
Liquid getting eliminated here, but C9 may put a stop to that match point goal in mind for Not Moist. They go out! 2 points away! TSM get eliminated, Not Moist. Hasta la vista, OMiT. Left Gun Blast still alive, but C9 controlling this building, having the high ground here. They've been here for quite some time, 2 Genome, as they still have those blue Evo shields.
Aurora. They've only got 3 kills so far in this game, but they're looking like they've got a chance to move up as well. Fnatic, I'd say, will most certainly do it. They're in an awesome spot. You can see this getting beams. These buildings don't offer as much cover as they used to. All of those players trapped in the stairwell.
And this fight, winning this fight would put them at match point 2, but C9 put a stop to it 4 right now as Fnatic now down to a duel playing on the outskirts of this building. They pick up the wingman and do not let it go before backing away.
It looked like it could have been a shoe-in there, but they lose Leica, the kill leader for the tournament.
Oh my, another one, another one. This is Respawn corner right now.
Oh, they can't do without him. Leica is back in. OMiT and Cloud9, I don't think they're gonna move out. They're too close to each other. Maybe some nades come in, but... Oh. All right, Fnatic, the other problem is, as this round starts to close, Vicky, this zone shrinks. It will take Fnatic out first. They are in a position where they have to make a move.
Unless OMiT and C9 distract each other here, as C9 now having to exit from this building, engaging on this fight. Top-thrower gonna get the beam with the Havoc. Gold extended energy mag here. Naughty gets the next knock here. OMiT get eliminated. Our last 5 squads left. The Fnatic already went ahead and rotated and could gatekeep C9.
Cloud9, they actually get all the way back up. Can they get the battle before Fnatic swing with a wingman headshot? That's it. What? No, they go out on 49.
Are you kidding me? E8, the Grim Reapers in this lobby are slowly climbing themselves back up into the top part of the leaderboard. 3 squads left.
Elevate started with nothing. They are up to 14 kills.
How do you go from 0 to 100 like this? E8 with an insane comeback story. With 21 points for right now, but 14 kills is crazy. As Aurora having that slight low ground, they have the lifeline care package for some extra makeshift cover.
Unusually for them, they've played it a little bit slower, not bullying people out with the red armors. They actually managed to tick it up with the placement points this time. 48 points for Aurora. Every other time we've seen a team on this score, they have gone down. If the other teams are guessing correctly who these teams are and taking them out in time, then I'd be very impressed. But they are really trying to make sure that the fewest teams possible are going to be on match point for match 7.
The fact that Aurora are 2 points away from also hitting match points. 38 points right now. They are neighboring Virtus Pro. Team that rotated very quickly from Barometer. You see that scan coming in. And with the lifeline, this could be a huge game changer as they slowly inch their way into that next circle.
I mean, VP on a single kill right now.
Oh
no!
No
It's
way!
happening!
Again? Hardzeki's the first one to get knocked from Aurora, but none of these teams could push first though, so it's a bit of a stalemate as the circle's closing in behind their backs. Oh, another stick! This time onto Zap, the Radiant Transfer, the conduit, that can also control so much space with that ult.
Oh, you've never been that happy to have 125 shields. It'll consume that Arc Star damage, but on the other side, VP teaming up to take down 9 Impulse and Aurora. I don't know if they can live through it. Can they just get a knock? Maybe a finish here? They need the 2 points.
Rain gets it to cover for right now. They try to swing, find him at an angle, but he's safe until he's forced to get out from behind the Moby. Our last 3 squads, Aurora's trying to get away, but he's stuck in the caustic gas.
He doesn't survive it. They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100. They come out from the bottom part of the leaderboards, skyrocketing to taking game number 6.
So angry that they have been denied the chance to play these early games or play the games out at all. Elevate drop one of the biggest kill games we've ever seen in a match point LAN lobby.
Must be nice when you're actually able to play the game for once out here. 07 saluting E8 from afar. Back to the lobby, that is. Huge game here for Elevate. The crowd cheer to give them the energy. But can we talk about the teams that were about a point to 2 points away?
Yes.
From being alongside DarkZero and Reject with that match point.
So many, so close. Fnatic 1 point off, not Moist. Aurora 2 points off. Couple of other teams work their way up closer. VP consistent up into the top 10 again now on 40.
And even teams like LG, a team that literally had to come out of the Ewan bracket to actually be the last slot, by the way, to make it into this lobby, and are still within the top 6.
By 1 point.
Actually insane. Okay, while we take our breath, I want to hear some thoughts from Rain there, because Elevate are making a comeback story of a lifetime.
I'm not going to steal his thunder, but some would say levels as Elevate rise up to the occasion in more ways than one. Not just for the moment, with the crowd, with the lights in this arena, but with the game. One of the biggest LAN games we have ever seen, especially in a match point finals. We'll check if that broke a record. It certainly could have been the biggest jump we've seen, from 0 to 30 points in one game from Elevate. Rain Day, Glitter Explosion, Dia, Spider Tiff on the desk to break it down. Guys, we've seen so much happen, but it is starting to get tense. Still 2 teams on match point, and that hasn't changed even after all the fireworks.
Yeah, and I think those 3 teams that just barely missed out on it by 1 and 2 points respectively have to be in physical pain, because they were all literally in scenarios where they were trying to get one more kill here just to ensure that, and they could not close it out. And when it's DZ and Reject Winnity on match point with how they've been playing, it could end in the next match.
I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone is that DarkZero is on match point at this point. They've been dominant in getting great scores throughout these games, but they haven't got a win yet. Reject Winnity, though, they have, and they are the first APAC North team to be on match point since year 2 when Fnatic was on match point. So this is a huge run from Reject Winnity. What they're doing right now, it's relatively unprecedented.
It certainly is, and wildly enough, well, it's unprecedented on the international stage. We're going to look back at this split and say that we absolutely saw it coming with the statistics that they were able to put up regionally, and then with their performance in group stages. It's hard to say that we're underestimating Reject Winnity when we've clearly been singing their praises throughout all of Split 1 playoffs so far. What I think is still surprising and really surreal to most people is that DarkZero, for the longest time, we talked about it yesterday, have felt like gods, and now we're seeing that realistically the playing stage between them and Reject Winnity is actually relatively even.
And 2 different styles, Tiff, right? As we look back at round number 4, which is coming up in just a moment. Walk us through how these styles are blending against each other and also having an impact for both teams. It's not like one is winning out. We're seeing almost a tug of war between what is going to be successful. And while Not Moist got their first win in game number 4, there was still so much from all these different regions to talk about.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. And I think a lot of this is going to allude to exactly what Glitter said when she was opening this up. Can those gods bleed, and would Elevate be the one to find the success? A massive game, but you turn your tides back to match number 4, back to World's Edge. We're Not Moist. A lot of people here in the crowd are expecting big things out of them, and it's just another day in the office. Already sitting on about 7 eliminations here, and the way that they're approaching this, Walty doing a really good job of holding these angles, forcing those enemies around. But when you just hold high ground and then you completely swarm around them, this is where Effect was staring down the barrels at DarkZero and going massive. And all Not Moist had to do was third party and clean it up.
And what a story. Not Moist barely getting their visas, getting entry into the country, and then doing this. I'm sure that the crew is proud. Match 5, though, would see DSG, who have got a lot of fan representation in the building, show up big time.
Likely one of my most exciting games of the tournament, because it's also when we saw Reject Winnity hit match point. At the same time as DSG and Reject Winnity played this end game really well, this was another one of those situations where the last 3v3 did come down to execution. One of my favorite parts of it was seeing the way that Reject Winnity were also willing to play around a Wraith, and you can tell that they've clearly got experience in APAC North, where the meta is a lot more flexible than in other regions, because they actually have the presence of mind to turn DSG's cooldowns against them, use the Wraith portal to disengage, and while it ultimately comes down to an insane 1v1, the actual winners of it was really the audience, because this crowd lost their minds at a DSG win.
I would almost say an insane decision for Design to try to go for the no-scope charge Sentinel shot instead of just reloading the Havoc, man. But he was feeling it. They felt good about it. A team that felt good about their chances was Reject Winnity. They were so close to closing it out in this last game, but a perilous fight with Fnatic, and of course before then to close out Effect on Alliance ended up changing the course of their history, maybe the history of this tournament. Lauren, what do we think about this play here? Is part of it just how they're getting to this point, so don't stop it, or should they have been a little bit more patient now that these things can cost them the tournament?
And I think that's literally what they're going to be asking themselves in this situation. Was it the right choice to make? Now, originally, they had to make that choice twice, right? They had one spot where they get really low and they try to make a move in. They decide to disengage, play it a little bit smarter, and they keep going back in with those aggressive moments. And when you're going up against a squad like Fnatic, with the way we've been seeing them play, it's a little bit rough. But then moving forward to this final circle, we thought Aurora was one of those last 3 teams that was going to be able to get on this match point. They start taking damage that they weren't really looking to get involved in. I think they were hoping the other teams around would try and go back and forth with each other and they could maybe avoid it. When it's down to just Oirain, he actually does a decent job of at least avoiding a lot of the chaos, but everybody knew where he was when he moves behind this rock to try and get this battery off. Still alive, still wrapping around.
This was a really, of course, critical game for a lot of teams that were near match point. You talked about Moist a little bit earlier. What stands out to me and a lot of the audience, of course, is E8. In this series, both a cautionary tale and an inspirational one. Of course, having 0 points coming into this game, they're really showing the devastation of taking a contest on match point, and at the same time, a 30-point game is incredible.
Insane, Tim.
I mean, look, I know Clara's out there somewhere in the crowd. Just yeah, she's losing it right now. 30 points is, well, quite frankly, almost unprecedented, because you thought we got a crazy one in groups, but for a finals, a match point finals lobby, to drop almost a third of the lobby is insane. Shubi, Zap, and Zach, man, they are top tier.
All I gotta say is
top tier.
I don't think they're gonna be losing any tiebreakers in this one.
No. We just gotta get them there.
I think that they're gonna win the tiebreaker for biggest game. By the way, if you are tied in points, it is your largest game that would separate you from the team you are tied with. So I think that they will be okay. But the story of Elevate is even more interesting. A team that we knew not necessarily having a chip on the shoulder. That's more DarkZero coming in after 8 months, not even making finals after winning 2 LANs and being touted as the best next to TSM. But it's more of a story of, I wouldn't say being forgotten, but it's close. Zach Mazur's been such a strong pro from us, but hasn't gotten to this level in recent memory, maybe at all, with this team supporting him. And so when you look at Elevate, it's really a story of, wow, we're watching a player who is blooming into their own. And it's exciting to see, and it feels like the energy is here in the building supporting them.
When you think about Zach, you're certainly putting him up there with IGLs that have the history, the likes of, although he was in a different region at the time, Zero, Sweet has been around the block quite a few times, and yet he's very infrequently lumped into that category. I think a big question and a lot of doubt was on people's minds coming into this season because he had to reorganize a whole roster, and he hadn't quite reached the heights that people like Sweet and Hal had in the past. We're so used to seeing IGLs who, after a while, do end up perhaps looking for a team, constructing one, and then ultimately falling out because they can't quite get things right. It had already happened to Zach last split. To see him come back, you can tell he is not a quitter, and neither are his teammates.
And look at this board right here. 3 teams are less than 2 points away from landing on match point and joining Reject, Winnity, and DarkZero to have a chance to end this tournament. LG very close behind, a huge run from them from the elimination bracket yesterday. We'll see if they can pull it off, but big shout outs to Virtus.pro, OMiT, and Serenity, teams that many people did not have being on the left side of this bracket all tournament, still showing up. Again, it has to be mentioned, TSM in 18th place, 19 total points. Alliance, 33 points. It may look like they're in 13th, but they're still having strong performances. It's just the bottom 5. We're wondering where they are. We know where 07 has been with that contest earlier. It's all unfolding here. Still 2 teams on match point, which means if DarkZero and Reject Winnity do not win next game, we will go again. But for now, let's go down to Stella.
Hey, y'all, I have the best section. Look at all these beautiful signs. But I do want to point out one special fan. Now, I want her to introduce herself. So if you could tell her to tell us where she's from and what her name is.
My name is Lina, and I'm from Japan.
Now, we can see on your sign that you have almost all the teams here. Can you explain to us who exactly you're rooting for?
Fnatic, KINOTROPE, and Reject, and DSG, and Legend Gaming.
So she kind of loves everyone here, which is great. Now, I've heard that you have been coming here way before doors open, and you're the last person to leave. Is that true, and why?
最初から最後まで来てらっしゃらないですけど、それ本当の話ですか？最初から最後まで会場にいらっしゃいますけど、それ本当の話ですか？
Right.
All right, now who do you think is going to win? I mean, we are so close to having so many teams at match point. Who do you think is going to win?
今年の ALGS スピッツワンペイオフ、誰が優勝すると思いますか？
I don't know. Because everybody very strong.
I love that. You're absolutely right. Everyone here at ALGS is so strong. Vicky, Genome, please take us into the action.
Thank you so much, Stella. To watch everybody win, I mean, that would be fantastic to see the emotion behind it, but only one team can come out on top, and we only have 2 teams currently sitting at match point 1. Potentially their Legend Cup could be identified. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, with Reject running the Watson here, as we pointed out, one of the only teams picking that right. And obviously, it's a legend that stands out. You put the fences, you can see them from miles away. As soon as a team sees any Watson team, they are going to make a beeline for that. It's always in the back of their head, okay, we know Reject's on match point. We need to be watching for them.
That's not the only thing that teams could use to identify them as well. I mean, DarkZero also being at match point, the infamous Bangalore skin that we've seen too as well, Gino.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most notable out there. The
Catalina, I believe it was.
Yes, it was. That's the Bangalore skin that Zero uses, but it'll be interesting to see. I'm going to keep my eyes open. Obviously, when you start getting to match point, you need to start changing up your skins, right? You don't want to be identified by that. It's hard to get away from it with the Legends like with Reject, but you can do it for the skins. And it's a little bit harder, it's a little bit easier for DarkZero to blend into the crowd because so many teams are playing Bang Blood Watson. Bang Blood Caustic.
Right, that's Reject Winnity. But as we do make that transition onto World's Edge, I would like to highlight that DZ is such a strong team in this tournament that they have a 50-50 win rate on both Storm Point and World's Edge. Neither map has had one sway over the other for this team, whereas what we've seen so far from Rejects, they're much stronger on Storm Point versus World's Edge. Literally 71% win rate on Storm Point versus their 29% win rate on World's Edge.
Yeah, meanwhile, a team like Elevate there, they would have actually just pumped the stats a bit further up because they were struggling on Storm Point. And of course, we just bring this up because as we move between the two maps, it does make a big difference in terms of which teams have a chance to take it out, where the zone pulls, and therefore who has a chance to walk away with it. Because of course there's only still two teams who could do that right now. This game, Reject Winnity and DarkZero.
Or are 5 other squads gonna meet them at match point? Fnatic 1 point away, Moist and Aurora tied for 2 points away. Or can LG sneak up there? We're gonna have to see, as our squads are gonna be able to be a little quiet this time around on World's Edge.
They are no early contests here. Now it's what we've come to expect, I suppose. Elevate just gets Survey Cam. KINOTROPE taking over Epicenter. Alliance dropping all the way down in Dome. Kind of crazy, actually, to think that they're giving that up. They're giving Thermal Station up to Disguise. I mean, if you just go back a year, Vicky, these guys were going at it tooth and nail every time over at Thermal.
It's rotating around here. Disguise gets Thermal. Next time we see World's Edge, Alliance move over to Dome, but at least they will have that survey beacon to work off of.
Oh, this is I like this circle because as you look around and you see DarkZero and Reject, it's roughly the same distance away for both of them. So, I don't know. I think someone up there is being fair with this one.
These circles going all the way, once again, to the northeast. Again, some deja vu.
Bloodhound up to 100% pick rate now. Be gone, rats. It's going to be very tough to make it as a solo in this lobby.
Makes sense when your entire vision's clouded with these caustic gas traps, the Nox grenade, the smoke bang grenades coming in. But other teams now in the vicinity as LG rotate around Landslide is Serenity that have made an appearance. Legends Gaming want no business right now. They were around the tunnel of Landslide, have already rotated and called in an evac tower, while Serenity have a hype over LG.
Yeah, and with how it works at the moment, you really do get that information so often at Landslide, which very much helps Legends Gaming. That said, they're only at 30 points. 15th spot at the moment. A long way to go. Sitting alongside them is Serenity on 36, who were doing better at the start of this, but have slipped down into 10th now.
We have teams like E8 in the last game farming the lobby. It's going to be difficult to share a little bit of those crumbs. Evac tower called in for Moist. 2 rats when controller are going to be looting and rotating away from Big Mod.
Watching the rotate here from Not Moist, they've won so many fans since their stint as Team Burger. They take the evac here over to R1C.
The Burger Brigade, I remember those days. Not Moist prioritizing their rotation though, getting ahead of 2 rats when controller.
Well, the really heartening thing about Not Moist, I think why they've garnered so many fans in that time, Vicky, is they really are one of the teams that everyone has seen as the challengers to the throne, to be able to take it away from DarkZero or TSM. Sure, there's a couple of other teams that are ahead of them for the moment. Reject and Fnatic, of course, at the top of those, but
very doable though. 48 points, Reject Winnity. can see the pings coming in too. I mean, with this composition, very similar to the Cossack, with the Watsons, you could deny more space away from these teams trying to force their way into these buildings. TSM playing by the edge here. They love this rotate, by the way, from this back end of Overlook, which is fantastic too, with more of these squads going to be rotating from that west side. But the teams that you have to look at that are inside of these buildings by Overlook, Virtus, 07, C9, and Spacestation.
But Monument, we're seeing LG go up against KINOTROPE here. KINOTROPE really haven't got started today. But LG with 6 points left, this could get them halfway to match point.
With that first knock here, they have the advantage. Funk does have to reset, while Slayer is trying to peek for him. While they do take this fight versus KINOTROPE, you know that Reject Winnity are in the vicinity by the Fragment east side. Funk has to pop this Phoenix kit, more time wasted away. Getting the Mia K knock though, they want to capitalize.
Can't believe he's getting that Phoenix kit off right under their noses.
Oh, dropping it right into the open hands of Sweet. He gets the crack, he's chasing from right behind, maybe trying to spit a little bit of tension as KINOTROPE try to see another day. But he is gone.
Oh, they do get one tappy down. Trying to chase here, you can see with the X-ray, they've got them right there.
Oh, it's just a matter of time. I mean, there's not even a third party in the vicinity just yet. But as this prolongs and you try to chase, Bunny hopping away. Get this pesky Horizon out of this lobby. Sweet, finally gets KINOTROPE, but now they can reset. Once again, the closest team to them is probably DarkZero from the north side by the survey beacon in Grandma's house.
And as we said, 47 points, that's halfway to match point for LG. It's a rough couple of days, but they're showing up when it matters. And, you know, we've been talking to fans throughout the weekend. I can't tell you how many have come up and said they want to see Sweet win this and take it out with LG. It's been such a long time, but if he could do it, I know there's so many fans he'd make their day out there.
DarkZero. All eyes on them. They're looking at the teams that may still be in Monument. You see the pings, that's LG as we've seen before. Gen taking some shots, they get the crack already. Going to be taking the balloon to see where they want to go here, but wanted to probably stick onto that high ground as the circle is going to be cooling by the rock side of Overlook.
Reject playing a little more gatekeeper here over in Fragment. It's not gonna serve them that well, honestly. I mean, something that we've seen them struggle with, like in that last zone at Jurassic, Vicky, was that Watson's great if you can get into the circle and then set up. But if you have to try and force your way in, that's where Caustic is a better legend.
Oh, Aurora on the other side of DarkZero. Look at this, Aurora 2 points away from being at match point. The nade being set in Hardecki's side, backing away before they decide to just give this rotate over to DZ. They've called in an evac because right behind them lingering, it is Elevate on their rotate through Epi.
Both teams have a reason to not want to take this fight. Aurora 2 points away. It's risky to take this fight. DarkZero, they're only worried about the dub right now. Aurora will get out first. DarkZero prefer to take these sort of circles just for the walk in.
Aurora already in some trouble as we now tune into Alliance. You see the pings coming in through this choke, but it is Liquid on the other side of this hill. But as this fight goes on, the third party is right around the corner. OMiT, hearing this fight, wondering if they could get involved themselves. 2 rats from Controller also stuck outside this circle alongside Liquid.
Yeah, we're just not seeing a huge pile in towards that Overlook North where this zone is going. I mean, rarely have we seen them go towards the Vault Tunnel or over to the silos in Overlook. Every time we're getting that eastern circle on World's Edge at the moment, it seems to be going up north.
All right, revealing themselves to Ratsman Controller on full blue. Take some shots at OMiT, who have not only the high ground, but the solo edge advantage. Aurora, though, DarkZero dropping down from the high ground as they finite impulse. Trying to engage, closing in the distance. You can see the camp, Zero walked in, gets the scan here, but do they fully commit seeing another team in the distance?
Zero can barely see anything through that, even with Beast of the Hunt popped. They're taking damage. They're still watching their back. It's a 2-1 split right now. Sykes not with DarkZero currently. They've managed to get the reset there. Aurora back up to 3. Nades go in. If these hit...
Oh, gets another crack, but it's the lifeline comp. They were able to get the quick reset. Nice cheeky angle! Almost getting that knock. Does get the shield break, but I love the angle that we're currently seeing from Zero with Jen having the high ground.
Yeah, but they've taken a little bit too long here. Elevate and Disguise coming in off the back. Okay, Sykes is now moving a bit closer. He's given up the high ground and gone over to try and get a different angle. Let's listen to DZ and see if they can finish Aurora off.
I'm trying, I'm coming to you, I'm coming to you.
They got him in again.
Oh, it's in the corner, but it's... I'm not heavy, I'm not look defense.
I need energy, I'm in the cart now, bro. I'm not on little bridge anymore.
No, you double XL. Double XL, hey, come here.
Are we gonna fight them?
Yes, double XL, please. I need energy as well.
Okay.
I dropped 40, I'm not heavy.
Kind of dying.
Come back. I'm not heavy, no
Okay,
heavy.
I have 3 XLs, I have 3 XLs.
Yeah,
I'll give you some,
Yes, please, I have 0.
I'm on 1200 damage.
I mean, I'm gonna pop all 3 XLs and I'll have Costco.
No, just left up. Can we just rotate now?
No, you wanna kill him?
No.
Have a therm.
Give me heavy Sykes.
Okay, DarkZero not willing to push in any further, that many other teams over at Fragment are going to.
It is LG right alongside Liquid. They have followed them as Serenity are looking for an opportunity to try to third party. Circle closing in less than a minute. And LG want to prioritize getting away from this fight and trying to get onto the high ground because they know another team is in the distance. It is OMiT that have finally rotated out of the choke from Geyser.
Come on, one more fight, LG. That's all you need to join the others on the 50+ threshold. OMiT. 30 seconds left until the next ring starts closing. They might try and go through Ghost Town here. LG leapfrogging between these buildings, but they've got Alliance and Serenity stuck in 2 ahead of them.
Just so many teams waiting for them on this west side of the circle. It's not just Alliance Serenity, you also have to think about Legends, Fnatic, also in no name. 2 Rats, 1 Controller are gonna probably force their way in, but if they do rotate on that south side, they're gonna get pinched by Not Moist. And guess who also is playing by the Overlook side of this TSM as Reject Winnity on the high ground.
Liquid Alienware below them, Elevate coming in behind. Come on, Reject. Can they get across to the zip line? Do they want to use one of these evac towers? They are within the zone. They don't actually have to move right now.
Oh, they see the team right in front of them though. They take those shots. Still trying to hold on to the high ground as Liquid and Elevate are right behind Liquid. Playing a little bit split here as Reject have won the high ground, setting up that nade, but they can't give this up or else E8 will take this hyper free. Gets the next crack.
Team streaming in though, all the ones from Fragment causing chaos down below while Alliance, Elevate will come in from behind them in the zone right now.
Oh, Disguise on the low ground here while looking on the other side. Not wanting to get involved here. DarkZero are in a great spot over here because also nobody's playing underneath here. Like we usually see teams coexist, but Not Moist is the only spot coming in from the south. Reject Winnity though, on the other hand, are in the line of sight of 3 other teams.
All right, Fnatic have moved up to match point here, but that might be it for them in this game. They do take down 2 R1C, but just soon after, it's going to be Legends ending their run in match 7.
Well worth it. We get to welcome another team here at match point if we go to another game, Gino, because we still have Reject Winnity, DarkZero alive in this lobby, and Reject have been able to claim this high ground for now as Liquid were able to rotate and stay alive on that low ground.
Yeah, they chipped them down. Liquid not a full squad anymore. Meanwhile, Zero with the Kraber in God's spot. Where have we seen this before, Vicky? Ominous signs for the other 11 squads left in our lobby.
Oh, he doesn't take the shot just yet. I also heard a Kraber on the other side. Misses the attempt. See the pings. It is not Moist, while Legends will be approaching right behind them.
Coming up from Stacks, they like playing the outside of that vault, but they don't want to engage. This DarkZero are actually going to move much closer to them. They're caught off guard.
I love this push here, though. They had to get aggressive to prevent the rotate, or else not Moist could have gate-kept them, as Spacestation also flying in, right alongside TSM engaging in that fight. Verholz gets the first knock onto Pony.
I think that was a really smart move here by DZ. So many other teams were going to start coming in from the northwest side of the map, so they cut off a lot of the site angles.
Look at this nice overhead here while DC take this fight versus Moist. TSM with the number advantage versus Spacestation. Now Reject Winnity trying to also approach from that low ground, but they will be pinched between Aurora, Legends looking at them, and then Disguise maybe splitting that attention away from Aurora.
Yeah, Reject, they seem to be able to fend off people in these mid-games, but once it gets to Zone 4, Zone 5, you can see they're late into it and they are struggling.
And now with the Gen out, using it as some extra cover here, Reject Winnity was pushing ahead. Moist are also in, being able to get that, not getting that finish with placement top 8. Aurora get eliminated.
But DarkZero, they've also cleaned out most of Moist, a single member left alive for them, while Reject, their main competition, is going down.
Reject in the worst spot. Our match point team, but he's trying to stay alive for now, but before the shot coming in from left field, Reject Winnity are gone from this lobby, and DarkZero are still alive.
They scan, they see the single member of Moist left. They've got so much of the zone to themselves right now. This is the DarkZero that wins trophies, Vicky. They put so much damage out. They carve out swathes of land for themselves in every final circle. They're commanding half of it to themselves right now. They've got the point lead. They've taken down MT.
They want more than a record-breaking day here. They take care of Moist, 5 squads left, and DZ have this entire side to the circle to themselves, while Disguise Legends of C9 are fighting to stay alive on the northwest.
Good Nasky plays spoiler behind them right now. They don't seem to know he's there. But with the 2 solos, 2 other squads up, Disguised and Legends are the ones who could keep this series going.
Oh, but DarkZero is just in such a good position in May and here. Oh, the 140 off the Kraber onto the solo, but you can't expose yourself. The pressure is on. Legends Gaming, look at DarkZero. Disguise have to eventually go up that zip line.
Nasky actually finds a spot. Not only that, he's got his teammates' banners. Is there a chance he gets them back into this?
Surely not. Not in front of DarkZero for free. Disguise, though, they can make a move with Design and his portal. They got less than 45 seconds on the clock, and they already got the scan.
That's a killer point, Vicky. If they've actually got that, Zero goes down to Koiful.
Koiful, the MVP, sending nades in their direction. Other team out here, DarkZero lose out on Zero. The huge nade coming in from Koiful, the Rolling Thunder. Legends may have saved the day. They go to a game 8.
ZZ can't believe it, hands on his head as the grenades rain in. If there's one thing you can't do anything about sometimes in Apex Legends, the frag grenade on your skull.
We had the Legend fans in the crowd before we went into this game. Cloud9 get eliminated, and it looks like Legends are king of the hill, but we get the res. Sykes getting Gen back up.
It looks like Disguise have taken the attention away from Legends Gaming. This allows DarkZero a chance to start working their way back into it. But the other members have scanned, and now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Sykes here, trying to give him some suppressed fire, working up the rock, gets a double crack. Following up with Gen, the last one alive. Legends trying to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out DarkZero. We are going on to another game, game 8. in the horizon. Legends, the MVP.
Oh, they're legends to everyone in the crowd right now. Everyone who wants more Apex. The full 307 are back up, and they're gonna send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way! There's no way!
Okay.
Solo Nasky, he got the Moby Beacon res in front of all of their faces.
When I said they can play a part in finishing that game off, I was like, take some shots at DZ, maybe get a knock and allow the other teams to push in. I wasn't saying come out and clear the whole thing yourself.
Salute everyone in the crowd. I want to see some salutes. Salutes for 07.
On your feet, soldiers.
5 kills. I cannot believe he pulled it off. Salute to Nasky and 07. We get more Apex.
You know, I've seen some good Mexican waves in crowds in my time, Vicky, but I've never seen it with the salutes.
The fact that Legends pulled attention with DarkZero, they were focused on that fight. This guy's part of that too, by the way, when that circle was closing, and Nasky, stay naughty, he had to die for them to have at least some time to get the res.
And now that we have confirmed that game 8, Vicky, you've got to remember, we've got so many more teams joining them. It just got a little bit more chaotic. Disguised, Not Moist, Aurora, Legends Gaming, Fnatic, they all join them on match point.
7 teams. 7 teams in match 8. And LG are right behind them. 3 points away, but it's going to be crazy. I mean, eventually, Genome, right? Eventually.
Oh, maybe one day, but I mean, when you look at the quality of the other 13 teams, I see no reason why we can't keep going. I mean, 07, they're not on match point. They just took one of the most incredible dubs you've seen. VP have been playing great. TSM, never count them out. 2R1C have struggled today, but have had a great tournament so far. I mean, there's just so many teams that I feel like could put a stop to the 7 teams who now have a chance to lift that trophy in the middle of the stage.
I just, honestly, between what we saw from those last squads, Disguised with those placements, when Stay Naughty went down, that was crucial for them to also get that extra point. Nice little flyby, because DZ, I mean, you have to also imagine what that does to your mental, right? You were so close. Last 4 squads alive, and you're telling me the Rat got his teammates' banners, got the Moby out, and got the dub? Are you serious? MVP. While you're focused on the team who takes out the IGL from DarkZero.
And I think the other thing is that they would have just felt like it was theirs for the taking, right? I mean, they had Godspot, they had the Kraber, they had the Space. They'd done everything right. It genuinely felt like DZ had put themselves in a winning position. So to not close that out, heartbreaking.
I mean, look at Sykes. It's a heartbreaking situation to be in. He does not look happy. I mean, he comes so close. After he lost that fight, looking at this final circle, breaking down what happened here. DarkZero, I mean, look at this. They took shots at Nasky. He stays alive. And then with perfect timing, here comes the Saviors, Legends. And with the gold knockdown, Jen tries to get it, but the nades placed by Koiful was perfect. Well, he turns around, mows down Timmy, mows down Enemy. They come back, they have the death boxes right there too. They're splitting the wealth as they're living off the sticks. And then they're gonna look and get front row seats to the Legend v DarkZero endgame fight.
Damn, even enough to pop the ulti XL and get that one last bang ult in.
It's so crazy seeing Ampy slide through. They killed Disguise on top of that. So not only did they find the last two members of DC, but they also were able to get another extra KP onto Disguise.
I wonder if the other teams just thought that they weren't going to be a threat. I mean, you can see them dropping in with no ammo, no attachments, but also no fear.
But watch this! Look at Natsuki, watch this! Look at this, doing it standing up! Doing it standing up! He said, time to get bodied where? Not on World's Edge. The salute from everyone around.
This man has spent more time on his feet this tournament than in the chair.
That's just the Natsuki way. What a way to completely turn the tides. Taking a look at the match results, we have to break it down. The squads that were able to clean up some KP, Legends with 14.
Oh my.
Double-digit KP game as they come in second. 0-7 with 5 KP. Even looking at DZ, I mean, we saw them frying when they forced their way right around Moist, taking them out, 7 KP.
And that's kind of the hurtful thing for DZ, right, is that that's not a bad game. They just got 12 points. It's going to push them further up the leaderboard. But all that matters to them right now is the win, Vicky.
All I'm saying is that the scriptwriters have changed their mind, but something that has remained consistent, Genome, Hunted and Guess, and we'll be casting those next 2 series. So, I don't know, match point, and we got all these 7 teams here at match point on the second half here, even Fnatic with 6 kills. Now looking at the series results, look at this, all the way down to Disguise. There was that 1 point difference to put them on the match point group.
LG didn't manage to squeeze out those last couple of kills. Kind of lost track of them throughout all the chaos there. So close, but I guess all the other teams above them had also been in a similar situation in games past. So with 7 teams now on match point.
It's, just the fact that Disguise Toast is also here in the crowd, I know he must be going absolutely crazy to see those boys at match point 2. Who will host the trophy above their heads? We're gonna have to find out on the other side of this break because we got some more Apex Legends here for Match Point Finals.
As if it wasn't special enough, we have one more match minimum in our match point finals. Onset and Gasket here to continue this story as we take a look at that trophy, which all of these teams are so desperate to get their hands on. The crowd here in LA has been absolutely ridiculous, by the way. We were stood up on that analyst desk, Dan, as the last moments went down and DZ fell in that final moment, and we just got hit by a wall of noise.
I put it on social media, goosebumps every single game, even every single kill, every single elimination. At the moment, the crowd is erupting, but it means we have more Apex Legends on our screen. How much longer is the big question, with the amount of teams now on match point being 7. You'd think statistically at this point we should be finishing it here in 8. But a fun fact for you, we've never finished on World's Edge in recent tournaments. Ever since we had Storm Point added into the pool, it's always been Storm Point as that final map. But we have World's Edge to play again. Maybe we can change that record here today.
Multiple teams now on match point. A couple of teams still within touching distance, but will they get the chance to join them? World's Edge is where we find ourselves now going. In what could be, and I always love to say this, could be the final match of our match point finals.
Well, DarkZero and Reject Winnity had their chance to be on their own on match point, but now they're joined by Fnatic, Legends Gaming, Aurora, Not Moist, and Disguised.
Well, they are the teams who might be able to get it done right now, who by winning this game could lift that trophy above their heads. LA, let's make some noise in this room. Let's take the roof off as we head back to World's Edge.
So good to see all the different POVs of those players as well. The nerves that must be amongst all of them, but those in particular on match point. But remember the chasing pack now. It's your time to shine, to show that you can get a win, to keep us going for one more game.
Well, Storm Point traditionally has been the place that tournaments have ended. But with so many teams now on the precipice of calling themselves a champion, World's Edge may be the final battleground for these teams to decide who's going to be our champion here at the Split One playoffs.
Can be a very difficult map to navigate. And if you get caught on the wrong side of a circle, World's Edge can be so difficult to try and find your way through any sort of team that might be holding you out. But everyone's going to be nice and friendly off drop, and suddenly all that adrenaline all has to turn down a little bit. You have to be calm, you have to be focused, and you need to start thinking about where you're going to move. Do you have a ring console? Do you have the information that we have on our screens? Now, this is great news for the likes of SSG, KINOTROPE Gaming, Elevate, Cloud9. None of those, however, are on match point.
Yeah, I was just taking a look through here, our match point teams, and nobody really with great prio to this zone. It looks like it's going to go deep into Climatizer as well. A very tough zone to access if you're not there early. So a chance really for everyone, ourselves included, maybe just to take a deep breath here, just to get a little bit of oxygen flowing back around the body and set ourselves up for what might be quite a long game here.
Yeah, Disguised are going to have to move all the way from Thermal, from the southwest, all the way to the northeast. Like, that is one of the toughest zones they could have got after reaching match point. But again, very difficult for Reject Winnity on that side. Trials for DarkZero, they have to move all the way from west to east. It doesn't sound great, really, for many of these squads. So that means you need to try and do something special. Try and come up with something different. How deep is your playbook? Also, can we just reiterate what an insane and ridiculous win we just saw from 07, and I'm quite happy we saw the whole crowd saluting because they deserve it. What a performance it's been so far in this tournament, and who knows, another victory here, they might just keep it going.
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that 07 have given us some of the most special and memorable moments so far in this tournament. However, the most special and memorable one, of course, would be for them to win that trophy, and they've taken a step towards doing so, like you say, without winning the last game. But one team who's taken a step to being in a great position for the end game here is going to be Elevate Gaming, taking the backside of Climatizer. SSG are going to be extremely close to them as well. Here come Legends Gaming, who also, of course, in the last game, found themselves on match point.
Yeah, Legends on match point and find themselves in a really good spot. Not to mention Koifel, kill leader at the moment on 16. They have been unbelievable. And the story of Strafe and Flame, when we got to see what he was able to do at previous tournaments, now see him thriving in this situation.
And the crazy thing is, Koifel as well is a sub. So you do see his job. Elsewhere, we're going to see a little battle going down. The Skylane's going to hit. The Liquid Alienware are taking on Alliance here, and Alliance, they certainly have the upper hand.
And Alliance not on match point at the moment, but they are closing in, and this will get them one step closer. Yanya, the last remaining player. And Alliance are not an easy team to fight against, but he's got some high ground to work.
Oh my goodness! Effect goes down, 1 HP, can he get the shield swap? No. That will be the end of things for Liquid Alienware. Out first, as unlucky. We would say it was a 1v1, but it was kind of a 1 versus a 1 HP.
So Fnatic have a long way to go from Tree. I mentioned Disguised earlier, DarkZero all on that western side. It's similar for Fnatic as they've got to move. And all these, I think almost every match point squad has had to move quite a far distance across the map. The only team that maybe doesn't get included in that list is Legends Gaming, who are in one of the better positions out of all of those teams on match point. But they're only on blues. And that's going to be a pattern, and also maybe one of the reasons why we see World's Edge not being where we finish things, because it can be very difficult to kind of find a victory when everyone plays a little bit more zone heavy when it comes to this map.
One thing I will say that I think has really helped Legends Gaming in some of those end circles and final moments is the Watson, right? We've seen that interception pylon be so vital in allowing them to not just hold positions down, but actually aggressively to be able to cross ground and not have to worry about caustic ult, grenades, whatever might be coming towards them. Bangalore ultimates included, and it just gives them the chance to cross into positions that maybe others can't hold. So for them, that Watson pick has been so vital to their success. But I want to talk about some of our other match point teams, right? DarkZero, Disguise, just mentioned Fnatic, Reject Winnity. They're all going to be coming from the west side of World's Edge here, and there's a very, very good chance that we see them clash on the edge of that zone at some point.
It is worth noting that the likes of Disguised coming into today's grand final, the victory they had found was on World's Edge, so that's something that they can go off. Stormpoint hadn't been as kind to them. However, we've seen in the grand final, things can change very quickly. Now, Aurora, they've been the villains. Can they be the biggest villains of all and suddenly snatch victory away from everyone else in this lobby as they too are on match point? But it's a different game because we've not seen Aurora find that victory prior to today either.
I will say, and you will confirm this, what did I say?
What
Who was
did you
going to
say?
win this? I said Aurora in...
I said Aurora in 9. You said Aurora in...
7.
So we could both be wrong.
Yeah, we could both. We probably both will be wrong. But anyway, Effect and Alliance and the rest of the troops after that win a little bit earlier on are going to be looking pretty healthy with those Evos, and they're going to be moving from the southern side of zone through the choke just above Lava Siphon towards Fragment. Elsewhere, you can see TSM making their rotate as well, and they've found some good Evo perks on their way. So Imperial Howl's going to have that red Evo, purples for Reps and Verholst as well. But I think one slight concern for me with TSM has just been their fighting so far today. They just don't look quite in sync.
But when you look at teams that can be the difference maker, that can continue this going into match 9, TSM are a squad that have been have found a victory so far this tournament, and historically can just find that extra clutch factor when they need to. But are they just too far behind here in 17th position, still requiring 24 just to get to that threshold, let alone even thinking about getting a victory?
Well, here at DarkZero, and I think out of all of the teams who are on match point in this lobby at the moment, I think mentally they're the ones who are going to be tested the most in this game, because they know that was an opportunity in that last game. They had a great position, they had Kraber, they had red armors. It was about as good an opportunity as maybe you could hope for. Now, obviously there's a lot to do in those situations, right? They still have a lot of work to do, still teams alive. But now going into that next game, knowing that that opportunity is slipped away, and there's more teams now, 7 teams in total, that have a chance to take this tournament, you have to wonder what the vibes are going to be like. Is it going to be positivity? Is it going to be maybe looking back on what we should have done? Is the, just the general kind of energy in the comms, is it going to be the same as the last game? Questions to be asked, and again, questions that will be asked of any team who find themselves in that situation.
Yeah, DarkZero on their rotation, we're just trying to find some information of either where that circle is going to be going, or at least where the other teams are currently residing. Reject Winnity have a spot to hold here within the next circle. But if that zone does keep shifting up towards Climatizer, they're going to have to move. Now, Alliance are an interesting one for me as well. If we do see Alliance get onto match point, right, they're one of the best teams that we have from top 5 conversion rates, from getting into that top 5 and finding a victory from it. As you can also see in the kill feed, Virtus Pro have just lost a couple of players as well. But this is an ambush that's waiting to happen. And it's Fnatic who could potentially be on the wrong side of it.
Alliance in that vault tunnel. It's going to be interesting to see what route Fnatic do take. As you can see, the other 2 members of Fnatic are taking a different route altogether. They've gone through the Geyser Choke, not the vault tunnel itself, so wouldn't be surprising to see all 3 of them meet up, but it's the timing of it. Are they going to meet up at the same time, or is one going to be left lagging behind as Alliance burst out of that tunnel? And now we're going to find our answer. Like it takes some damage as all 3 players from Alliance try and collapse.
Yeah, they're going to want to go fast here. They only got 2 on the scan. They know where there is a straggler behind, and now they've got all the information. A straggler's behind. Still, they want to try and press this advantage, try and get involved in the scrap whilst they have the extra player.
Well, Fnatic have managed to just about regroup here. The bang-up gives them enough time just to make sure that this is a 3v3 engagement if they wanted it to be, and not a 2v3 where one player can get picked off nice and easily. So Alliance, they set the trap, and For all intent and purposes, you have to say Fnatic maybe took it, but Fnatic managed to regroup in time to not be affected by it.
But what a difficult position this is for Fnatic to win the game from here, right? They're currently being held by Alliance. Even if they were to get through Alliance, you've got the likes of Not Moist, who are also on this southeast side that will be their next job. It's almost like Gladiator. You have to go through task after task and then eventually get into the zone. Well, look at this, though, for a play. DarkZero trying to attempt to take the northern side, and it seems like a good time to jump in for a listening with the leaders.
Get spokes there.
Yeah, second up. I got both charged. Batting.
Nothing.
I spiked on them, I spiked on them.
Right at the ledge.
I'm gonna save for bang ult, for truck.
We don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of barrels here, I can't see.
My card. Not really, I don't know.
I'm gonna
bro. Yeah,
I'm gonna bang ult. Yeah. Bang ult.
Why did I can't kill myself? You back with me?
Yeah, I spiked you, I spiked for you.
Blue armors.
Yeah.
He's cracked, Dilly. I ulted. Okay.
I'm getting late.
Getting it.
I was like, okay.
You okay?
No, we're not in.
He's
I
on.
have to switching.
We have to fight them sides.
Make it.
Where are they?
Make it.
On the spot.
I gotta go to them. Batting. And my ult.
I'm gonna bath them. Batting.
Taking one really hard.
I spiked for you.
Hello, and then my spike him.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna arc spam. I'm ready.
Kidding. We go left side.
Yeah, second.
I'm making right now. Scanning one. Scan one.
Yeah.
Left make it. Am I kidding? We have anything? Any you two?
Yeah.
I'm baiting it.
Throw left. Reloading.
Cracked one.
I'm
running.
Low, bang. Fight us. Kill again.
Dead. I spiked. I switched. I'm ringing.
Jimbo will clutch up with his fight in zone. Elevate Gaming will be taken down, but here come SSG!
SSG to deny DarkZero the chance of victory here in match 8. It would have to be match 9 for them, but reject Winnity now getting involved.
They want to clear out this side. They see kills available. They see an opportunity to clear out SSG and take control of this side of zone. 2 members will fall. 1 player still alive for SSG who manages to get away, but look at the position they have in zone, Dan. They are in God spot.
And you can see why DarkZero wanted this position, why DarkZero made that play, but sadly getting stuck in that truck just left them in no man's land for too long, and the zone joined the fight, and then of course SSG came not long after. Now reject Winnity, if they can make themselves big here, if they can force some of these teams away from them, they will be within a chance of winning this game, depending on how aggressive other squads are around them.
And they have the Watson in the composition. They can get the fences down. They can get the interception pylon down. The Jenny is going to be massive. 2 R1C eliminated. As TSM finally start to get rolling a little bit here with some kills.
So still 6 of our 7 match point squads are alive. Fnatic are one of them. TSM also eliminated in the kill feed, so they won't be able to stop one of these match point teams winning. And this is going to be a play for Fnatic. Try and slam yourself somewhere and hope you can just stay alive.
Oh, there's 1 player still up on height. He decides to get out of there. In the kill feed elsewhere, you can see KINOTROPE Gaming and 07 are having a little scuffle. Alliance underneath Fnatic right now. 07 trying to scarper away at the moment. KINOTROPE trying to push the advantage. The bang-ult is going to hurt them, and it's certainly going to slow them down. Look at the amount of damage they did take from that bang-ult, but now they're getting shot in the back. They're not quite sure of their angles here, and this is looking like it's a little bit awkward for them.
Yeah, 07 have just been given a helping hand in this fight, but all 3 members of KINOTROPE are still alive, and Nags gets thirsted. As now Aurora have spotted Alliance on their rotation. Remember, Fnatic are on the other side of this, so this is a good distraction for Fnatic. They can move whilst that's happening.
Not Moist inside of the compound, which is inside of the zone most importantly. Koifel just been taken down in the kill feed by pricing from VP as well with a Sentinel. But MT missed a 360 from the last time we saw him with his gun in his hand. Just a 140 this time. as Verspro will be eliminated in the meantime. 5 bullets to work with here for Not Moist, and MT. He can control so much space with this Kraber as SSG will also fall.
Yeah, SSG gone down, now only 13 squads remaining, 6 of them still on match point. That's almost half the lobby at this point, as Alliance are very much being focused by Aurora, who are one of our match point teams, and they've just got the opener onto Hackis.
Ray gets that first knock, they're trying to thirst it right now. Now they can just breathe, knowing that only 2 members of Alliance are pushing up on the 3 of Aurora. Elsewhere though, Disguised are looking to make a little play here on the back of what we've just seen between Aurora and Alliance.
One of the benefits of Disguised composition, you do have that Wraith, you do have that portal, you can get out of dodge sometimes, but they're in a very difficult spot at the moment.
They've got to think about getting to zone though, that's the problem. Strafe in Flames got away. Legends Gaming on match point, but just with a solo player available. And he's been scanned by a Bloodhound as well. Elsewhere you can see, Nasty got the thirst. And it looks like 07 is still having an influence on this lobby. Strafing Flame will fall, as will Legends Gaming. Another one of our match point teams will fall.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. This has been an incredible rotation where they've been able to survive. All the meanwhile, Alliance have just fallen. Fnatic finds somewhere to call home, but it's not particularly safe. And Aurora have just lost one on their rotation. It might be 2, it could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
And it's Disguised, the team who was so close at the ALGS Championship to causing what would have been considered one of the biggest upsets we've seen. Well, now, they solidified themselves as one of the best in the world, and you would not say a win here for them would be anything like an upset.
4 match point teams left. 6 squads to try and make a difference and send us a little bit further as Disguised. They've lost enemy, but this is the advantage of having a Wraith. Maybe an opportunity to get that res through the portal.
Timmy's gonna hit the port. Can they get the body through though? Can they get the res? Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but Yuka F will go down as well. Satsuki now, even though they've got Leica back to his feet, has to hold strong.
It's looking dicey for Fnatic, dicey for Disguised. LG, though, are slowly approaching. They're getting close to match point. LG actually only 1 point away from match point, but might not even make it.
They're getting caustic on it. One player is still alive, but they have him focused here, KINOTROPE Gaming. MT still with that Kraber in his hand, though. I've just got to say, I feel like Moist are in such a great position here to hold out this side of zone. Let's see what the comms are like.
Stay focused.
I think they're going out wide for this
team. This team's going to move in a second. We need to step. We're going to move now.
Yeah, we need to step up. Yeah, I can't see them. Getting it. Get more traps down.
Running at us, running at us.
I can't see anything. Weak.
Okay.
They're on us, right here.
Enemy spotted.
I can't see anything.
They're on me.
Careful. I got the barrel in the corner next to you.
I'm backing up. Play on me. I'm playing the blue crate. Play on me. We safe. No. On me, maybe.
I'm gonna eat this one rocket, okay?
Inting.
In barrels.
Contact dead. Quick, get back.
In front of us.
Bang 80.
I'm batting.
You guys gotta get in.
I'm batting. I cracked one of them. Dead. Bang here.
07 eliminated, but it's all up to Walty now. Fnatic will go down. Not Moist will hold. But is it going to be enough? No! Not Moist will fall as well. We're down to 6 squads.
Our attention turns to Reject Winnity, who all the meanwhile are still watching from the northern side, but it's Disguised that they're fighting up against another match point team, but Reject Winnity have the extra player.
They have 2 down. They just need to find the thirst. It's going to be Disguised down as well. As Reject Winnity now put themselves in the driver's seat.
Reject Winnity, the last team on match point that are still alive. 3 squads remain. Can Cloud9 or Serenity keep this one going? Or will we have a historic moment for Reject Winnity?
Reject Winnity have held this spot for so long. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG. And now it's about winning one more. If they can do it, it will be a historic moment, not just for them, but for the ALGS and APAC North.
The regional final winners of APAC North. The informed team coming into this tournament. And they know this is the best opportunity they will ever get at lifting that trophy. Look at C9, look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place for Reject Winnity right now.
You're looking at the armors, you're looking at the position. You don't get many better opportunities. And we're about to see them throw down.
I'm going to look around here for loot.
Karapu's going to go wide here, put that gen down, give them something to play around. The fence is going to go down as well, just to get that perimeter up to stop those pushes coming in.
Both teams are just staying alive. I mean, Reject Winnity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Sangyu gets the first knock onto a member of Serenity. C9 biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winnity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North. As Reject Winnity will be your champions. Stone cold killers in that final moment, Dan. But history has been made.
I mean, it's the first time in years we've even seen an APAC North team get onto match point, let alone win the entire tournament. Finally, we will crown a new champion that is not DarkZero, that is not TSM. It will be Reject Winnity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene as they dominate this last game here in the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
What else is there to say? I mean, what again? Match point never disappoints. Apex Legends and the ALGS never disappoints. We have had records broken from amount of kills in a game, from games won in a row. It has been an incredible, incredible tournament. And somehow it just feels like we keep surpassing it every single time we get to one of these events. Dan, we've got our winning moment. I mean, talk us through it.
It's incredible to watch this one back, because when you look at Reject Winnity's POV, right, where they're looking across, and at one point they're probably asking, where are the other two teams? And the other two teams kind of just waiting, hoping that maybe the other team would do something, and maybe they would move first, maybe they would blink first. But Reject Winnity, remember, they played for this position so early on. And you mentioned that, Watson, right? When we look at the meta, we look at the legends that are used, who can make the difference? Watson allowed them to hold that northern side because of those fences, because of that pylon. And it looks so simple when you watch it back for them, but it was the work they did to lead up to that point. And I cannot imagine what's going through the minds of those players right now, because it had got to the point where everyone was almost expecting it to be the likes of TSM and DarkZero.
Well, those three gentlemen, ice cold in those final moments. And this is a moment they would have dreamed of. Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winnity.
I mean, absolutely insane tournament. Guys, before the beginning of this LAN, there was a lot of talk that NA or EU was gonna win. Now that you guys are holding that trophy, what do you have to say?
대회 초반에 뭐 북미다, 유럽이다, 뭐 어느 지역이다 막 말이 많은데 지금 어떻게 생각하시나요? 어느 지역이 최고인 것 같나요, 이제?
제가 지금 최대한 겸손하게 말하고 싶은데 그냥 저희가 최고입니다.
I just want to speak very humbly, but I will say we are the best.
Now that we finally have a team representing Asia holding up that trophy, do you guys feel like you'll be getting the respect you deserve on the global stage for Apex?
이제 어떻게 보면 에이펙 노스에서 드디어 이제 우승 트로피를 주셨는데 이렇게 드셨으니까 뭔가 이제 지역의 자부심을 느낀 것 같은지 어떤 기분이세요?
솔직히 지금 노스 지역이 지금 최악체로 평가받고 있긴 한데 이제 올해는 다를 거라고 생각을 하거든요. 이제 올해 이제 주인은 에이펙 노스라고 생각을 합니다.
There's a lot of discussion about APEC North is the weakest region, but I will say this is the year the APEC North region is proven to be strong. I think, yeah, this is it.
So I'm gonna ask you, you guys are a huge inspiration to millions, being the third team to ever win an Apex LAN. Do you have anybody that has inspired you in your life? And is there anything you would want to say if they were listening right now?
어떻게 보면은 지금 APEC region third
team.
어떻게 보면 세 번째로 어떻게 보면 에픽 노스에서 이렇게 우수한 팀이셨는데요. 지금 이 자리에 오기까지 뭐 어떻게 영감을 얻으신 게 있거나 뭐 도움을 주신 게 있다면은
일단은 지금 팀원들하고 같이 하면서 많이 배웠고요.
So first off, I think I learned a lot from just playing with our teammates.
지금까지 우승한 팀들을 많이 보면서 많이 공부했습니다. 지금까지 우승한 팀들을 보면서 많이 공부했습니다.
So he studied a lot, just watching and players from who has been winning tournaments recently. I'm learning a lot.
Crowd, make some noise. So I have a question for you. When you told your parents you wanted to be a professional gamer, what was their reaction?
혹시 이제 부모님이 이제 지금 이제 프로페셔널 게이머 이렇게 생활하고 계신 걸 아시면은 뭐 어떻게 얘기하셨나요? 부모님이 입장에서는?
항상 저희 부모님은 제가 할 수 있는 하고 싶은 거 있으면은 무조건 하라고 하셨고 적극적으로 지지를 해주셨습니다. 그것 때문에 열심히 해가지고 우승을 하게 된 것 같습니다.
I will probably say my parents has been very supportive throughout the whole career. Thanks to them, I think I eventually made it to the stage and win the championship.
You gotta love that. Some might say levels. Now, St. June, come here. Come here. We have the MVP trophy for you, the most valuable player. St. June, St. June. Crowd, the third ever team in Apex history to win a LAN. Make some noise! Rain Day, take us home.
Reject Winnity. APAC North has finally escaped the curse of top 10 only. They are top 10, but they're number 1 this time. They got rid of the 0. Reject Winnity, congratulations. And representing APAC North as well, it is due time, my friends. We have been waiting, watching, and seeing you perform as a region. Very exciting. And a lot of congratulations from all of us here in the stands and at the desk. Lauren, I mean, looking back at this, they were a team that played like they were going to win this finals. They did, but because it was unprecedented and we had always seen them get so close, yet so far, we weren't sure. But look at that, they have answered all our questions and then some.
Yeah, and we talked about this from day one. We've just watched APAC North get better and better every single time we get to see them competing on this global stage. And we knew it was only a matter of time before the trophy changed hands. Even if it was just to a different team within NA, it's not. Now APAC North and Reject Winnity, we gotta give a little bit of credit to Dia here. You called it with your prediction. They played phenomenally all weekend long, so it's very well deserved, but you knew it was gonna happen.
I'm gonna keep it humble here. They're just the best.
I heard I'm just the best underneath that as subtext as they're picking them. But let's walk through the highlights of the final match as well, because it took a lot for Reject Winnity to get there. Things had to fall their way. There were, I think, 8 teams on match point at that time, between 7 and 8. And so it wasn't always easy, Tip, but they got the job done, and that is a sign of a champion. They proved that they are a champion today.
They really did, and a lot of our squads, we had, 7 or 8 on match point at this time, and throughout we were hoping that some of the teams like Alliance, SSG, big names, including Cloud9 still in the lobby, would be up and able to take down some of our teams on match point and give us another game. But I really started worrying about the positionings that our teams were setting up. A lot of teams called the zone early, realizing that they needed to go as far north as possible in World's Edge, elevate including. This is the spot where Reject seeks to take out all of this moment. And when they get there, Disguised is looking down at them, knowing that Reject has set themselves a position there. Despite all of the chaos that's happening throughout the mid-game, Dia, I thought they held it too early. I was worried for Reject at first.
I tell you who did hold it too early. There was another team that everybody was looking forward to coming into this match, and it was DarkZero, prioritizing that exact same position. And you can really tell the teams that are playing to win a game of Apex, that understand what a great position can give you, they were all fighting for that. Reject happened to be that team that did come in and win it all, that had the perfect timing, that had all the stars aligning in the final game.
And I was so worried there. As soon as you see minimal ammo throughout the mid-game. That's the cost, your resources of holding a god-tier spot. And as the zone starts to collapse, we're wondering, will not Moist, will the other squad start maybe pushing forward? But even then, Karanpu extends up, puts the Jenny maybe even further than we would have thought that pylon should have gone. And, well, that's to be said. Karanpu is known for overextending, but the squad is able to pull him in. But it was a perfectly placed Jenny. And from there on, you fence up and you let the moment occur.
I think one of the things that was most impressive when we were talking about this, Dia, while we were watching, is that once Reject Winnity had that northern position, they were doing these small microaggressions that might not have even been necessary, but they were keeping DSG away from them. Once DSG gets removed from the equation, like you said, Tip, then you have Karampu splitting off and moving up to place a really far away Jenny when there's 2 other teams in the area. They were willing to take calculated risks in order to secure their win.
It's interesting when you look back at all of this. I mean, there's so many different stories that we could have been talking about as well. Elevate had that big win, and we could have been saying the story of Zach Mazer finishing it out, somehow coming. And then you look at Nasky and Nasky in 07. That could have happened. They had a big win afterwards as well. DarkZero, they waited 8 months for redemption. They blew the record off of the group stage, and they were on match point twice, in Final Fives twice. But it was APAC North. It was their time. Fnatic was the hope. Reject Winnity certainly has cemented themselves as the hope of APAC North, but it's no hoping anymore. It's one of the most amazing things that we've seen, guys. It's truly, truly special to look back at it. And I kind of want to start, wrapping this up in a way where we look at this tournament, we look at what this sets up for the next phase of our journey. Lauren, I'll start with you to kind of start closing this out and what this means for Apex as we move forward.
I think we have been waiting for these other regions to kind of catch up to what we've been seeing the likes of TSM and DZ doing, and now that it is the most equal playing field we've ever seen on a global stage, this is just the Split 1 playoffs. It's going to be even more insane by the time we get the champs, especially with potential meta shifts bringing in Alter in the next season. I mean, if you are a fan of Apex and you thought it couldn't get any better, just wait. Okay, just wait.
I will be waiting with bated breath. I think this just sets our year up so well. This is year 4. This is just the beginning. You know, we've kind of changed paces. Like there was an 8-month break between our championships and now, but now we're on that run. Split 2 is close. We'll have another playoffs there. We have championships as well, Dia. The fact that TSM and DarkZero are no longer the ones holding the titles of LAN winner. And it's not just that, it's in a new region as well. What does this mean for not just APAC North, but the way that I think our own players now have to view Apex, because it is not an NA dominant thing anymore.
And like you're talking about, not just that it's not North American dominant, but instead that it's also stylistically very, very different. What we've seen for a really long time is that teams like TSM, like DZ, define the meta for the rest of the globe. And Reject Winnity, though we didn't really talk about it throughout the series, are taking a sharp departure from that by playing Watson when nearly no other team is. Reject Winnity prove that in Apex Legends, it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what style you like to play. You can pick anything you like and still become the best.
You know, we have to take a look, though, at the big picture, because while we do have a first-place winner, there's still $160,000 for second place, and that does go to DarkZero. So they can cry with the $100 bills in their eyes tonight as they hang out with their parents and pay for dinner. I hope they're paying for dinner this time around. Fnatic 2, another top 5, a top 3 this time. 2 APAC North teams, not Moist as well. Legends Gaming, great performances, and you got to give credit. I think Cloud9, to me, I mean, Stay Naughty, Saucerer, Chaotic Much, Tiff, that's a great showing from them. A lot of promise for this team, newly representing Cloud9 as North.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Cloud9 just got back into Apex Legends, and you have to feel good. Sauce has been one of those people that when you talk to the analysts, you talk to their coach, they're just like, you are waiting to experience the Sauce effect. And if I'm Chaotic and Co, and we are getting back up alongside Naughty joining the mix to find yourself not only within the top 10, but almost breaching up the top 5, this shows that what you've been putting in the work, the passion is paying off, and now you take that throughout the season and completely work on it. Now, granted, wait for Split 2, and then test what you've learned in Split 2 playoffs.
Well, the play that changed Split 1 in the playoffs is here. It's time to queue up our Alienware play of the day. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. It's Reject Winnity, making it happen, and I'm not going to say stealing at match point. I'm going to say, I don't know, just owning match point. They felt like they were in charge this entire time, and they represented. So exciting for our region. Just watching, you know, whether it's APAC North, whether it's the home base of the Korean fans or families. I just love the energy also Obley had on the interviews. Such confidence and saying they're the best. Well, it certainly was the case here, guys. Great use of Watson. And because of this, by the way, some new information, APAC North will now have 10 slots at the Split 2 playoffs. Their performance has given them more slots of representation for the region. I could see you guys lighting up at that. Pretty exciting. I know we went down the line this way. I'm going to start with you, Tiff, to really close out our final thoughts on the day, these 4 days in Los Angeles at the Galen Center, and the closeout of our Split 1 playoffs.
We've talked a lot about how we've always had these 2 titans that have been consuming the history books of Apex Legends. And if there's one thing that we learned from Reject Winnity in the past, and that is so applicable to today, it's that you will regret. I almost blurtled it, I slotted it. Let me go again. You will regret not acknowledging every other region for North America that came into this land saying, no, North America, our pro league is easier. We don't need to worry about the other regions. Okay, well, where are you guys at now?
That's a great question. I'm not sure we're going to have a chance to answer that.
It's fine.
Because that's the thing, Tiff. They're going to go home and think about it, because the next time they will is in Split 2. Dia.
I mean, I am, as always, just blown away, especially after we've crowned a match point winner, at the incredible energy that not only they have brought, but that all the players on stage have brought. I know that we were talking about DarkZero weeping into their $100 bills, but they've put on an incredible performance today, as have all of the 40 teams that we saw throughout the course of the week. The fans have been incredible, and I can't help but be grateful that we get to see Apex Legends history take another step.
True.
Fantastic. Lauren?
I think one of the biggest things is that I really appreciate the passion that all of our players bring every time we have these events. And I love the fact that our regions, like you both kind of mentioned, they're not willing to compromise their own individualistic play styles that work within their regions when we get to these global stage. It's lending itself to more variety, whether that's in the weapons, in the legends, in the regions succeeding now. And we have only gotten closer score lines every single event. We've seen more regions popping up in top 10s, getting farther in the competition. I think by the time we get through this year, it's going to be absolutely insane.
The parity of the regions has been phenomenal. It only means that this esport is growing, it's getting better, and rather than settling on their laurels, teams are looking at ways to improve and how to do what they need to do to hoist that trophy. And certainly APAC North is the first to take that step out of the pack and do it. Thank you so much to my analysts. We're going to come back in 1 second, but before we do, the announcement is, of course, something that we mentioned earlier, but you should expect it. We're just starting our year. Split 2 is right around the corner. This wraps up our Split 1 with a phenomenal time in Los Angeles, but on June 1st, we begin yet again. 10 online matches, 9 normal days, 1 regional finals, and then, of course, the announcement for where we will be doing our Split 2 playoffs. Very exciting things all around the board, and thank you for all who are a part of it. First of all, my lovely desk. You guys did phenomenally today. Lauren, Dia, Tiff, it's always a pleasure working with you. And a big list of thank yous. Watch as I go through them. Not only EA, Respawn, Esports Engine, Alienware, Herman Miller, Battle Beaver, regional broadcast partners like Rage and Longshot, Wig and Greek, and all of the watch parties who have been here, our talent who have been casting on the stage, on desk, and doing everything to make sure you guys get the show and the story that you deserve. Our subreddit, who has been involved, Liquipedia, who has made it easy as always, of course, Battlefy, and number 1, our fans and our incredible community. Apex Legends is a global series because it's a global community of people who love this game that has continued to change our lives and change lives of players every time we get on this stage. So from all of us here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles, we remind you to download Apex Legends, go play it, and remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all in Split 2.
Time to rise and shine, ALGS.
Crowd, make some noise, because this is the ALGS.
Knockdown shield's gonna be up. Design tool still with some shields. Sprays! In those final moments. Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.